We sometimes play some quite competitive, sometimes aggressive games. A bit of tag rugby last year, that was an absolute shambles. I've never seen anything like it.
How do you get competitive with frisbee? Here's Barker in once more, and that's outside the off stump. Nice looking shot from Clark. Gets a very thick outside edge down to the fielder at deep point, and they come through for a single. Moves on to 46.
Yeah, what you do is you put 15 really competitive females on a pitch and give them anything with a goal.
But what is the... Oh, so you got to get the frisbee in a goal?
Well, it's normally an end zone based game. There's 2 end zones, and then someone's got to be stood in the end zone and catch the frisbee or catch the ball. But they're not pleasant games. It's quite competitive. The S&C coach always says last goal wins. None of us bother playing anymore.
Haynes on strike. Barker past the umpire now. Bowls, that's full. Pushed up to him, and he shows a bit of his previous football career, does Keith Barker. He sticks the left boot out and sort of rebounds off it, and Carl Abbott does the fielding and mopping up his work.
Essex chasing 330 at 12 for 2. No idea how many wickets have gone down there this morning at Chelmsford. Warwickshire 94 all out, Essex 12 for 2. Can't remember what they were overnight.
Moving days, moving a lot in Chelmsford.
Yep. 330 looks a lot when you're 12 for 2.
Couple of slips away, Keith Barker, as he bowls on the pads of Haynes as he nudges that out to deep square leg, and they'll come through for a single. Ali Orr doing the fielding out there, and it's 119 for 4. Haynes on to 30. Nottinghamshire's lead 78.
Stanley Park, Keaton Jennings on the brink of a personal milestone that will no doubt mean a lot. He went to Lancashire, of course, from Durham. He got a century in the first innings, 115. He's 93 not out in the second innings. So ton in both innings against your former county. You've got to enjoy that, haven't you?
Clark on 46 as he faces up to Keith Barker, squares him up, does that. He gets a thick outside edge and it'll trickle out to the offside, fielded by the deep backward point fielder, who I think might be the substitute Brad Wheel. And they come through for a single. Clark on to 47. Haynes has 30, 120 for 4. Nottinghamshire in their second innings leading by 79.
Yeah, you very often have sides that will have a squad of 12, 13, 14, however many, for a county championship game, and those that aren't involved will do the role of sub-fielder for the first couple of days, and then very often, certainly with Notts, there'll be a swap over. Maybe a couple of youngsters, a couple of second 11 players will come and take over, but it looks very much as if Michael Neeser and Brad Wheel, who they were 2 here. I think there's still a little bit of doubt as to whether Neeser would have been able to have been registered had they wanted to play in, but he's certainly been able to field all the way through, so too Brad Wheel. We've got an off-spinner bowling, so I guess we need an off-spinner to talk us through it.
What a time to be alive, everyone. The beauty of sport, the beauty of cricket in the purest form. Right arm off-spinner. Just before lunch. Is it Felix Oran? Yep.
It is.
Can't say I've ever seen him bowl.
Has he got his sunnies on?
No. Oh, he hasn't got his sunnies
No,
on.
he
That needs to
hasn't,
change.
No.
Get those on quick. Trademark. He's going to bowl right arm over to Joe Clark here. Back of a length start, quite quick.
What I've noted in the past with Felix Oran, and this is a good thing, he always looks as if he expects a wicket every ball. From his reaction as soon as he's released it, he's ready to celebrate.
He's coming in again. Outside the off stump, just prodded forward and defended by Joe Clark. Yeah, excitable.
Yeah,
he's a
Excitable.
puppy. He's a puppy, Felix Oran. The 1-2 day game I ever played, I ruined with him. And he's a proper puppy on and off the pitch. He's kind of one of those people that will get really excited about tiddlywinks.
Chucking the ball and hopefully something will happen. Oh, it's a good bit of work off his own bowling there. Stopped to run. It was pressed forward, aiming for long on there was Joe Clark. Oh, Keith Barker's back on the floor doing his side clams.
Thanks to producer Kirsty, we've got our pictures back here. The stream is back. Anybody who's switched to radio only, the stream is back on, available to watch now, folks.
Organ in once more. Joe Clark stepping outside his off stump there.
Where
Just
would
defending.
we be without producer Kirsty? Thank you very much.
What a legend.
Off air.
Yeah, with no stream, that is exactly where we'd be. Organ at the top of his mark once more. Joe Clark waits. It's a firm shot to Keith Barker there. Pulls out the long barrier at mid-off. So He's back with quite a bit of intent here against the off-spinner Joe Clark. He's stepping a long way outside off stump. He's going to have to try and potentially rein himself in with 8 minutes to go. It's tea at 1, a lunch at 1.
It is, yeah.
Look at me knowing the times. Oh, down the wicket comes there. Plays that nicely and confidently to mid-on and trundles through for a single.
Producer Kirsty says we'd all have more hair if she wasn't here.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Don't think I would. 121 for 4 is the score. Yesterday, Asiba Mead out before the close for naught, second ball of the innings, and then this morning the wickets going down at 33, 38 and 44. A Kyle Abbott shaped hole blasted through the Nottinghamshire top order. I'm wondering if that's a sponsor's logo shaped mess down here on the outfield, and I hate to use the word mess when I'm referring to Trent Bridge because it's glorious, but where all the bowlers are running in, it does look as if it's a little bit worn, and it may be the shape of a very large sponsor's logo.
Clark on strike. Barker to begin a new over, and that tucks Clark up, pushes it into the onside, and there's no run. I was going to ask about that because it's too close to the wicket to be one of the matting for a TV match, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think televised games here this year.
No.
I can't remember there being any sponsored stuff on the ground either, so I'm not sure what
Stage?
It does look gives a bit at both ends as well.
Yeah.
It's a little bit dry there, but the rest of the outfield's looking lush. The groundsmen do a wonderful job there, don't they?
Yeah, fabulous.
They really do. They'll be working hard to get that looking fresh as always.
Clark on strike. He has 48 and faces up to Keith Barker on the back foot, pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Would it have anything to do with the T20 Blast advert? So I know a lot of production goes into that, doesn't it? So I wonder if has there been a flamethrower or something going on that? I don't know. It's kind of parched, doesn't it? Some kind of pyrotechnic that's...
They did a drone show, didn't they? The drones are aerial, so I don't know if they had some kind of stage for that. I'm not sure about that one.
Barker over the wicket and lets it go outside the off stump as Joe Clark. That's interesting.
I can't remember it being there a couple of weeks ago either. Truth be told.
You know when they do have the matting for the TV games, a slide on that hurt.
Oh, it's not pleasant.
Was it not?
No. Nicer than sliding on the Hessian mats they put out to cover the wickets though, because they are just absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, none of those on show today. Square looking resplendent here at Trent Bridge as that's left outside the off stump by Clark.
Do get a bit stressed running over the sponsors mats. Sometimes your spikes kind of catching them a little bit funny. I don't often find myself anywhere straight the wicket. It's normally someone favoured with a little bit more height stands there and quickly moved out of that position.
Well, if you're therefore square of the wicket, that means you're not far away from the flamethrowers.
I tell you, they're hot. They are.
Yeah.
They do give you a bit of a fright when they go off.
I was going to say,
I've stood close to one, too close to one before, and it did nearly an explicit word came out of my mouth.
Barker into Clark, beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery, just in that corridor of uncertainty. Good length as well. Clark's looked pretty at ease in the last hour or so, but that troubled him outside the off stump. They have this sort of red and white tape, don't they? Almost looks like a crime scene around the like the police tape around the flamethrowers. Do not encroach.
If you're stood on the boundary and the flamethrowers are often in front of the hoarding.
Barker in once more to Clark, who nudges that nicely onto the onside, out to Ali Orr at deep mid wicket, and they'll come through for a single. Clark on to 49. End of the over, 122 for 4. We have 4 minutes to go until lunch, and Nottinghamshire's lead is 81 runs, so effectively 81 for 4.
Yeah, we're also 4 minutes away from the start of the first Charlotte Edwards Cup match of the day. Lancashire Thunder playing Northern Diamonds at Old Trafford. Northern Diamonds won the toss and decided to bat first. The other two matches start at 2:30, I think it is today.
England taking on Pakistan as well. International T20 at Headingley. Getting underway at 1 o'clock. Live commentary, of course, available on BBC Sounds. We're going to stay right here at Trent Bridge then.
Off spinner comes in again. Oh. One bounce back to the bowler there from Clark.
England have won the toss and they're going to bat first in that one. And the one change for England is that Lauren Filer replaces Lauren Bell. Filer in for Bell. England 2-0 up in that series, of course. 1 game to play.
Organ in once more. Oh, slapped away dismissively through the offside from Joe Clark. Excellent work on the boundary there. Saved 3 runs. And that brings up 50 for Joe Clark. Played a lovely innings here, actually. He was tested early. Carl Abbott running in from Stuart Broad end. He found some lovely rhythm, but he's put away every bad ball that's come to him. Joe Clark, he's looked really organised. He's 50, not out of 91 balls with 5 fours, 1 6, striking at 94.
He was at the crease early on this morning, wasn't he? Second ball of the morning when Will Young was dismissed, so quickly out there and quickly into his day's work.
He seems to have found a good partner at the other end with Jack Haynes, who stuck around with him. And he's just pressing that one out into the offside. As Organ does the fielding off his own bowling, jogs back to his mark. Try and get another one in, I think, here. When the off spinner comes back in over the wicket, once more holds the ball in front of his face. Pressed out, another good diving start. They've been tidy in the field. Hampshire.
Do you make a Felix Organ's action?
He's got tidy action. Gets through the crease nicely. Walk in, bit of a jog, jump. Bowls that one a little bit straighter this time to Haynes, who flicks it away through mid-wicket, and they come through for another single. Fielding's done by James Fuller. Yeah, it doesn't look to be a lot of spin on this wicket thus far.
Bless you.
Big sneeze from the crowd there. Organ once more. That was unconvincing there from Joe Clark as he comes down. Always looked like he was caught in 2 minds whether to hit it long on or just whack it over cow corner, and ends up dividing the gap between mid-wicket and the bowler.
And the sprint is on. Hampshire trying to get one more in before this lunch interval. 12:59 says the clock at the bottom end, the bottom right, left-hand corner. There we go, of the scoreboard at the Stuart Broad end, and we are going to get one more in then.
Mark the Mod, who yesterday went with some of his Leicestershire pals to Grace Road and saw Gloucestershire rack up 700, heard me mention it. Here's Barker. Just do this ball with you and come back to that. Barker comes into Clark, who's on 51, keeps us out. He heard me saying about how many extras and whatever. He said, yeah, there were lots and lots of wayward Leicestershire bowling yesterday, he said. And did he know that Josh Hull splattered Cameron Bancroft's stumps off a no ball when it was 200 for none?
I saw that. The next ball went for 4, I think. Absolute classic.
Thank you, Mark the Mod.
Here's Barker then, running away from us to bowl to Clark, who's forward in defence, covering up, and there is no run.
I was wondering if we might be having a 3-day finish, but it still might happen, but not so. At least fighting back a little bit in the second half of this morning's session. Thanks to Lucy, she's just saying that Chris Benjamin is a concussion replacement for Sam Haynes in that match at Chelmsford between Essex and Warwickshire. Poor old Sam Haynes.
Barker bowling to Clark, beats Clark outside the off stump and bounces just in front of Ben Brown. A little bit of variable bounce generally actually from this Radcliffe Road end this morning. A little bit of invariable bounce from Barker and from Fuller.
Didn't know much about Sam Haynes at all really until that unfortunate incident when he drilled the ball back at Luke Fletcher and struck Luke in the on the head.
Clark facing up to Barker, and he's on the back foot steering that down to third, and they'll come through for a single. Fletcher Middleton doing the fielding. Clark on to 52, 126 for 4.
You're always aware with something like that there's two sides to things, and many, I mean I was there, but heard many times from Luke his side of things. But then I did Luke's autobiography with him, and here's Sam's number. Ring Sam up for his perspective on it. Whatever. I had a chat for about an hour and whatever, and sort of got to know him a little bit through that.
Barker bowls short one to Haynes, who ducks that.
Yeah, it must live with you for a while, that.
Yeah.
Because that was a horrendous incident, wasn't it?
Yeah. 126 for 4. This, in all probability, will be the final over of the session, because we're just going to do an update into the Radio Nottingham news. It's about 2 or 3 minutes past 1. Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, 1 ball left. In fact, it's just going to be bowled now, and then I'll tell you the lunchtime score. It's defended by Jack Haynes. Now, Haynes is 31 not out. Joe Clark 52 not out. They've added 82, and they've sort of gone some way to getting Nottinghamshire out of a big hole. Notts lead at the moment by 85. They lost 3 wickets right at the start of the day to Kyle Abbott. They were in a mess at 44 for 4, but at lunch, 126 for 4. So there's the update for BBC Radio Nottingham this morning. Then pretty much just told you, Will Young out for 14, Ben Slater for 19, Tom Moores for 4, all to Kyle Abbott. At that stage, Notts were effectively just 3 runs in front, 4 wickets down, but thanks to Clark and Haynes, as I say, Joe Clark 52 not out, Jack Haynes 31 not out. At lunch, 126 for 4, that's a lead of 85. Thanks to Lucy Hyam this morning, thanks to Robbie James as well, and principally thanks to you for being there, and for everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. We'd love to hear from you at Brace Cricket on the Twittery thing, at
solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Enjoy your lunch, Lucy, and for everybody else, we'll be back in about 40 minutes time. Hope you'll join us then. Will Long make their way out to the middle. Shortly about to begin session 8 of a prospective 12 in this Division 1 game between Notts and Hampshire. Hope you all lunched well and are ready to go again. The big debate, inches or centimetres, miles or kilometres. Anyway, we won't drag all the listeners into what we've just been discussing in the commentary box here while we're waiting for the players to come out. When did this country go decimal? And if we haven't gone decimal, why do people talk about kilometres? And anyway, that's me. Did I mention road signs? They're all in miles. They're all in miles. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Get it off your chest, Dave. Yeah, I did. Joe Clark and Jack Haynes on their way out to the middle. Lucy Hyam from The Blaze is with us, and also replacing Mr. James, we've got Mr. James here today. Kevin James from Solent Sport has done the first 2 days, and all being well, assuming there is some cricket for him to watch, he'll be back tomorrow. And his stand-in is also Mr. James from Solent Sport, Robbie James. Hopefully enjoying his first visit in the commentary box at Trent Bridge, and hopefully he enjoyed his sponge pudding and custard.
Well, I did, until you said that I had custard on my chin, and I got all panicky, and then realised that you were pulling another one on me, Dave. So yeah, it was a lovely lunch, and really enjoyed it. And it was hot custard. Did burn my tongue probably 3 times, but it was beautiful nonetheless.
Did you have a dessert as well?
Did I have it? Oh, you.
What did you have? What was mains then? What was it? What was it today?
I had what did I have? That was it. The pulled pork pasta.
Sounds good.
Pulled pork pasta. A few peppers in it. I was being healthy. Lucy didn't go for dessert though.
I didn't go for dessert. I did have a steak and ale pie though.
Athlete.
Pacing herself. The scones and jam and cream at tea. Take us away, Mohammed Abbas, and one of our excellent commentary team will talk you through it.
Here he comes then, running towards us. It's Joe Clark, who has 52 to his name on strike, and he's forward and playing that straight back to Mohammed Abbas for no run. 126 for 4, lead 85. So effectively, Nottinghamshire 85 for 4 in their second innings. And, well, if you'd said to us, will Kevin James be back tomorrow, maybe around about 11:30 this morning, we might have been thinking maybe not. But at 1 o'clock, with Nottinghamshire adding 93 in the morning session for those 3 wickets, we're in a much better place than they were at 11:30 this morning. Here's Abbas once again to Clark, who pushes that to Michael Nisa, who's fielding at mid-on. Couple of slips in place as a fielder out on the deep point boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep forward square leg, and a fine leg as well, who is Felix Oran just below us to our left-hand side.
Pyro Shaughnessy does like to have a look at bowlers' footmarks, doesn't he? He's having a look again. Yeah, you just saying that 93 for 3. I guess in isolation you'd say that's not too far off an even session. I mean, it feels like Hampshire are on top, and in a sense they are, but 93 for 3, that one particular session, Notts came back well.
Bass over the wicket to Clark again, straight line to Clark, gets a thick inside edge, and it will run down to Felix Oran at fine leg. They'll think about coming back for 2, but settle for the single. Good bit of work from Felix Oran. 127 for 4.
We're in our pigeon coop in here, not in the direct sunlight, but just had 30 seconds outside. It is actually quite warm on the old terrace area out there.
It's toasty. I was slightly worried when I looked in the mirror and I went to the bathroom 5 minutes ago. I thought my chest was starting to get a little red, and I suddenly started thinking, oh no, it's the reflection off the windows. Not that I have got a top on, by the way. I meant my upper chest. I've got a polo anyway. Complicated. Left outside of the off stump. Haynes leaves that one away.
I'm glad you clarified that one.
A V, you know what I mean. Yeah, good. Anyway, Mohammed Abbas into his 12th over.
Lovely to see all the mums and dads and boys and girls on the outfield with bats and balls out there. It's one of the absolute joys of county cricket, the grounds that let everybody get out and just stretch the legs and have a run about and bring the kids, have a go.
Playing a fair bit of cricket as well, as on the back foot is Haynes, pushing that into the offside, and he gets a single for his troubles as Fletcher Middleton runs around to his left-hand side. One more to the total, 128 for 4.
They enjoyed watching the Dawson family yesterday with Liam out there as well, playing with his young ones and the family, and the same again today. It was nice to see. And even Aaron, who sets the day up and works so hard in our production office. He was out there with his family, bowling 1 or 2 no balls. Bit of a dodgy action, but nice to get out in the fresh air.
Final ball of the first over after the lunch break, and it's edge, thick outside edge, just drops in front of James Vince at second slip. It's going to go down to the third man boundary. Ali Orr and Liam Dawson are after it, and they'll come back for a couple, I think they picked up there in the end. But thick outside edge, James Vince in with half a shout, but ultimately that ball just bouncing in front of him. End of the over, 130 for 4.
There was a gentleman yesterday, I didn't see him today, disappointingly. There was a gentleman yesterday who came full John Terry, was out there playing with his mates in the full whites, with the helmet on, with the arm guard, with the batting gloves, with the pads, out there running about batting, bowling, fielding. The full John Terry out there. Now, whether it was a
Lost bet.
whether he was the stag, whether it was a lost bet, whatever it was, but it was an enjoyable watch, but didn't see him today, disappointingly.
Keith Barker limbering up. He's going to bowl left arm over here to Haynes. Just as a bit of gardening, a few heel flicks. Ready to go after what I can only assume will be a great lunch over there in the Trent Bridge Pavilion. In comes Barker. Standard line length, left outside the off stump by Haynes. He continues on 32.
There must be some places where people have lost bets or been a stag or something like that and had to wear cricket kit in the most absurd of scenes. There must be some people that have had to like go into a casino or go into, I don't know, go swimming in
I don't know.
cricket
You
kit.
see him in the darts. I mean, that's not a lost bet. That's from choice, isn't it? They'll often go in full cricket gear, or as the umpires, all as Dickie Birds in the umpire's coat.
Barker comes in once again. Knees pumping after lunch. Into Haynes, just defends that into the leg side for no run. I know the England girls, when they used to train at Loughborough, there used to be a place called the Nutrition Lounge, a big eating kind of cafeteria place, sectioned off from the normal uni students, and a couple of occasions they did some challenges of some sort, and there were some photos circulating of certain girls eating their lunch in their batting gloves, trying to use a knife and forks. I'm assuming that was the punishment for losing whatever challenges they were, which would have been an entertaining exhibition.
Still with a knife and fork?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope not their hands, as Barker comes in once again. It's a nice looking shot from Clark as he pushes it straight down the ground towards mid-off, come through for a single.
Yes, make a bit of a mess of the gloves, wouldn't it, dipping it in the soup?
Yeah, it's not the one, is it? To be fair, they've probably got so many pairs of gloves these days they can afford to do that.
So says somebody by the sound of it, desperate for a new sponsor. Is that,
No, very happy with
Are
my
you looked
sponsor.
after?
Well, very well looked after.
All the kit?
All the kit.
Enough bats a year?
Got enough bats, yeah.
How many do you get through a year?
Only 1 or 2, try not to bat. Maybe a few more actually recently. Barker in, slapped on the front foot from Joe Clark, straight extra cover.
I've not met any professional player who is so self-deprecating as you are.
Well, you've just got to stay level, haven't you? It's a long season.
No, I don't think you are level. I think you've dipped below the
Well,
level.
you'd rather be there, wouldn't you?
Have you not heard the phrase "talk yourself up"?
No.
I mean, Chloe Brewer yesterday was saying next week apparently there's an England development game and the
There is,
squad
there's one
hasn't
on-
been picked.
it's been picked now.
And she'd love to play. She'd love to play.
Oh, we'd all love to play, wouldn't we?
Okay.
Barker in once more, left outside the off stump. Yeah,
Well,
they go on.
well, you know,
They play on Tuesday. Kirsty
Right.
Gordon's in it.
and go on. This is
Well,
your
I'd-
chance. You've got the airwaves.
I'd love to play.
You'd love to play.
Love to play England, eh? It's always. I feel like everyone always asks you that. Everyone says, "Oh, England representation." I mean, I'm not that good. I'd love to get a go in England, eh? Don't get me wrong,
But the answer to this is yes. Do you think
It
you
is, yeah.
deserve a spot? I've told you the answer.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I think there's
There
a
you
lot.
go.
There's
There
a
you go.
lot
There
of
you go.
people
There you go.
across the region that deserve a spot. Keep doing what you're doing in your day job, and hopefully you get a go. As Barker comes in once again, as pushed outside on the front foot 3-point, fielded by White. Third man. Look, you're not getting anything out of me.
Take the hopeful out of that sentence. And,
You're not getting anything out of me.
you know, bang the doors down of the coaching staff and the selectors.
Yeah, give them a call.
You're only as good as your last performance.
You are, yeah,
And
quick,
that, by
get me
all
in.
accounts.
They need a batter.
Also, you could. There's more than one way in nowadays as well. If you build your brand So if we gave you 30 seconds to pitch yourself to England A, it's not just what you do on the field. If you pitched yourself right and went viral on TikTok, you could be in the side by next week.
I don't even know what I do on TikTok. All I do is have some bang average banter, like dad jokes and sarcasm, and then
very well.
Make coffee. Like coffee, I make a really good AeroPress. Like top tier AeroPress coffee.
That's not separating you from any cricketer. Love their coffee, don't they? Mohammed Abbas in to start a new over, left outside the off stump from Clark, just a hint of movement away from the right-hander. What is it with cricketers and being obsessed with like becoming baristas in their spare time?
I don't know actually. I don't know. I do enjoy a coffee though. It's nice when you go around the grounds to try and delve into the nice coffee shops. There's a couple of connoisseurs out there.
Is your headphones playing you up? Because every time you waggle it, we're getting a
sorry,
screech.
No. I'll stop doing that. Just thought I'd add something for the listeners to take away from my boring coffee talk.
Another set of headphones if they weren't...
Clark facing to Abbas, a little bit more bounce in that delivery, nudges it back to the bowler and there's no run.
It's something quite satisfying. Get your scales out in the morning, boil the kettle, certain amount of coffee.
Scales?
Oh yeah, it's a science.
Scales for what?
Well, you've got to, for different... I don't know how interesting this is going to be to the listeners.
Interesting.
But here we go. Strap yourselves in, everyone. Depending on how you make your coffee, for different beans, they all need to be ground to different settings, different grind settings, different coarseness, and then different thickness of the bean, effectively. And then depending on how thick the bean is how much water you need to put through the bean to make the coffee.
Moral science in a second. Abbas leaving outside the off stump is Clark. That was good leave. A little bit of extra bounce and not too far away from his off peg. Hang on. So
for example, an AeroPress. You've seen an AeroPress?
No.
Okay, so it's like two bits of plastic on top of each other. You can do an inverted method or you can do it the normal way, and you put your coffee beans in the top. You put some water in. But depending on kind of how many people you're making the coffee for or how strong you like it, you put a different number of grams of coffee ground for an AeroPress into said AeroPress. Water in, give it a stir, give it 30 seconds, spin it over, and then press the filter. It's kind of like a bougie French press kind of vibe.
Obviously. Abbas into Clark, driving up to Keith Barker, who has no floppy sun hat on, which indicates that he's going to bowl at the other end, and there's no run.
Can't believe you didn't know that.
How long does the process take?
3 minutes. Boil the kettle, that's the longest process.
Right.
But it's quite good because you can take to games and stuff, for example, you just take a bag of coffee and your AeroPress, which you can get a travel one that fits in a takeaway mug, and that's it. Good to go.
Are you okay? But you haven't even got to the process of making the art thing where it's like
that's
a heart.
because it's just a black or a white coffee. There's no espresso.
Oh, Abbas into Clark again, who's nudging that off his pads out to the fielder in the deep on the onside. Now come through for a single, 132 for 4. The lead is 91. Sorry, we will move off this in a second.
So if you want to do like a milky coffee latte art sort of vibe, you have to get an espresso machine. So I've just got an espresso, which is the pods. You just put the little pod in, press it down, put the milk in. My other half's got an espresso machine where you do the latte art, steam the milk. But honestly...
So all that science, all that fancy thing that you're doing is to make a black or a white coffee?
To make a black coffee, yeah. It's a 3-minute process. You'd be fine.
But how long did it take you to learn it?
3 minutes.
How many training sessions did you miss? Abbas in final ball of the over and tucks up Haynes, who just gets the top end of his bat on it, steers it down to Felix Oran in fine leg below us, and they'll come through for a single. End of the over then. Nottinghamshire 134 for 4. The lead is 93. That was comprehensive. Yes. Thank you.
It was good when we went to Abu Dhabi on pre-season tour, actually.
They like a coffee.
Oh, but the coffee in the hotel was... Yeah, but it was £8 for a flat white.
Oh.
So the AeroPress was got a lot of use.
You know you can get a jar of instant and just stick a spoon in.
It's not the same. Stick a spoon. It'll do a job. It'll do a job.
How much did you spend on the machine?
What, on the AeroPress itself was like £30. If you were to get an espresso machine, you're looking anywhere from 300 to £5,000.
Oh.
Keith Barker in the left arm over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump by Haynes, taken by the keeper. It's an expensive hobby.
Is it a hobby? Would you call it a hobby?
I'd call it a lifestyle choice. No, that's why I don't have a espresso machine.
That's what people who have an air fryer say.
I tell you, don't get me started on the air fryer. Best thing I've ever bought. That and a cordless vacuum. The life of a 26-year-old has been an awakening.
I'm with you on the cordless vacuum.
Oh my goodness! I actually enjoy hoovering. We are so boring. I am so boring. Keith Barker in once more. Oh. Slightly back of a length there. Haynes just opens the blade on it and runs it down to third man. A trot through for a single. It takes him to 34 and takes Nottinghamshire through to 134 for 4.
It's been fascinating.
Yeah, I'll stop talking for a bit now. I'll just commentate on the cricket. You guys can carry the conversation.
Have you got a cordless Hoover? No, I'm joking.
You got a cordless or a Henry?
I'll get onto an email in a second. solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Or Dave Bracegirdle. Sorry.
Barker in. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery as he nicked it. I think the umpire's just going to come together. It was a great delivery. Just caught the shoulder of the bat, I think. I think the umpires are going to have a conversation about whether it carried there.
Yeah, look at Ben Brown, the keeper.
He's not
gone
sure,
very
I don't
low
think.
to the keeper. Vincent Dawson, the slips, leading the celebrations. Barker from this end, not out, is the verdict. Two umpires have got together. Nigel Long has made the call, having walked over to speak to umpire O'Shaughnessy. They're on the replay.
Yeah.
It's impossible to absolutely detect 100% certain, but
He didn't really go up
as
at
if-
all, did he,
no.
Ben Brown?
I tell you, who did get a good view though, and James Vince, I mean, he's the captain, obviously he wants this wicket, but he was hanging his head there, and he's at second slip, and he's sort of that slip fielder who's level with Ben Brown, so he probably would have had the best view, and he did not look particularly happy with that
He
decision.
doesn't look best pleased there, does he? James Vince stood at second slip at the minute. Barker once again in, left outside the off stump, as the ball makes its way back round the inner ring.
Yes, Hampshire slipped from their normally very high standards just after lunch on whatever day it was, day one of this match, when Notts had 3 reprieves in fairly quick succession. They were trying to recover from 50 for 6 at the time, so any further blows might have been terminal.
Clark waits, batter on strike. Barker in, outside the off stump, left alone again. Still a bit carry through. It's Ben Brown from Barker. All those side clams he was doing earlier limbered him up.
There was an opportunity this morning that went down when Clark was on 16, again low down, but Michael Neser, it appeared he got both hands to it. Neser has been on the field for the injured Tom Prest pretty much throughout the game, was fielding at first slip again pretty much throughout the game, and that's where the chance went down. We've not seen him in at first slip since, whether that's his choice or from the skipper.
Seems to be stood out of cover at the minute. He's walking in his floppy hat. Oh, that squared him up there. Left arm over the wicket though. Big appeal. Umpire's not having any of it. Dot ball. James Vince picks the ball up. Still not looking best pleased.
I'd imagine that pitched outside. We're not in line and have not yet seen a second view on the monitor, but I'd imagine that pitched outside. Either way, umpire giving nothing. Notts 135 for 4. They've added 9 since the luncheon interval. Joe Clark on 57, Jack Haynes on 35. They've added 91.
Robert Marsh on the email, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, yesterday I discovered that county cricket is broadcast live on YouTube. I have to admit that this is the first county cricket I have seen since Middlesex against Hampshire at Lord's in the mid-60s.
Good grief.
Yes, mid-60s, says Robert. Roy Marshall, Peter Sainsbury, Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, Derek Shackleton all playing in that game as Abbas starts a new over, and that's cut nicely out to Ali Orr, who's running away from us at deep forward point, and he doesn't, I can't quite see because I've got a window in my way, but he doesn't manage to cut that off, and it's gone for 4. So 4 more to the total, 4 more to Haynes, moves on to 39, 139 for 4. Slightly obstructed there by the corner of this window. Anyway, Robert on the emails mentioning Middlesex against Hampshire in the mid-60s. It was a drab and horrible day, and the cricket much the same, says Robert. I left the UK for Hong Kong 30 years ago, and am now retired in Thailand.
Ooh.
Not much in the way of cricket to watch, but loads of golf to play, 40-odd courses within an hour's drive. Robert, thank you for your email. Driven, this time by Haynes, out to Ali Orr. Slightly easier piece of fielding for Ali Orr this time. They'll come through for a single, 140 for 4.
I've been watching that called the Race Across the World, where they've been making their way through Thailand, all the way down Southeast Asia, haven't they? I think they're going from Japan all the way down into Indonesia, and they've spent quite a bit of time in Thailand and Malaysia. Very much enjoyed seeing the sort of on the ground, pretty much as a backpacker would experience it. Been very enjoyable, that series.
Abbas over the wicket to Clark, beats him outside the off stump, and Ben Brown has to field off a second bounce through to him in the end.
Never been to Thailand. I've been to Malaysia and I've been to Singapore, but not been to Thailand.
You strike me as someone that would be to Thailand.
I have been to Thailand.
Yeah, knew it.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Because you're wearing your Birkenstocks.
Oh.
You're quite cool. Quite cool people go to Thailand.
Well, I was very fortunate to go a couple of times when I was younger.
Were you one of the people that went to find themselves?
No, I didn't go on a gap year. Straight to university for me.
Abbas in once more to Clark. Short one, gets a glove on it. Through to Ben Brown. Is he gone? Yes, he is. They've got Joe Clark, and Abbas celebrates with real emotion. You could probably hear him there on the effects mic. A short ball from Mohammed Abbas that got up, got a glove on it, did Joe Clark, trying to hook it away to that big leg side boundary, and it just looped up, and it was a fairly simple catch in the end for wicketkeeper Ben Brown. Joe Clark on his way for 57, and the first wicket of the afternoon session goes. It's gone to Mohammed Abbas. Nottinghamshire 140 for 5.
Yeah, he's persevered. He's bowled a few short balls today, hasn't he, Mohammed Abbas? Seemed to surprise Joe Clark. Well directed, wasn't it? Straight at the helmet.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to quite get on top of that one. Like I said, gloved it, ballooned up. Easy catch to Ben Brown behind the stumps.
I mean,
needed that one, Hampshire, didn't they, really? It was a partnership beginning to really develop, and they batted nicely, those two. We'll be disappointed with that Joe Clark.
I just wonder if you can't blame him for not expecting it, because Mohammed Abbas is not but by any means sharp pace, as Joe Clark gets a good reception from the Trent Bridge faithful as he makes his way off the pitch, and I think there's a good reception as well for Lyndon James, who is the new batter. Made 100, of course, in the first innings, but yeah, I just don't think that Clark was necessarily expecting a short ball from Mohammed Abbas there.
I think sometimes the pace of it, you expect yourself to put that away, but it was well directed, and I guess sometimes the pace, even if it's not express pace and you're not kind of have those fearful thoughts, it's surprised them.
And if he was express pace, probably would have gone straight over Ben Brown's head. would have gone for 4.
Interesting to see. I know there's quite a number of photographers here. If any of them got some of the joyous celebrations or the already anticipatory leaps in the air as everybody was screaming to catch it, the wicket keeper. I mean, Mohammed Abbas, he leapt as high as I've ever seen him. And Vince and Dawson also. I guess there's some great shots of them celebrating. That might just be a combination of things. They'll know they wanted to get Joe Clark out, but I just wonder if there's any residue from the previous over, when certainly some of the side thought they'd got him then.
Yeah, probably likely from the slip cord, and he probably felt a little bit hard done to in the previous over.
Now then, Lyndon James, new batter for Nottinghamshire, 106 not out in the first innings. Batted really well, didn't he, Dave?
Did indeed, yeah. He's, let's have a little look. He's gone into this game averaging 32 for the season. He had a 96 against Worcestershire, but certainly that will have improved. The first innings, 106 not out. It was his 4th first-class 100, but nice one to tick off, I guess, in that it's a Division 100. He got 3 in 2022, and Notts were in Division 2. Didn't get any last year, so nice to tick off that little milestone.
Facing up to Mohammed Abbas, who's over the wicket, so it beats him outside the off stump. He was just coming forward to that one, taken by Ben Brown, and there are 3 slips in place now. Michael Neese has gone back into first slip, Dawson at second, and the captain James Vince at third.
Actually going very, very early on this, because he got a century in the first innings. I know he's on 0 not out, but he'd love to emulate what Keaton Jennings has done. You may remember I mentioned just before lunch he was 93 not out. He's got his 100 now. He's 107 not out, so a century in each innings for Jennings against Durham, his former county.
James with 8 on his back, long sleeve shirt, beaten again outside the off stump to one that I think just nips away from him there at the last minute. A good over from Mohammed Abbas. James survives his first couple of deliveries. A wicket taking over for the Pakistan seamer. Nottinghamshire 140 for 5, effectively 99 for 5.
Yeah, you mentioned the 8 on his back. There was the ceremonial handing over of the number from Stuart Broad at the end of last season to the young protege, if you like. Lyndon James like Broad, both went to Oakham School. Yorkshire been set to score, what was it, 183. They're 54 for 4. Root has gone and George Hill has gone. Adam Lythe is still there. 54 for 4, needing a further 129. That's against Sussex. Here's Lucy.
Barker in, Haynes on 40, face taking strike, outside off stump. Few not carried all the way through to Ben Brown, who's taken quite a few on the half volley behind the stumps today. They've been quite tidy, haven't all looked easy.
And the answer to that is?
Take a step forward.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair to him, there were a few earlier that did carry through and he took quite high, kind of above mid-chest height, so I wonder if that's just in the back of his mind, that if a nick comes, although there was a nick 2 overs ago that didn't carry, so you might have a point there, Dave.
Well, Ben Brown would be the best place to judge, wouldn't he?
Barker in once more, a left armour, tighter on the line, defended back out to mid-on by Haynes.
Lead is 99. Don't think even if Notts were able to double that with the next 5 wickets, 200, I don't think that would overly concern Hampshire. I think they'd go into their second innings favourites if they were chasing 200, so Notts have got a lot of work to do. They really need that big partnership sometime soon.
Yeah, I think the 2 batters here will be hoping they're going to put their hand up and provide that partnership as Barker comes in once more. It's a fuller ball, driven at by Jack Haynes, straight to extra cover.
I do wonder, though, what not having won a game this season, not having got over the line this season will do to Hampshire having to chase. Not that they've had a miserable start to the season by any stretch of the imagination, but you just wonder if maybe that'll just put 30 extra runs, something like that, 40 extra runs on this total. Bit of scoreboard pressure, chasing your first win.
Barker turns, comes in again. Just defended back to mid-off by Jack Haynes, tidy in defence.
And then flip that the other side. We always know in sport that adversity plays a big part, and they'll all have, I'm sure, shared in Tom Prest's news and feel down for the lad. And it just wouldn't be cricket, wouldn't be sport if in the huddle this morning, come on, let's have a good day, let's do this for Tom.
Yeah, for sure. Haynes taps his bat. Quite a big bend of the knees, and is ready to face the delivery. It's a full ball, driven out nicely, but for no run to mid-off. So Fuller does the fielding, throws it back to Michael Neser to shine it up.
Elsewhere, there's a women's T20 international going on, 3rd in the series. England 120 for 3 after 14 against Pakistan, and the first of the Charlotte Edwards Cup matches of the day. Underway at Old Trafford. Northern Diamonds 89 for 5 after 18. It's obviously against the Thunder. 89 for 5 after 18.
Still win a game from there. I think they're going to need a few more at Old Trafford, to be honest, but you never know in T20 cricket. Change of angle for Barker as he comes around the wicket. Into Haynes again. Straightest delivery. Just back of a length, the defender back up for another dot ball. Tidy over there from Barker.
Yeah, we mentioned Tom Prest in that over, just for those of you that haven't heard the news yet. Fractured his shoulder and he is not going to bat in this game, and he's out for up to 6 weeks, so Hampshire going to be without Tom Prest for a little while. And that again, like you say, will just add a little bit more pressure in that second innings, in the sense that they're 1 batter light. Lead currently 99. If 5 wickets were to fall for no runs, unlikely, Hampshire would need 100 to win. Mohammed Abbas then to start a new over to Lyndon James from that Stuart Broad end, running towards us with 3 slips awaiting him, and he bowls a short one to James, similar to that one that got Joe Clark in his previous over. Lyndon James ducks it and it goes through to Ben Brown.
Simon Trafford, who's maybe on the ground, is one of those photographers I was talking about. Simon Trafford says, so Dave, I'm presuming Paul Franks was the last Notts number 8 to score a century for the county, because obviously Stuart Broad didn't. He got one in England colours back in 2010 against Pakistan. I would guess so, Simon, but I'll pop an asterisk in there.
Abbas past umpire O'Shaughnessy and lets it go outside the off stump. Does James?
I don't know when Paul got his last 100 off the top of my head. I presume he'd have been wearing 8, but he had number 9 for a long time, Simon, and I don't know if you know that. I've not got that much memorabilia. Lots of tap, but not that much memorabilia. But I have got a Paul Franks number 9 shirt from when he had 9. I know he did switch to 8 late on in his career, so maybe even his last not century was wearing 9, but Paul would know.
James on strike, leaving that one outside the off stump.
Interesting to see Michael Neese is back at first slip. He's been reinstated. Maybe it was Vince not wanting to field at gully. Although Michael Neese looks a bit stiff, having not bowled. 3 days out in the field.
That must
The
be
Aussie.
frustrating.
It's not what he signed up for.
Especially as a fast bowler, isn't it?
He's just joined a new county. So yeah, I'll come to Nottingham, sharing a bit of team bonding, get used to the lads, sit on the balcony, watch a bit of cricket.
I dare ask he might not be there if it was freezing cold and overcast though. As Abbas bowls, good delivery to James. Just bounces a fraction, nips it past the top edge of James's bat.
Yeah, 2 bowlers now to have found some rhythm from that Stuart Broad end. Abbas after lunch, Kyle Abbott the start of the day. He's being warned about his feet, I think, again.
Just a little word from umpire Shaughnessy there.
Every bowler, every day, get off my land.
Protective.
Ahmed Abbas wearing a short sleeve top, and he's got one of those under armour thingamybobs, long sleeves as it looks as he runs towards us and bowls over the wickets. James beats him again outside the off stump. It's good this from Ahmed Abbas. Found a bit of rhythm, and Hampshire just sensing that there is an end open.
He's on naught, and of course it's very different from when he left the field yesterday morning, 106 not out, because at that stage every time he was on the strike there were 9 fielders on the boundary trying to stop him getting runs, and then obviously bringing them in for the last ball or 2 in the over, wanting to bowl at Dame Patterson. But very different, as they always say, every innings you start afresh on naught.
He's got one more delivery of this Mohammed Abbas over to face, and it's a well directed delivery, and he gets a thick edge down to the fielder at third man. He'll run around and collect it. They'll get a single. Lyndon James off the mark. End of the over, 141 for 5. The lead is 100. I'm also going to take a team selfie because I need to stay relevant and cool, if that's okay with you both.
Of course it is.
Doesn't make very good radio.
Your photo.
There we go, that was good radio for a second. Thank you.
Do you want me to take a new photo of your profile picture?
Well, no, I need to use this. That's the point. I needed a new profile picture.
141 for 5.
That was unnecessary.
It was.
I apologise profusely.
What's your next game, Robbie? Do you know? Flit in and out between women's cricket and men's cricket, and doing this, that, and the other. That profile you're on about is also says presenter and DJ.
Oh,
well, yes.
Is the DJ work involved as well?
Well, I don't do as much. Although funny you bring this up, Dave. More to come.
Barker. Left arm over, left outside the off stump by James.
Well, naturally, because I'm a radio guy, I've done a lot of music radio, so naturally you have to DJ. But I did actually. Kevin James is away on a family thing today. I did actually DJ Kevin James's daughter's wedding.
Did you?
A couple of years ago, I did.
Oh.
In a beautiful part of Somerset, and I might have played the Test match theme tune for Kevin James at the wedding.
That's terrific.
Honestly.
It's time you got another booking. If it's been 2 years though.
Marker in. James leaves that one alone again outside the off stump.
I'm not sure Soul Limbo always goes down that well. I might explain it.
No, that's terrific. That's great.
It's beautiful. Yeah,
What genre do you opt for?
Would you believe me if I said student anthems?
Student anthems, wow.
But now because
Be
you
good
know
at a
how.
cricket ground, that.
Sorry?
Be good at a cricket ground, that. Student anthems.
Well, we tried to do that. I did have a little bit of the say in the music yesterday for your
Did you?
game, Lucy.
It was good music, yeah.
Was it all right?
Well, I didn't get a walkout song, but
You
apart from
didn't.
that, yeah.
No, you didn't. Sorry about that.
Barker in. bit straight at that time, just clipped off his legs by Lyndon James. He comes through for a single.
Well, he did have on standby, if you had got out, he picked a fine time to leave me Lucille. How about that one?
Oh, that would have been fine.
That wasn't bad off the cuff,
That was
it?
good, well done.
That was
a good one, yeah.
What was Elton John? Lucy in the Sky
Guy
with Diamonds?
That'd have been a great one. So you could have had a field
There
day.
you go.
There's something in
Come on, Robbie.
Yeah, sorry.
You know, I've just plucked those in an instant.
No, there were some good songs actually. I was having a good time at the
Well,
square
yeah.
leg boundary. Whilst I couldn't see the ball, I was having a little dance. Haynes on strike. A bit of extra bounce there from Barker. Just pulled his length back a bit. Just deflected out to the offside by Haynes.
Presume it is Lucille.
No, it's not. It's straight
It's just
Lucy.
loose.
Yeah.
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 With a Y.
Lucy with a Y, yeah.
Do you get very angry if people spell it IE?
No one really does.
No?
No. I get a lot of mispronunciations of my surname. A lot.
Higham. You get
Yeah,
that?
Higham.
Yeah.
I get all sorts.
Go with it.
Oh no, so some of them are not good as Barker comes in. Left alone outside the off stump by James. Yeah, there's a few that I'm not really a fan of.
Can't think of any. Higham or Hidjum? Can't think of any others. Or are they non-radio friendly?
They're non-radio.
Oh, sorry, the nickname. Oh, right, I see.
No, as in like pronunciation of my last name.
All right.
As long as they spell it right on the checks, Luce, that's all
That's
you've
all
got to worry
tell you.
about.
That's all you've got to worry about. All you've got to worry about.
If we're still working checks in this day and age.
Oh, it's all online these days, isn't
Yeah.
it? Final ball of Barker's over. That's a good line of length, well defended out there by Lyndon James. Moves on to 2 runs. And Nottinghamshire 143 for 5.
Quick reminder, if you were just joining us, wherever you've been out and about on this Sunday, beautiful weather, I think, pretty much up and down the country. Nottinghamshire started the day 33 for 1, trailing by 8. There were 3 early Kyle Abbott wickets this morning. Second ball of the day, Will Young, caught by Ben Brown for 14, and then Ben Slater went LBW again to Kyle Abbott for 19, and the third, probably most dramatic wicket of the morning was Tom Moore's. Kyle Abbott again sending his off-stump cartwheeling out of the ground, and then just the one afternoon session wicket so far, and it's gone to this man who's about to begin another over, Mohammed Abbas, wicket of Joe Clark, as he's in now and bowling to Haynes, who gets a thick edge in front of James Vince. That second slip.
Nick Morrell, one of our regulars, he's playing as well. I don't remember this one, Nick. Lucy by Mud. Remember Mud, the old tiger feet and the cat crept in and all that? Lucy, or is it LL Lucy? Don't remember that one, Nick, but thanks for playing along, as they say. Mud. Way before your
Yeah,
time.
I think I've not heard of them, unfortunately.
Tiger feet?
No, I haven't heard of Tiger Feet either.
Abbas on his way, that's down the leg side, get something on it, does Haynes. I think it's off his pad, is it? Runs to the fine leg boundary. No, signalled as runs, I think, by umpire Shaughnessy in the end. So 4 more to Haynes. He moves on to 45. Nottinghamshire 147 for 5. Leaders 106.
It's all gifts gratefully received, and I think anything speared down the leg side would fit into that category. Just need to get something on it.
Yeah, just fractionally missing out on his line. I think that fielder at fine leg has just moved 5 yards maybe to his right hand side, as in is Abbas again, and that just tucks up Haynes. I wonder if it maybe just kept a fraction low. It looked like he was surprised by it in some way or form. No run in the end. Just a bit of extra noise out there from Hampshire at the moment. You might be able to hear on the effects mic.
Yeah, because Jack Haynes has just suddenly gone up a rung in the order of prominence and experience and standing out there in the middle. In many senses, he was just going sort of under the radar because the big shots were coming from Joe Clark.
He's got 45 to his name as that one tucks him up and he nudges it into the onside. No run.
It's not to take anything away from him. It's a near-on faultless innings, but we saw some crashing extra cover drives from Joe Clark, and we really emphatic, really good shots of intent, and we've not seen that from Jack Haynes. But of course now when you've got a new man at the crease, the focus suddenly automatically switches on the one that's been there for a while, and Hampshire are doing everything they can to dislodge Haynes sooner rather than later.
3 fielders out currently for Haynes. The bar gets a short one from Abbas, ducks it with ease, I think it's fair to say. And I think Abbas just has a little word, just or a stare or a word, one or the other, before walking back to his mark.
Generally try and find a birthday associated with each of these sides. I'm afraid 19th of May comes up blank for Nottinghamshire. Can't find a Nottinghamshire player with a birthday on the 19th of May. I've got a Hampshire one, but again it's not, I don't think anybody that you possibly have heard of. Robbie?
Bass in for the final ball of the over. Cut away from Haynes out to that fielder at deep point. Alior does the fielding. They'll come through for a single. 148.45 at the end of Mohammed Abbas' 16th over. He's got 1 for 36.
But if Dave Allen's still with us, the Hampshire archivist who was listening along and watching along this morning, he would remember Sean Graff, fast bowler, Australian. I think he played a little bit of Test cricket. Sean Graff, but he played some seasons in county championship cricket for Hampshire through the 80s. 19th of May 1957, Sean Graff is 67, and talking of old groups that nobody bar me will remember, and maybe Nick Morell and maybe Dave Allen. And this Barker, I'll just do this delivery, bowls to Haynes and plays it out on the leg side. Sean Graff, there was a group out there, a rock group, Van der Graaf Generator, and I have a funny feeling they called Graff the Generator, maybe in sort of homage to the group, but there we are. That's the only birthday I can find today connected to either Notts or Hampshire. Sean Graff, Australian international fast bowler, had at least a couple of seasons with Hampshire back in the 80s. He's 67 today. If it's your birthday today, I hope you have a lovely day, and I've enjoyed following along the cricket. You're not missing anything because Hampshire, once again, always putting the H on the front of Hampshire. Hampshire are again asking about a possible ball change. Meanwhile, David says this game swings on Notts finding one, maybe two more reasonable partnerships to allow themselves to put pressure. Looks like wickets have come in clusters. Does that sound fair? It does, David. Absolutely spot on. And of course in the first innings, Lyndon James managed to find 4 willing partners to stick around with him.
Barker changing his angle, coming round the wicket. Oh, back of a length there. I think Jack Haynes looked to slash that away through the offside. Just missed the ball.
I don't know what Robbie's looking up, whether it's Sean Graff or Van der Graaf Generator, but
it's posting on Instagram.
Gotta be done.
If I'm honest. But what did you want me to look up?
No, nothing.
I heard you talking about Graaf Generator and I just got very confused.
No, you're all right.
So I completely just started
Went
blanking
over-
out.
went over my
That's
head.
possibly best.
I didn't quite understand.
Around about the time he played for Hampshire, there was a rock group called the Van der Graaf Generator.
Yeah.
Bizarre name, don't know where it came from.
Short ball from Barker over the head of Jack Haynes, who gratefully ducks underneath it.
I presume it was a mechanical or electrical piece of equipment.
It was. Right, I tried to, I was spelling it wrong, that's why I couldn't find anything when I did Google it earlier. It's with a double A. Van der Graaf Generator. Would you like to know all about it?
Not especially. I mean, if you can do it in 140 characters or less, as they used to say on Twitter.
Well, it's quite clearly an electrostatic generator which uses a moving belt to accumulate electric charge on a hollow metal globe on the top of an insulated column.
How did you not know that?
Obviously.
Barker back in again. Length ball defended into the onside. Would you rather hear about that or how to make an AeroPress coffee?
It's a close run thing. But the cricketer was Sean, S-H-A-U-N, Graff, G-R-A-F, who played for Hampshire, and I'm sure they called him the Generator after the... From the piece of equipment, became the pop group, the Van der Graaf Generator, and then Sean Graff, and I think he inherited his nickname from that.
Dave's been in touch.
Back over the wicket. Oh, where's that one gone? Full shot, straight out to deep square leg. Jack Haynes trots through for a single.
Subject, Sean Graff. I do remember him, says Dave Allen. Years later he came back to coach for a year or two, and I certainly saw Van de Graaff Generator once or twice.
There we go.
See, I know you look at me with so much suspicion, as if everything that comes out of my mouth is a ruse, but now and again I can remember things.
What would give you that impression, Dave? Then comes Barker to Lyndon James. Short ball tucked off the hip. Come through for another single. Nice ripple of applause from the crowd there as Nottinghamshire's 150 come up. They're 150 for 5.
Yeah, it's one of those. Why do they applaud 150, Lucy?
I don't know. Something to celebrate. It's taken them 55 overs to get there.
Lead 109. I think we're assuming they're nowhere near having enough just yet.
And danger man from the first session, Carl Abbott, comes back on from the Stuart Broad end. Definitely been the end to bowl out for the seamers by the looks of it.
Yes, I mentioned earlier in the game there's a feature on Kyle Abbott in this month's Cricketer magazine. Just happened to be reading it the day before the game. 36 years of age. This season will be the last of his current contract, and it's all about him realising that he wants to stay and play more, wants to get himself fit and have a huge season, and he's certainly impressed here, hasn't he?
Figures of 3 for 36 on his way. Bowls thick outside edge from Lyndon James. That'll run down towards the man Ali Orr at deep point, running around to his left hand side. Does well to keep that to just 1 in the end, actually. Score moves on to 151 for 5. I think Hampshire would love to see him back for another season or two. I think he's someone who's fitted in very well and very much found his role. He spends a lot of time, by all accounts from what I hear, with the young bowlers as well, which there are a fair few at Hampshire. Running towards us now. A slimmer Carl Abbott this season as well. Bowls and just comes back a fraction at Haynes, who pushes it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, Kevin's made that comment on both him and Keith Barker, who played magnificently well with the bat yesterday. It was seemed to be becoming a little personal between him and the Notts bowlers. He smashed a couple of wickets off Calvin Harrison and Dylan Pennington, and then tried it again off Ollie Stone and was yorked. Explosive stuff.
Past the umpire is Abbott. Bowls, and that's guided down towards the man again, or deep point region really, in Ali Orr Fields. Come through for a single. 152 for 5.
Seem to be the grinding stage of the innings, don't we now? They're just looking to take whatever they can, risk-free cricket. If it takes them half an hour to just knock on the next 20 or 30 runs, they won't mind, provided they don't lose another wicket.
James Fuller been warming up at mid-wicket in this over as well, as Abbott is in, and Oscar leave from James. Just a bit of extra bounce. Lets that one go through to Ben Brown. Kyle Abbott with his shirt out. Never runs in with his shirt tucked in, does Kyle Abbott. One of those bowlers that lets it all loose. James Fuller just going through a few. He loves a warm-up, does James Fuller. He'll warm up for hours just doing his bowling action. It's quite old school. You don't see that too much in professional cricket, where they do their entire bowling action pre-spell. In is Abbott, and forward is James, pushing it up to Barker at mid-off. Normally you'll see them do a Keith Barker kind of thing, where you're on your back, you're doing your stretches and everything, but James Fuller will actually continuously take a few strides and then do a big looping. There he goes, he's going to do it again and bowl and then follow through.
Is that Liam Dawson who's off the field kneeling by the batman board at the far
I think it is.
end? Yeah.
I think it is.
So he's maybe been off for a comfort break, and I presume Brad Wheel's on as well then somewhere.
Yes, I think out at deep forward square leg, as Abbott is in, bowls, and forward again is Lyndon James. No run, end of the over. Nottinghamshire 152 for 5, lead 111.
Yes, so Liam Dawson comes back to reinforce the slip cordon. Brad Wheel pops off, but of course with only him and Michael Neser here, and Neser on the field, I guess there's not much rest time, not much. In fact, straight away Brad Wheel is being charged with bringing a couple of helmets back on the field. He's not getting much downtime, is he, 12th man in this game?
He's not putting his feet up and doing a crossword, that's for sure.
I think Mohammed Abbas is going off. That was it. Mohammed Abbas went to get the helmets and then sort of say to Brad Wheel, no, you're meant to be taking these on, but now Abbas has gone off and Wheel is staying on. There we go.
And we've got some spin.
We've got a change of bowler. Liam Dawson's going to come on to bowl his left arm spin. We've got a short catching extra cover in, and another straight extra cover just behind him. Deep cover, backward point, one slip. Pretty orthodox leg side field as Dawson comes in. Defended on the front foot by Haynes. Gets through his overs quickly, Liam Dawson, doesn't he? Should speed up that pace play a little bit. Still one over behind apparently. Dawson comes just past the umpire. Back of a length delivery that's cut out to deep cover, and the batters come through for one.
You'll be delighted to know Graham's been in touch about Van de Graaff generator.
Oh, good.
James is taking his time, having a little look at the field. Dawson takes a few steps, jumps, and bowls. Thought about playing a slightly more expansive shot there, did Lyndon James, but opted for the front foot defence. Back to top as mark already, Dawson. Ready to bowl. In he comes now to James, who goes back and defends back out to the bowler once again. Bit of a stalemate going on at the minute. 2 balls remaining in the Dawson over. Left arm round he comes again. Oh, that's a lovely length from Dawson there. Straight extra cover does the work. It's another dot ball.
Don't think I've mentioned it this season. I used to when he first came into the team. Reminds me so much of his physical build, appearance, height, everything, Lyndon James, when Alex Hales first came into the team. Similar sort of height and shape at the crease.
Yeah, crouching down now, taps his bat. Goes back, works that into the leg side, but for no run. End of the over. Quick over by Dawson.
So the important stuff. Graham Rowley, one of our regulars. Good afternoon, Graham. Hi, Dave and team. The mention of Van de Graaff generator reminded me. I saw them sometime in the 60s at a music festival at Knox County's ground. Really enjoying the commentary today, and there's a lot resting on this pair's shoulders, methinks. Thank you very much, Graham. There we are. They did exist.
Well, they did.
Van de Graaff generator.
Looking at some photos of them now.
Oh, yeah.
Great dress sense. They were good times. Anyway, Kyle Abbott to begin another over. His 13th of this innings, running towards us to bowl to Haynes, who lets that one go outside the off stump. A couple of emails through as well, Dave, relating to, I think, a few conversations that were had yesterday. One on Trevor Jesty from Nicholas Rogers, mentioning that Trevor Jesty, he also attended Leesland School?
Yes, yes.
In the 70s, then went to St Vincent School, which is now St Vincent College, and he says Trevor Jesty came to our sports day where he bowled to pupils.
Lovely.
In comes Abbott again to bowl to Haynes, who is on 49, and he pushes that into the offside for no run.
Yeah, we had a correspondent yesterday had found an old school photograph. I think it was a brother and sister who were on the photograph, but also Trevor Jesty from, I think memory serves, 1958 at Leesland School in Gosport.
Yeah, he says Trevor left Hampshire after he was overlooked for the captaincy when Nick Pocock left, and asked why Mark Nicholas was chosen instead of him. He said maybe it was because he didn't have as many middle names. In comes Abbott again to bowl to Haynes, who's forward. Thick inside edge, bit of excitement from the Hampshire slip cordon. Trickles out to the onside, no run. Also got a question for you, Dave.
For me?
Yeah. Subject headline is Mr. Bracegirdle. Comes from Paul Sadler, who says, Dear Dave, can I please take you back to the first game of the season? You back at the first game of the season?
Notts versus Essex, Sam Cook. Notts for Sam Cooked.
Here we go. Do you know the outcome of the Essex batter who had his bat confiscated by the umpire? In comes Abbott to bowl to Haynes once more, over the wicket, short one, Haynes ducks underneath it, Goes through to Ben Brown. You talked previously about it happening to another player whose county side had a points reduction.
Yeah, it was Durham a couple of years ago who had a 10-point reduction. Essex, first game of the season. The umpires, as is their right and their duty, at various points in the game will whip out a back gauge and just check the size of each individual batter's bat.
Abbott running towards us from that Stuart Broad end, bowls, thick inside edge from Haynes. That'll bring him his 50 though as the ball runs down to fine leg. Felix Oran will do the fielding. They'll come back for a second, will be a little tight, but they get through in the end. 50 for Jack Haynes. It's come from 111 balls, included 6 fours. Batted 154 minutes as well. So him and Joe Clark now with a couple of half centuries in this second innings. Joe Clark with 57 before he was dismissed, and Jack Haynes with 51.
Yeah, well battered Jack Haynes. In that match against Essex, it was the batter of the opener, Feroz Kouchi. Didn't go through the gauge. The umpires confiscated it, handed it to the match referee. Statements were taken. They rechecked it. It didn't go through the gauge, etc. Referred to the ECB.
Haynes on strike, bowls. There's Abbott, and that's clipped nicely out to James Fuller in the deep, and they'll come through for a single. End of the over, 156 for 5. The lead is 115.
And I've not seen or heard anything official to follow that up as to what the result of any disciplinary action may or may not be. There's whispers all the time in cricket, but I've not seen or heard anything official as to whether Essex or Feroz Kouchi or both will be subject to any disciplinary action. If and when we hear anything, I'll announce it. Here's Liam Dawson, and there's Lucy Hyam.
In Dawson comes, defended back to him by Jack Haynes. What a tidy line of length so far, Liam Dawson. He's got one sweeper out on the cover boundary and one just behind square to the short boundary on the leg side. In he comes again. Testing line of length once again. Just defended out into the offside by Haynes, who's batted very nicely for his 52. Stabilised the inning for Notts. And he came in with a nice partnership with Joe Clark. Now looking to do the same with Lyndon James. Dawson once more. Oh, that is an absolute beauty. Turn and substantial bounce. Beats the outside edge of Lyndon James. Well mopped up there by Ben Brown, who's quick to whip the bails off as well, just reminding James to stay in his crease. Haynes even. In he comes. Smothered this time by Jack Haynes, who takes a few steps down the wicket. Fielded off his own bowling by Dawson for another dot ball. But that turn and bounce that he just extracted there will keep Dawson interested. Haynes working to mid-on, quick single taken. Positive intent shown there by Jack Haynes to get off strike.
How's your Japanese, Lucy?
Oh, very, very poor. Okay. I'm sure it's about to be tested. I don't know how much I'm going to have to offer in that department as Dawson comes in again. James just rocks back onto his back foot and punches that through cover. Fielded by James Fuller. And they run through for a single. End of the over. 158 for 5.
Well, Sam's one of our regulars, Nottinghamshire supporter, university student in Japan at the moment, in Kobe, continuing his Japanese language studies, and it'll be late in the evening there, but he likes to follow for as long as he can before he nods off to sleep. Hello Dave and team from Kobe in Japan once again. Enjoyed the coffee chat as I'm a recent convert. It's very popular here in Japan. Could also do with a cordless hoover. Hoping to send some Zen vibes. I enjoyed today in an onsen hot spring to the Notts batsman. Notts Gambarui, which means go on Notts. Thank you, Sam. Hope the studies are going well. Love to hear from you. Don't stay up too late. Get your sleep. All important. But love to hear from you from Kobe in Japan.
I knew people would like that conversation. There's a podcast in that, Lucy.
It's like Marmite, isn't it? You either love coffee or you're not really interested.
Well, you can like coffee but not particularly enjoy the conversation about it.
Well, that's true. feel like for those 3 or 4 minutes the viewing rate might have dropped down, so I can only apologise for that.
Yes, Felix the cat. We've got spin at both ends.
What a time to be alive.
Well, I don't know, we could have soared, you know. There's plenty of coffee lovers out there. Here we go then. Felix Oran, slip in place. We've got a short leg as well. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Lyndon James. And he bowls now with what I describe as quite a posh action from Felix Oran, pushed up to Michael Neser at extra cover. It's
Very
quite
traditional,
posh. Do you know what I mean? It's quite
Yeah.
posh. It's quite sort of, oh, darling, kind of, you know. I feel like that's what he's saying as he bowls the ball. Here he is over the wicket. And on the back foot is James, pushing it back to him.
Do know what you mean, very tall, gets right up the top of it. Unlike Liam Dawson that comes around a little bit more to try and not get as much spin.
One of those cricketers that just makes things happen generally when he has the ball in hand, Felix Oran. And he bowls now. Down the track is Lyndon James, pushing that one up to Brad Wheel at mid-on. Sort of halfway back is Brad Wheel though, so they come through for a single. 159 for 5, lead 118. 4 wickets have fallen today. 3 for Kyle Abbott, 1 for Mohammed Abbas. Ends Organ again, driving this time is Haynes out to the fielder, the deep cover boundary. Just underarms it to Michael Neser. 160 for 5. Felix Oran getting through this over quite quickly. Into his third over, 0 for 6. Sunshine out here at Trent Bridge. As forward is James, and there's no run. That wind's just got up, those flags at the Stuart Broad end. Just fluttering a bit more. Trees fairly still. Beautiful day. Hopefully it's as beautiful here as it is wherever you are today. In is Organ again, and down the track this time again is Lyndon James, and it's a crowd catch, bump ball back to Felix Oran. End of the over, 160 for 5. Haynes has 54, James has 6. The lead is 119.
2 run chasers not going particularly well. Certainly that's the case at the Oval, where Worcestershire are 58 for 5, chasing 500. Good luck, Worcestershire. They're obviously planning to have a day off ahead of their match against Notts, first game at New Road in the County Championship. Although there's a game this afternoon just started, Central Sparks against the Sunrisers, but Notts are there on Friday. You'll join me for that one, not supporters.
Dawson in again, Haynes on strike. Oh, just rocks back there, Haynes, not a lot of foot movement, but just guides it down past slip, and they take 1.
And the other one is at Hove, where Yorkshire are now 83 for 5. Been set to score 185, so they need a further 100. Root and Bean and Masood and Hill and Wharton have gone, but Adam Lythe is still there on 37.
Oh, another lovely delivery there. It's like it's skidded through. Beats Lyndon James on the outside edge. Bit of interest from this end for Liam Dawson. 1 skidding through, 1 bouncing in the previous over. Has to be watchful here, Lyndon James. As in comes Dawson again. Goes back and watches that one right into Miller's batting defence. Does Lyndon James?
It's the voice of Lucy Hyam from The Blaze. Who is it you play on Thursday again? Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that in a minute. Lyndon James forward in defence. I think it might be Northern Diamonds, but
It is.
oh yes, look at that.
Well,
You are playing cricket against the Northern Diamonds.
Thank you.
Northern-
They come so thick and fast, you see. It's sometimes just slips from memory as Dawson comes in once more. Oh, Lyndon James back, defending it high at the ground. Back to the bowler.
Well, Northern Diamonds made 109 for 5 in their innings at Old Trafford. Thunder and 19 for 1 in the third in reply.
Yeah, they've got quite a strong team out this week. Lancashire Thunder. Driven by James, straight to, well, actually it was not straight to extra cover, it was a good bit of work at extra cover, diving away to his left to cut that off, end of the over.
Sunrisers are batting against Central Sparks at Worcester, and the other one Western Storm, South East Stars. South East Stars 21 without loss early on there. And England women all out for 176, final ball of the 20th over. That's against Pakistan in the third and final match in their series. where are they today? They're at Headingley today. Top score was Danny Wyatt with 87.
And here at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 161 for 5, leading by 120 in their second innings as Felix Oran begins a new over, and forward is Haynes, just getting a inside edge, and that fielder at short leg, Fletcher Middleton, was interested for half a second there. Maybe a little slower from Felix Oran, tossed up a fraction more, bit of bounce. Slip in place and that short leg, short mid wicket as well, as he's in once more and down the pitch. This time is James, as he... Oh, sorry, it's Haynes that actually was down the pitch, and I wonder if that was a miss-stumping in the end.
Yep.
From Ben Brown, was it?
I think so.
Quite.
I think so.
See if it got through to Ben Brown, but just wait for maybe we might see a replay of that. Couldn't quite tell if it got through to Ben Brown, but if so, I think it was definitely a missed stumping. Haynes on strike once more, and there's a cat caught behind. Appeal, big appeal, but the umpire Shaughnessy says no for a caught behind. So something happening here for Felix Oran in the last two deliveries. Potential miss-stumping from Ben Brown, and then a big shout for caught behind.
Jack Haynes go and have a little walk to square leg and just clear the mind. 2 moments from consecutive deliveries there.
Haynes on strike, Oran bowls, and he's back in his crease this time, just working that to Kyle Abbott, short fine leg. Yeah, had that delivery where he just came down the wicket a fraction. Haynes seemed to miss the ball, and I think it got through to Ben Brown, and it was a miss-stumping, and then coming forward and nearly getting an outside edge. That time he's a little bit more confident in nudging it into the onside, and there's no run.
Very confident Ben Brown for a catch at the wicket, wasn't it?
Ins Oran again. It's a little flatter and just tucks up Haynes, and he survives a challenging over from Felix Oran. He has 55 to his name, 161 for 5.
So it's a Hampshire physio come rushing on. If we get a chance to see a moment or two from that over, there's a replay.
Looks like he's put drinks on.
Oh, okay, so that delivery that would only go down as a miss-stumping. Jack Haynes came down the track, left his crease by a yard or two, but the ball bounced big and it got right up by the right shoulder of Ben Brown and couldn't take it cleanly, or by the time he could and got it in the gloves to bring it back down to try and take a bail off. By then, Jack Haynes had got back, so that was a moment of certainly concern. Yeah, proper drinks break going on.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
One for everybody by the umpires. You'd love them to bring ice creams on, wouldn't you? A nice 99 or something for everybody. There you go, get stuck into one of these, boys.
One of the coaching staff got an ice cream on the coach home yesterday. And, you kind of like, oh, it's such a niche shout, that. But I can get on,
What, an ice cream?
Yeah.
On a hot day?
Well, on the coach on the way home at 7 o'clock as Dawson comes back in. Cut off the back from Lynn and James. They're going to run hard. They're going to come back for 2. Yes, they are. As James Fuller does the work.
Well, where did it materialise from?
They got it from the service station.
Okay.
But kind of everyone was there with the, it's kind of second dinner kind of vibe. They just whipped out an ice cream, and I thought, that's a fantastic idea. Just taken a little bit by surprise.
No, they are quite popular in this country in the summer.
But it's like 7 o'clock at night at this point. Okay, you know what? Fine. I've given up. That was defended by Lyndon James for what it was
bigger
worth.
surprises. An ice cream on a nice May Saturday evening.
Somebody had an ice cream.
Oh, you know what? You two. As Lyndon James defends that one back out to short extra cover.
We live on an island, and all the way around the island is a coastline, and on a nice hot summer's day.
Sorry,
you ought
I
to
don't know why I bother. Do not know why I bother. I'll stick to the cricket.
We're just showing off in front of our friends, aren't we?
Yeah, we've had ice creams, haven't we?
I had one yesterday.
Oh, you
7
two
o'clock.
sticking together. Look at you, honestly.
Sorry, I spent too much time with Dave.
James on strike. Works that out. Keith Barker kind of dives over that one, if we're being honest. And they've come back for 2. We're backed up at the non-striker's end.
Dave's are following a similar pattern, with wickets going down in clusters in the very early moments in the morning session, and then bowlers really having to work hard and wait a long time before getting any more.
James lunging forward, defends that one. End of the over. Nottinghamshire lead by 124 runs.
Tee quite a way off yet, which is fine. Another 16 overs. What time of day is it? Yeah, so it'll be about an hour when it's 16 overs. So if they have tea at 10 to 4, that's not too far behind where they should be. Hampshire's over 8 was slightly tinkered with at lunch. They're -1, but of course with Organ and Dawson bowling in tandem, they'll rattle through their overs.
Felix Oran to begin a new over, and that's a reverse swept nicely from Haynes to the left hand side of Keith Barker, who is at short third man, and that's going to go away for 4. Nice controlled reverse sweep, moves his score on to 59. Score 169 for 5.
I'd like to have frozen that moment in time and just seen the big thought bubble coming out of Keith Barker's head there when he realised he was going to have to go and chase that. I think it's probably fair to say it wasn't an athletic chase from the big man. He realised very early on that he was only like a dog fetching a ball back there.
Oran once again to Haynes, this time coming down the track as he caught a short leg. He is! Thick inside edge, took a couple of strides down the pitch, did Jack Haynes, and he got a thick inside edge, and the ball looped up pretty quickly though to Fletcher Middleton at short leg, takes the catch, and Felix Oran runs away into the covers to celebrate. Hampshire have Haynes, he's gone for 59, and Nottinghamshire 169 for 6.
Yeah, just short of 3 hours at the crease for Jack Haynes. 127 balls, 7 fours. Third time is past 50 in Nottinghamshire colours, and best of 77, a 70, and now a 59. That big score eludes him, but it did just pop up nicely. He turned his back on the umpire for a moment, but by then Hampshire were in full celebratory mode, and when he did turn, he saw the raised finger. Here comes Calvin Harrison. Of course, a little bit of history with Hampshire. Played a couple of blast games for them in 2020. He's a very, very popular figure here now, and always gives of his all, whether it's with bat ball or in the field. Excellent catcher. Hung around with Lyndon James in the first innings for an inordinate amount of time on that first day to help Notts get to at least a score on the board, and they'll need to do it again.
Such an exciting cricketer, Calvin Harrison. Just to go back to that wicket though, I mean, no catch at short leg is an easy catch, but that one didn't completely loop up to Fletcher Middleton, did just coming in with a little bit of pace, and yeah, did well. It's easy to just panic and just snatch at it in those, well, I imagine, never fielded at short leg in my life, but I imagine easy to panic and snatch at the ball when you suddenly realise there's a chance and all your teammates are expecting you to take it. He did well. Seems to be the selected fielder to go under the helmet there at short leg. But yeah, Calvin Harrison, he is one of those quite exciting cricketers, isn't he? That when you see him in a lineup, whatever kind of format he's playing, you think, yeah, he'll probably make things happen.
I spent a memorable afternoon and evening in Newark Hospital, having been hit in the face and gone in close at short leg for somebody who never dropped a ball short. I don't know if he owed me one or not, but dropped it short, pulled straight into the left side of my face.
Oh. Harrison's going to face his first delivery from Felix Oran, and it's outside the off stump. It's full, and he drives up to Michael Nisa fielding at cover. There's a slip. There is a short third man. Fielder on the deep cover boundary. Mid off, deep mid on. As Oran is in, and forward is Harrison. Thick inside edge to Fletcher Middleton along the ground. Short mid wicket, short leg, deep forward square leg, and Kyle Abbott, the fielder, on the 45. 2 balls of the 64th over remaining. Oran into Harrison, who's forward and prodding that into the onside. No run.
Done a good job here, Felix Oran, hasn't he? 1 for 10, 1 ball left in his 5th over.
Just got a little bit of extra bounce, just that fraction more height and that taller action, as you were saying, Lucy, as he bowls now to Harrison, who covers up in defence. End of the over, a productive one for Hampshire. Felix Oran 5 overs, 1 for 10. Nottinghamshire 169 for 6. And James on 10. New batter Calvin Harrison yet to get off the mark. And Nottinghamshire 128 runs ahead.
It's almost third time lucky, wasn't it? He might have had him stumped. Thought he'd got him caught behind, and then got him in his next over, caught at short leg. So something for Jack Haynes to work on, which I'm sure he will.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely that end, Felix Oran, hasn't he? As Dawson comes in to continue his spell. Slightly pushed through. Lyndon James goes back and defends it out into the offside for no run. Back at the top of his mark already is Dawson. James waits, taps his bat, goes back and repeats the dose. Defended off the back foot straight to extra cover. Yeah, I like watching Calvin Harrison play. It is exciting. He has that aura about him where you think something is going to happen. Currently sit at the non-strikers end with James on strike. Oh, is that a bump ball drop? Tough to say, it was slapped.
Reaction would suggest a bump ball, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they weren't overly disappointed it went down.
Good bit of fielding in that case, extra cover.
Maybe say 4
Diving
runs.
off feet by Ali Orr. Dawson comes in once more. Just defended into the leg side off the front foot this time by Lyndon James.
I get your point on Liam Dawson. I don't know what the umpire would be able to see for an LBW there.
Yeah, well, normally you get told you can't stand there because you're still stood in the way as he comes in once more. But he's right in front there. Well fielded by Keith Barker, diving away to his left. But he's right in front of all 3 stumps.
It appears to be from here, doesn't it?
And he's in the danger zone. So normally, even as a spinner, you'd get told there, look, you can't finish your action there. But not at this end. I'd like to see what happened if he did bowl from the other end, though. I'm not sure he'd be quite so lenient. Another tidy over there by Liam Dawson.
SellandCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch on the emails, like Ralph Brooker has. Says, hi Dave, Lucy and Robbie. I'm a Hampshire fan. I regretted the loss of Sam Northeast, Tom Alsop too. We are a batter light, says Ralph. If Carl quits bowling, I'd like to see an overseas batter. More to come in a second. Felix Oran to begin a new over, and Calvin Harrison is off the mark, driving out to the fielder at deep cover. Come through for a single, 170 for 6. Also says that I went to Leesland School with Trevor Jesty. Trevor had a sports shop in Gosport, and I bought stuff from him, who was kind to us at the Royal Hampshire Regiment. I think I bought an old John Newbery bat from him, as this is driven by Calvin Harrison out to that short boundary at deep extra cover, and it's gone for 4, as the applause will tell you. Nice looking shot that, and it was Ali Orr who had to run to his right hand side to try and cut it off. Couldn't do it, and Lyndon James moves on to 14, 174 for 6. As Oran is at the top of his mark once again, bowling from the Stuart Broad end over the wicket, and he bowls now, and just half a shout that maybe just ricocheted off a bat pad from Lyndon James. Ralph Brooker also says, I now can't get the "oh darling" out of my head when Felix bowls. Good stuff.
Let's stick with people, that.
That's the whole point. Oran in once again, bowls. It's nudged into the onside, no run.
Well, Steve Crawley says, Organ's pumped. Bet nobody's ever said that before, he says. Thanks, Steve. Organ's pumped.
Do you bump an organ? How do you get an organ working? Oran in once again, and bowls down the track this time is James, driving up to the fielder at long on, and they'll come through for a single, 175 for 6.
Is that one of the old church organs? You used to have to pump.
Is that what you do?
So. I think
But is that how you tune it?
Well, I don't know about that. One of the many things I know nothing about.
Yeah, we've picked a topic there that we have absolutely zero knowledge on. Final ball of the over from Felix Oran, defended into the offside, no run. End of the over, 175 for 6, lead 1-3-4.
Graham Rowley mentioned that been to see Van der Graaf Generator perform at the Notts County Ground, and Chris Jordan said, here's a little souvenir for you. He's copied Graham in and me. He's found the poster or the programme of that day, 1969, the Pop and Blues Festival at Notts County's Meadow Lane, starring Fleetwood Mac, the Tremolos, Georgie Fame, Love Sculpture, The Move, Pink Floyd, Keith Hartley, Status Quo, Duster Bennett, Dream Police and Van der Graaf Generator.
Really enjoy Fleetwood Mac, actually. Lyndon James just defends that into the offside.
It's just a rumour.
That's terrible.
Duster Bennett.
Duster Bennett.
Never heard of that.
No idea.
Played Notts County in 1969.
Here comes Dawson, back into James. He works that one. He's hustling between the wickets. He's hit it through a vacant square leg region and comes back for 2.
Do you like Fleetwood Mac?
I do like Fleetwood Mac, yeah.
That's just an albatross you've got to get off your back.
Right, well.
I don't know anymore with it. The Rumours the album and Albatross the single. I can't tell you
It's an
anymore.
absolute landslide as Dawson comes back in. Lyndon James just works that off his hip for a single out to deep square.
That brace cricket on the old Twittery thing, and Robbie's looking after the emails.
Got a birthday for you, Dave.
Oh.
It's a cricketer as well. Former Nottinghamshire cricketer.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Here we go. Calvin Harrison on strike. Defends that into the leg side for no run.
Former Nottinghamshire and Sussex cricketer.
There's been a few of those. Franklin Stevenson, I know it's not his birthday. Giles Haywood, it's not his birthday.
Calvin Harrison goes back and defends that one for no run.
Eddie Hemmings, it's not his birthday.
208 first-class matches, apparently.
Where's this come from? Who sent it?
An email from Jeffrey Vetcher.
Thank you, Jeff.
Defended against once again by Harrison on the front foot. Ends Dawson's tidy over once again.
And said cricketer will be 41 today. Is 41 today.
Ooh,
Oh, it's not.
it's not that long ago.
That spies my ears up a little bit.
Made their first-class debut for Sussex in 2002 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Played first-class cricket as well for Loughborough.
Oh. So he played at Sussex, then moved to Nottinghamshire.
Yes.
That's unconvincing.
Hang on, bear with. Felix Oran's about to begin a new over to bowl to Lyndon James. That's a full toss. Lyndon James punches down to Mohammed Abbas at long on. They'll come through for a single, 179 for 6. Sussex, Loughborough, Auckland, Nottinghamshire. As that's smashed down the ground from Calvin Harrison. I think he might get 4 for this. Mohammed Abbas running round from long on. No, he will cut it off. Good work from Mohammed Abbas. Just got a toe end on that one, Calvin Harrison. They come back for a couple, 181 for 6. Any guesses?
Born where? Doesn't say.
Sussex.
Sussex,
Born
and
in
then
Sussex.
played in
Cutfield.
Born in Sussex.
Born in Sussex. Organ into Harrison. Nice looking drive that up to Nisa at extra cover. No run.
It's not Nash's birthday, is it?
Oh,
Oh my
good.
word!
Good from you. Got
Oh,
the knowledge.
God. Well, no,
Chris
no,
Nash,
that's
41.
crikey. I'm devastated.
Organ into Calvin Harrison on strike, who's defending into the onside. No run.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That should have been that should have been tweeted first thing this morning, shouldn't it? Really, that's terrific. Happy birthday, Chris. He won't be listening. He'll be playing for.
Reverse sweep from
It's a lovely
Calvin
shot.
Harrison. Lovely looking shot to the right hand side of Keith Barker, who does not move an inch. 4 more to the total. That absolutely flying away to that backward pointer boundary, and Harrison moves his total on to 7, 185 for 6, lead 144.
Yeah, Keith Barker was not running after that one, was he? I'm not sure he actually saw it, to be honest. It was sweetly timed by Calvin Harrison. He's batting with a bit of intent here, Harrison. Put the spinners off their line length a bit. He's advanced down to 1 and now reverse swept. So going to make Felix Oran do something a bit different here.
On ball left of the 68th over, 12 overs to go until the new ball as Calvin Harrison is covering up and plays the ball straight back to Felix Oran. End of the over, 185 for 6.
We've remedied that. Happy birthday to Chris Nash. Duly sent. Chris Nash, you had to feel for him in that COVID finals day at Edgbaston in 2020. Not a soul in there apart from the coaching staff and the media, yet they piped in music and crowd noise all day. Horrible, absolutely horrible it was. And poor old Chris Nash got injured in the semi-final. Couldn't play in the final. Peter Trigo came in for his Notts debut in the final and took home a winner's medal.
Oh, bless him, as Dawson comes back in. Rock back by Lyndon James, cuts it or drives it through to the deep cover boundary. They come through for a single. Brings Harrison on strike.
Thanks, Jeff, for that. Appreciate it. Mark the Mod, Dave, John Peel and Ed Stewart were the DJs at Meadow Lane back in 1969.
Harrison defending that off the front foot back to Dawson for no run.
Those names mean anything?
Absolutely not.
John Peel and Ed Stewart? Ed Stewpot Stewart?
No, should I? No. Your face is saying no. Harrison defends that again into the leg side for no run.
Well, our professional DJ at the end should have heard of these famous people.
Yeah, come
Oh
on,
yeah,
what are you
I know all about
referencing
them. Yeah, no,
this
they were
conversation?
excellent. No one mixed quite like them.
Mixed quite like them. Dawson in once more, and Harrison once again defending back to the bowler for no run.
Mark the Mod in Sevenoaks. Original Fleetwood Mac were very bluesy. Certainly nothing like the Rumours incarnation. Thank you, Mark.
Every day's a school day for me.
Stevie Nicks.
No run off that delivery there. As Harrison just comes forward and defends it into the leg side.
Mick Fleetwood. Lindsay Buckingham. Is it John McVie? Christine McVie?
You're looking at me.
It's the world's worst DJ over here. So that's my right. Quick Google help.
That's Lucy. John McVie, bass guitarist.
Did you not know that?
Going to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Still got footy going on, of course. Would you believe? Forest's last game this afternoon, so there's a sports show this afternoon, and I'm going to be linked to Burnley any second now, just to let them know what's going on here in the cricket. I better refresh my own mind what's going on here in the cricket. 186 for 6.
There's cricket as well, not against Hampshire at Trent, it's day 3, watching his day break.
I'm not entirely sure who's in the box seat here, although you suspect Hampshire might be the happier of the two sides. Notts lead by 145. They've got 4 wickets left. Lyndon James 20 not out. Of course, he played beautifully over the first innings, scoring an undefeated century. Calvin Harrison, who hung around with him, is 7 not out. Today, Notts' plans were all wrecked inside the first 15 minutes as Kyle Abbott nipped out Will Young's second ball of the day and followed it up in the next 2 overs with the wickets of Ben Slater and then Tom Moore's stumps splattered everywhere. Mohammed Abbas got Joe Clark for an excellent 50. Jack Haynes also made 50. He's just gone to Felix Oran's off spin. So the game, some will say it's in the balance. I believe Hampshire just ahead at the moment. Notts need more runs. They're 145 ahead at 186 for 6. Next ball is played down the ground by Lyndon James, moves to 21, 187 for 6. The music that I and we could hear in our ears from Turf Moor, where Nottingham Forest play this afternoon. I think it's got to be a 12-goal swing or some such. Otherwise, Forest will be safe in the Premier League, and everybody around Nottingham can breathe a sigh of relief. 187 for 6. Have you been lured into popping over the road?
I haven't yet, actually. It'll be interesting next season.
Next ball is defended. I know Grace Ballinger's been a time or two. In the posh seats, apparently, the posh seats.
She's been in the posh seats. My dad's actually, this is not going to go down well. He's a season ticket holder with Leicester born and bred, but that's going to be a feisty fixture next year against Forest. They've just gone back up.
Second new ball, 10 overs away, chaps. T 9 overs away, so that will come That will come soon after we restart.
Yeah, Dawson's going to continue with said old ball for now.
Graham Rowley just absolutely laying into my lack of Fleetwood Mac knowledge. 1969 was pre-Stevie Nicks and Lindsay Buckingham, Dave. Thank you.
Dawson and James rocking back, hitting it extra cover. I like the fact you're copying it and not me. So you made 2 quips about it and I made 1, so that's what you get for ganging up on me about the ice cream. Left-handed Dawson comes in once more to right-handed James, who goes back, works that past extra cover.
I try my best.
For a long single.
I sometimes think no knowledge of a subject is better than a little, because generally when I've got a little, it's incorrect anyway.
Perfect.
Someone's been in touch about Duster Bennett. Do you want to have a guess who?
Dave Allen?
Yeah.
Harrison on strike defends that into the offside for no run.
Why are we not surprised? Solent Cricket at gmail.com. Summer 1968. I was in a very obscure recording band touring the country, and on a Sunday evening played in one of Nottingham's 3 boathouse clubs.
Harrison's trying to work that into the leg side, doesn't get it past the wicket-keeper.
On one side was Rory Gallagher and Taste, and on the other, Duster Bennett, one-man blues act. Remember those good old days, Lucy? 1968.
I do, yeah, fondly.
Fond
memories.
Yeah,
Some of the finest of my life, actually.
Good old
What about
days.
you?
Yeah.
Dawson in once more. Harrison forward in defence for another double.
In your dotage, you'll be wistfully reminiscing about the day at Trent Bridge that you came and watched this.
Exactly, that's so true, actually. In the fine company of you two. Lived with me for a long time. Harrison going back and defending a straight ball from Dawson, who's just completed his 11th over.
Chris Nash says, can you please all stop talking about me? I left there years ago.
Oh, we should talk about him a bit more then.
Thanks, Chris. Happy birthday, fella. And Mark the Mod. John Peel discovered and promoted many artists and bands. For example, David Bowie, Pink Floyd, until his passing not long ago, if that helps. The breakups of the McVies and the Nicks and Buckingham inspired all the Rumours tunes. Here to educate and inform you, Dave, whenever you want. Thank you, Mark the Mod.
Felix Oran then to begin a new over, and that's down the leg side. And did James just get something on that?
I think it was a miss.
Right tell.
I'm not sure if he saw him coming. He
Yeah,
just fired it down the leg side. Lyndon James tried to kind of sweep it. Keeper was done all ends up, really.
Might get another look at that on the replay. That was all a bit chaotic, really. Organ to Lyndon James once more, crouching down now, and again just advances down the pitch and pushes it back to Felix Oran. Yeah, I couldn't quite tell if he did one of those sweep shots and then got the toe end of his bat just sort of shaved past the ball. It was a bit bizarre. Maybe we'll get another look at the end of the over. Down the wicket again is James, and just pushing it back to Felix Oran, who playfully underarms it back without letting the ball go. Just trying to make sure that Lyndon James stays in his crease. I have a feeling we've got a little bit of a battle on our hands here. Lyndon James on 22. Felix Oran bowling over the wicket to him, and he gets an inside edge, but it goes straight onto his pad and trickles in to the onside, just wafting at that one outside the off stump, and so easily could have gone straight back onto his own stumps, but it was a thick enough edge that it just went a fraction squarer and rebounded off his pads instead of the stumps. He survives. 188 for 6. Lead 147 for Nottinghamshire as Oran is in once more. Fires that one down the leg side, and it's a catch at short fine leg. What a catch! Oh, Lyndon James, what have you done? Fired down the leg side, so similar to the first ball of the over. Lyndon James tried to sweep it, made brilliant contact with it. Only the issue was that it was slightly uppish, and Kyle Abbott takes a bit of a blinder, really, considering the speed it was travelling to the right-hand side. Diving, Lyndon James gone. A 7th wicket for Nottinghamshire. 188 for 7. Lyndon James on his way for 22, caught by Kyle Abbott off the bowling of Felix Oran.
Yeah, and the gestures that Kyle Abbott there has just made to the dressing room, it looks like it might have been a set plan.
I mean...
Which is some set plan, to be fair. With a short leg and a 45 in.
I mean, if
He
you
did hit it where it was a similar ball to the first of the over, where we were a bit bewildered as to what has happened, but he's fired it down the leg side, and like you said, he's just swept it. It was a great diving catch, to be fair, but...
Well, he made such good contact. I mean, the speed that ball must have been travelling at.
Well, it's almost like the leg slip ploy, isn't it? It's like that leg slip ploy where you see it there and you've got to try and hit it. But he would have thought, free delivery, that's going for 4, thank you very much. And before you know it, Kyle Abbott's dove off his feet and taken a screamer.
Yeah, really good catch, and for all the catches that Hampshire have put down, that is well, that's an important one to send the man who scored 100 in the first innings on his way. And Ollie Stone, the new batter.
Yeah, sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. The connection, I was absolutely certain that it had gone for 4. Just to sort of fill in the blanks in the commentary box, to my right is Lucy, and to Lucy's right is...
Robbie.
Yeah. Nearly called you Kevin there. I've not done it all day. Nearly done it all day. But from where I'm looking, he hit the ball cleanly, and I've got the television screen to my left, and I was waiting for the ball to come out to the left of the television screen, and it didn't. And then Robbie.
Some cheers.
Yeah. Filled in the blanks. I didn't see the catch. Right behind the monitor to my left. 188 for 7. Sorry, Kevin.
No worries, Mike. Second wicket for Felix Oran. 2 for 24 he has, with 1 ball remaining in his 9th over, and Ollie Stone is the man new to the crease on strike, and he gets a thick inside edge driving into the offside. The ball trickles again to Kyle Abbott. That's how much of an edge he got on that ball, but survives. End of the over, a wicket taking one for Hampshire. This sees the departure of Lyndon James. Nottinghamshire 188 for 7, effectively 147 for 7.
He's looked good in his last 2 innings. Ollie Stone made 90 last weekend. Everybody's heart broke, I think, when he was dismissed for 90. Battled away. Of course, his previous first-class best was 60, got to 90 and then got out. But in the first innings, hung around forever with Lyndon James, made 20 on then, played nicely. So he can hold a bat.
Here comes Dawson to Harrison, defending that off the front foot. Now, my memory is not great, but how many wickets have fallen at the Stuart Broad end today?
That's a
good question. Thank you.
Was it a trick question?
No, there's no trick question. I was just trying to remember, but couldn't. As Lyndon James presses forward, gets an inside edge on that, and it trickles out to square leg for a single.
All of them.
I thought it might have been all of them, but I didn't want to say it and be wrong.
I think it is, isn't it? Joe Clark was dismissed by Mo Abbas after the 3 from Abbott, and then 2 for Felix Oran. Yeah.
The action end.
Also, have I taken all the wickets?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't think...
You've stolen them all.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Snaffled them all.
So you've either got to bowl from the Stuart Broad end or be fortunate on the second ball of your over in order to take a wicket today. An interesting field. We've got a silly cover, silly mid-off in, and a man quite literally stood behind him. Straight delivery, missed by Stone. LBW decision turned down by the umpire. Pressure on knots here. Hampshire looking for a couple of quick wickets to wrap this up now. Put the pressure on before tea. As Dawson comes in again to Stone. We've spoken too soon about the ends. Stone trying to ramp it, paddle it round the corner. Not sure if it was bat onto glove or if it just looped up off some kind of a piece of equipment. Good catch by James Vincent, first slip, running around behind the keeper.
Well, it's a really good catch, and Knott's in a real old pickle now. There's just Dylan Pennington to come out to join Calvin Harrison, and then Dane Patterson. It was nicely floated on a line of leg stump by Liam Dawson. Ollie Stone down on one knee, just trying to sweep it away nice and fine. Maybe just off the bat, maybe bat and pad, but it looped up down the leg side, and James Vincent anticipated nicely. It got there behind the keeper and got there very quickly, had to throw himself quite a way away to his left, got underneath it, and to a man they celebrated, and up went the finger. Ollie Stone out, third ball, 189 for 8. And Hampshire will certainly feel they're very much in the box seat now.
sometimes you just feel like today a few things have gone Hampshire's way, haven't they? That Mohammed Abbas wicket of Joe Clark so easily could have come off the glove of Clark and gone over Ben Brown, but instead it looped up to Ben Brown. There's that catch for Fletcher Middleton, which again goes a metre left or right of him, and is probably safe. And then that wicket there again, if that had just fallen a foot further away from James Vince, he was not getting to that ball. So a couple of things just going Hampshire's way, but you need that. Sometimes you just need those days where you get that little bit of help.
Yeah, they've also bowled nicely, haven't they? They've kept pressure on. The spinners have done a good job. Dawson's done well since coming on from this end, and the seamers, Abbott to start, Mohammed Abbas when he came on, and now Felix Oran's bowled tidily, all from Stuart Broad end. So Notts in a bit of a pickle here. They lead by 148. Dylan Pennington has come to the crease. He's yet to face the delivery. Calvin Harrison is 8 off 27. 6.2 overs away from a new ball. And Dawson's just trying to organise his field. He's got rid of silly mid-off and moved Middleton to short leg. As Pennington gets ready to face his first ball. Left down round the wicket from Dawson. It's quicker and flatter, and Pennington just shuffles back. Good diving stop there at backward point. Saves a couple of runs. Leaves Pennington still on 0.
Yeah, just one first-class 50 to his name. Not scored too many runs yet in his fledgling Nottinghamshire career.
Dawson in once more. Stifled appeal there, but bat onto pad there from Pennington. End of the over.
Done a good job, haven't they? There's two spinners between them, 21 overs, 3 for 47. Dylan Pennington, first time he came to the wicket for Notts in that Essex game, he was the third victim of Sam Cook's hat-trick. Second innings he got 7, 0 not out against Worcestershire, 17 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, 0 against Lancashire, 14 in the first innings here. So seems to be alternating as the ground staff just pump up the tyres on the hover cover. Don't think any rogue dark clouds are due. I think we're going to be absolutely fine for the remainder of this game, and that means there's going to be a positive result. There's Felix Oran bowling, and a lovely reverse sweep from Calvin Harrison gets that away for 4. We're 6 overs away from tea. Won't take up too much time, I guess, if the two spinners operate. Although, of course, if another wicket goes down, and Notts a 9 down when we get to the appointed time, and we'd play on for at least another quarter of an hour.
Now what does Calvin Harrison do? Is it time to counter-attack?
Well, he did that nicely, didn't he? He showed his cards early on with the reverse sweep, got it away for 4, the lead over 150. Next delivery comes down the track and slams it back at Felix Oran, and just since then there was a little bit of disappointment. He should be quite pleased he wasn't hit for back-to-back 4s, but it was hard, it was low, might have got there on the full low down. Did well to stop it. That was a finger breaker. 193 for 8, and mid-on is being pushed out almost all the way out to the batman board. Harrison giving his own answer there, a couple of attacking shots, and then he's done a reverse sweep, missed it, and Notts are going to get 4 somethings, I presume 4 byes, as it's gone past the stumps and past Ben Brown and disappears down below us. And that takes Notts up to 197 for 8, but unusually with cricket it's not the score at the top of the board for the Notts supporters and players and coaching staff and everybody. It's not the score at the top of the board that will be the most significant, it's the one at the bottom which says Nottinghamshire lead by 156. I suspect that they're not even in the ballpark yet of where they're going to be trouble in Hampshire, as Harrison drops it on the offside and there's no run. I mean, you never know with cricket, do you? Stone Pennington, Hampshire 40 for 4, and suddenly it's a different picture, but right now you'd say 157 the victory target as it is right now. It should be relatively comfortable for Hampshire with 4 full sessions at their disposal. Oran bowls another reverse, and again he's got it away for 4. Well, he's tried it 3 times in this over. Twice he's executed it for 4. Once he missed it, and that went for 4 byes. So it ain't broke, whatever the saying is. But keep on doing it.
Yeah, he's executed that really nicely. 1 behind point. That's just beating Carl Barker. I keep calling him Carl Barker. Keith Barker in front of point. He's toying with the field now.
200 up as well. 201 for 8.
Barker looks unimpressed there on the point boundary with his arms folded. Just keep chasing the ball.
He wants a bowl. This has dropped on the leg side. They were perhaps holding him back for that second new ball, but of course that's all been accelerated now. 201 for 8. You practice reversing?
Yeah, I do. It's a shot I like. It's not a shot I always hit, but I tried it 3 times yesterday and hit it once. So, you know.
Predetermined or?
Oh yeah, predetermined.
Okay.
Especially if they're going to keep. I guess in 4-day cricket, if you know they're going to bowl outside off stump, it's quite a low risk shot really. Especially if you play it well as Calvin Harrison, and it's so frustrating. Even in short format cricket, when we can only have 4 out, it's a bit of a nightmare. If someone keeps reverse sweeping you, don't really want to lose your 45. Absolute nightmare. It's like a bit of a conference going on here in the Hampshire Brains Trust.
Yeah, a bit of a conversation going on as well between umpire Shaughnessy and Fletcher Middleton, who's the short leg fielder under the helmet. Wonder if it was just maybe a conversation about where he's stepping and heading to maybe collect the ball.
Well, do you know what? The over rate has just been adjusted. Hampshire have just gone to +3, so clearly there'd have been a query there. Are we in any sort of trouble here, umpire? So they've just sorted that out.
Dawson in. Pennington back, defending to extra cover for no run.
You know, I wondered if they were holding. You know, it's a dual thing. They were holding back the seamers for the second new ball, but also they were bowling the spinners to sort the over rate out.
Yeah, they've done well to get ahead. As Dawson comes in once more, slightly more flighted delivery. Works into the leg side, fielded by Barker for no run.
If you were out there, what's the lower end of a target you might be looking to set?
You just get greedy, don't you? As many as you can get.
Yeah, 230 to 250 surely. I think there's so much time left in the day, isn't there, as well, so you're not looking for any risk. But they are a batter light, Hampshire. As Dawson comes in once more. Pennington can't beat the cover fielder. Yeah, the outfield's pretty quick. But Notts do have a very good bowling attack. They bowled nicely. Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington are in good form, so they'll be hoping. As that is pushed into the offside off the front foot again for no run. Dawson's just going to drop the cover fielder out and drop mid-wicket and square leg out onto the boundary to give Pennington the 1. Evidently don't want to be bowling at Calvin Harrison in this situation as he comes in once more. So gone back, tried to work that into the vacant leg side. Pennington there, he struck on the pad. Finger goes straight up from the umpire and Dawson's got another 2 and 2 overs for him.
Yeah, not a lot to come. 201 for 9, lead 160, and when I say not a lot, there's only Dane Patterson. Dylan Pennington has talking about his innings so far. I'll have to have a check how many LBWs. That does seem to be a favoured mode of getting out, or an unfavoured mode of getting out, put it whatever way you want, but there seems to be an awful lot of LBWs against Dylan Pennington in his early Nottinghamshire career. Only faced 7 balls, LBW for 0.
Yeah, he looked disappointed as he walked off there. The field had been set just to give him 1. He's gone back trying to work it into the leg side and had been struck on the pad, unfortunately. And he's got to trudge off. Short stay for him, brings Dane Patterson to the crease.
That one was just fired through a fraction more from Dawson, so I just for a replay on that one, but again, doesn't get much turn, Dawson, but does
Skiddy.
mean that the skiddiness, yeah, he does get a lot of LBWs. Do you reckon, Lucy, gesturing he might be going down the leg side?
Just hitting leg, but it was closer than I thought it was.
You'd be appealing.
Absolutely.
You'd be up in arms.
Appeal from Cow Corner.
Do you? Are you one of those people that will do a lot of appealing no matter where you are?
In the ring.
Square leg.
I'm often a backward point or an extra cover. Extra cover you can't really see anything, so you just appeal. If the keeper goes up, you appeal. Backward point, I only appeal on height because obviously you can't see the line, but you can tell if it's going to hit the stumps on height or not. Same with deep square.
What kind of an appealer are you? What do you say anything in your
No, I just
appeal, or
kinda
do you
shout.
shout? You shout.
Just kind of shout.
It's one of those odd things, isn't it, to explain to people who don't know anything about cricket or
Yeah.
whatever. What was it? They say how's that, and then you say to them, well, they don't always say how's that exactly. They normally just shout.
You just kind of shout anything that comes to mind. Patterson's first ball was defended. Oh, Dawson's made no attempt at stopping it. I think he wants him to run one. Calvin Harrison's not leaving his crease, having absolutely none of it.
That was great from Dawson, that was.
Yeah, he didn't make absolutely no attempt as the ball trickled past him. He went, go on, run one if you want. Batters did not engage.
So when we take tea is not of an issue anymore, I don't think. Fanciful to believe that the last wicket partnership will go on for too long, but we'll have to see. 4 overs and then some more time will be added in any case. So Calvin Harrison is in one of those unenviable situations here where he's literally got to do everything. He's got to score another 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 runs all on his own, and at the same time managed to shepherd the bowling so that Dane Patterson doesn't have to face too many. And look what Hampshire are doing. Surprise, surprise. Quelle surprise. Out they go. 8 on the boundary and a short leg. That's different.
I love cricket. On the back foot is Harrison, pushing that into the offside, and there is no run. Bringing up to the speed with some of the scores elsewhere around the county championship. I think most games being played in bright sunshine. Hopefully it's nice wherever you are today. Maybe out in the garden or driving about. Flatter from Felix Oran and pushed into the offside. There is no run. Essex 107 for 3 against Warwickshire, needing a further 223 for victory. Lancashire against Durham. Lancashire in their second innings 314 for 7, leading by 435. On the back foot is Harrison, playing it back to Organ, and there is no run. Taunton, Somerset against Kent. Kent in their second innings 171 without loss after they've almost surpassed their entire first innings total. Zach Crawley on 99, Ben Compton on 63. Is forward and defensive is Calvin Harrison. And there is no run. At the Oval, Surrey on their way to yet another victory. Worcestershire 75 for 7, needing a further 438 runs for victory. It is unlikely to happen. In comes Organ once more at top of his marker. That's Stuart Broadend in the sunshine, long sleeve shirt on, reverse sweep from Calvin Harrison, who doesn't get much of it. He hits it in front of square instead of the intended behind square, and it trickles out to deep cover. But the exciting bit is that they take a single.
Yeah.
And Dane Patterson's on strike.
5th ball of the over. It's customary, isn't it, for the fielders to have come in and stopped that single. Coming in now, and there's only 1 ball left, and it's too late.
They're going to bring everyone, and they're sort of going to linger around. James Vince is pondering, having a little chat to Kyle Abbott, who's gesturing some kind of forward defensive shot, prod kind of thing. He's on the 45, so still fielders out at deep cover, long on, and folding his arms is James Phillip at deep mid-wicket. In comes Organ for the final ball of the over, and on the back foot is Dane Patterson, pushing it out into the offside. Defensively pushing it out into the offside, and then rehearsing a whack through the offside as to what he would have actually liked to have done. End of the over, good stuff from Dane Patterson. He has 0. Calvin Harrison has 17, 202 for 9.
I enjoy seeing that. The intrusive thoughts there was the shadow shot. Dispatching through the offside, but not to be. Went for the sensible option of just defending it for no run. And Dawson's going to continue again.
Just quickly to round out those scores in the T20 taking place at Headingley. England against Pakistan. England all out 176, all out in exactly 20 overs. And Pakistan in reply 74 for 4 in the 12th over. Sunshine continues to beat down on Trent Bridge. Glorious day for cricket. Fair few spectators in. Good crowd actually in today. A few of them in the shade, some of them brave enough to be in the sunshine. Hope you got your SPF on.
Harrison on strike. Goes back to Dawson's delivery and defends it into the offside. Wicketkeeper has to do the fielding because Apart from him, the bowler and James Vince at first slip, everyone else is on the boundary. It's bizarre looking at a field like this to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So odd.
Game within a game.
It really is, as Dawson comes in once more. Oh, Harrison goes back and tries to whack that through extra cover. It trickles out.
I was saying the other day, there are
Filled with a lot of intent.
some grounds when you push all the fielders out, you can just judge it nicely, drop
Run
it
two.
softly and run two, but it doesn't happen very often here.
Dawson once more. Harrison with a nice looking cover drive. Would have gone outside the ring in a limited format game, but no run taken. Surprised he's not targeting the short leg side boundary here, Calvin Harrison. I think that's where he's got to look if he wants to take Dawson down. Or just whack it in the vacant gap and try and run two. Or one.
There was two there,
Surprised
wasn't
they
there?
didn't try and run two there.
There
Middleton was
two.
on the floor, he had to get up and throw.
There was two. Harrison played that beautifully. I was just saying, can't get many twos here, and he had managed to find a gap, but Dane Patterson wasn't interested, and this will be a little bit of a waste of a few runs towards the end of the innings if Patterson gets out now.
Maybe Patterson wants to take on the short side after his expansive cover drive attempt in the last over. He's gone, you wait there, Calvin, I'll take on the left arm spinner.
It's generally all or nothing. Either
Yeah.
misses a straight one and goes for none, or he does wallop one or two.
So we've got deep cover, deep square just in front. Mid on, mid off, kind of floating between. Oh, defended by Dane Patterson. Barker fields, no run. Bowls it back to Dawson. Hint, hint, captain. I'd like a bowl, please. Let me get off this pitch and put my feet up, I think that was. Gonna have a slight change in the field as James Vince grabs the... Oh, no, we're not. It was looking like Middleton was going to come into short mid off there, but that idea's been vetoed. And instead they've dropped 45 onto the boundary. Dawson, one ball remaining into Patterson, who defends it to mid on for no run. Nottinghamshire lead by 162. 77 overs gone.
So Harrison back on strike. He's having a chat with Dane Patterson. I suspect he's probably got to say, if I call two, run two. Trust me, or words to that effect. And Dane will be giving him a big Dane Patterson smile. Leave it to me, and I'll sort it out. To do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham and their afternoon sports programme. What time do the footy start? They're all 4:30 kickoffs, aren't they? We're still... And Nottinghamshire now 203 for 9, another cluster of wickets since I last spoke to you, so we're right down at the dying embers of the innings, although a useful boundary just thumped away through the offside by Calvin Harrison. He's just trying to get out of this what he can. He's 22 not out. He's got number 11 Dane Patterson on 0 not out at the other end. Obviously he's just trying to farm the strike, keep as many scoring options open to him as he can with all the Hampshire players on the boundary. Since you were last here, those clatter of wickets, Lyndon James out for 22 and Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington both out for 0 in quick succession. So Hampshire on top here firmly. At the moment the Notts lead is 166, but if the wicket goes down now, the visitors would have a good 4 full sessions the rest of today and all of tomorrow to knock that off. They're very firmly favourites unless Calvin Harrison can get some more runs. 207 for 9. I'm sure the Nottingham Forest supporters will have enjoyed that. Harrison on 22 and he just dances down the track and then kicks this one away, or lets it hit his boot and it bobbed up on the leg side. The ground looking a picture, as most cricket grounds do, in the sunshine. Been a lovely day, really lovely day weather-wise. Decent crowd in. This one is dropped on the leg side. It's the 5th ball of the over. Again, Hampshire didn't seem overly concerned about stopping him from taking that single from the 5th ball. So the lead swells by 1, and who knows how important that single might be. 208 for 9. The lead is 167. 1 ball left in the over. It's the 78th over. Wonder if we'll get to the stage where a second new ball's taken. Don't fancy it'll happen, but you never know. It gets to the frustrating period for Captain James Vince. He might call off the spinners and bring in the big guns. Patterson on strike. Felix Oran, the bowler. They weren't in sync with each other then. Oran was going to bowl and Patterson wasn't ready. Patterson was ready to bat and Oran wasn't ready. And he comes again, the off spinner, and Dane Patterson stylishly keeps it out. And again, he just wanted to rehearse an aggressive looking shot on the offside, but hung on to the bat. 208 for 9 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Solent, and hope you're enjoying the coverage on Trent Bridge Live. As always, many thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for looking after things, bringing the pictures, keeping us on air. Our camera crew all around the ground. There's Lee and Connor and Callum and Lewis and Barney and Spence and Becky. They're all out there bringing you the pictures and sorting out the replays and all the other good stuff. Well done Team Stream, and well done to Lucy Iam and Robbie James for getting us to this part of the day where Notts have advanced to 208 for 9.
Field spreads with Harrison on strike. Still just a slip really in play as Harrison tucks that into the leg side for no run. Dane Patterson was halfway down there, he wanted one. Don't know how long Vince is going to keep it like this though.
Again, you wonder if they could have got 2 there, if they'd absolutely motored. I know Michael Neser only just ambled towards the ball, but
yeah, I think they've got to be looking to that big offside boundary as it is now for the 2s.
Oh, there.
See,
No.
this is the problem for me, is we're batting time, which I understand, but we're not really looking to score. Which I guess is Hampshire not bringing the field in for the last 2 balls.
Notts would take 20 singles in 20 overs.
Well, it's true. It is true. Harrison is pretty content at the minute. As Dawson comes back in, defends that one out. Back to the bowler.
There'd be nothing wrong with that, would there? There's still, all of today, and it's going to be okay weather-wise.
That is true. But I think even if they get 190, it's not enough.
No, but
More to bowl out there, I guess.
yeah.
Defended again by Harrison, strongly into the leg side.
You can understand the Hampshire approach. That they are making it, they're restricting it to singles, they're protecting the boundaries, but they've just got those 3 wickets for almost next to nothing by trying to take wickets.
That's my point. And they're not really bringing the field into
No.
Calvin Harrison either. At the
No.
end of the over, they're just letting him get 1. Harrison takes a single that time.
5th ball again.
Yep.
Thing is as well, we have seen from earlier today from Carlab, there's enough in this wicket that if you do get a bowler on a bit of a run, finding a bit of rhythm, wickets can fall quickly. And if Hampshire were to lose a few early ones, even if they're only chasing 170, 180, 190, lose a few early wickets, and having not won a game all season and being a Tom press down will quite quickly come into their minds. So you don't want to let it drift too much.
New ball's key. Stone and Pennington have got to get amongst them with that new ball.
Dawson changing the angle to Patton now. He's got a short leg and he's going to come over the wicket, the left armour, tight to the stumps. Patterson trickles it into the leg side, sets off for 1, and is distinctly sent back by Calvin Harrison.
Imagine trying to explain this to someone who doesn't know cricket.
Yeah.
Drinks coming back on
Nonsense.
again for Hampshire. Not sure if that's drinks or a message, really.
Well, it should be tea break now. There are 32 overs left in the day. Traditionally, that's the time where we all head off for a cuppa, but we'll start at least 15 minutes right now.
The drinks are being run on, and no one has taken a drinks from the fielding side. So,
It can't have just been a message, because you wouldn't send a physio out there just for a message.
well, I
would
think
you?
it's because they've got not enough. They've
Oh,
only
I
got one
see.
12th man, haven't they now?
Not enough players. Well, we
So
might have a
he's doing
situation where
drinks.
one of the coaches has to put a set of whites on. We might have Jimmy Adams out there.
Well, he's not carrying a physio bag, is he? He's carrying the.
Oh, sorry, Calvin Harrison reverse, and he didn't miss much. Calvin Harrison reverse sweeping that one to James Vince, who's a fine third man. They do not run.
The noise from, or the no noise from this end of the commentary box was the penny dropping this morning. Said good morning to somebody, said good morning back, and I knew him.
Harrison down the track, he misses it and he's stumped. And that is that. Calvin Harrison stumped for 24 and Nottinghamshire all out for 209. It means that Hampshire will require 169 runs for victory. Calvin Harrison on his way. Felix Oran picks up his third wicket and the final one of the innings for Hampshire, and they have put themselves in a pretty decent position in this county championship match, and they'll feel that they are not too far away from giving themselves a real good shot at picking up their first win of the county championship this season.
Yeah, very much so. Third wicket for Felix Oran, 3 for 38. He's been terrific. Dawson's been terrific. Hampshire have been terrific. Just to finish that, it was Jimmy Adams I said hello to this morning. Thought, I know you. Just not seen him for a while, obviously. Notts 209 all out. When we come back, Hampshire will require 169 to win in 31 overs, plus the 96 tomorrow if they need them. We'll all be back in 20 minutes' time. I hope you'll come and join us then.
One more. More power.
More followers.
More flavours.
More speed. More noise. More social. More fire. The blast at Trent Bridge. It's more than a game.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. We are at the point of knowing where this game will be ultimately decided. That is Hampshire's second innings. They require 169 to beat Nottinghamshire. If they did that, they would pick up their first win of the season and undoubtedly start moving in an upwards direction. Nottinghamshire need, we think, only 9 wickets. Tom Prest didn't bat in the first innings. Bad news on a fractured shoulder, and we're told he'll play no further part in the game. I just wonder if that might be revisited if Hampshire suddenly were 9 down. Oh, well, not suddenly, obviously it'd be some point tomorrow, but if they were 9 down with 10 needed, I wonder if in the manner of some amazing feats in the past, it was to come out with an arm in a sling and try and play. We talked yesterday, Kevin did, about Paul Terry and Malcolm Marshall, 2 former Hampshire players doing it in a test match back in the day. But anyway, for the time being, Hampshire, let's assume, have the full complement, and they need 169 to win. There'll be 31 overs this evening, and of course they've got all day tomorrow, and the forecast is good for tomorrow. It's going to be Ollie Stone to get us underway. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Lucy Hyam here as well, and also it's Robbie James watching Ollie Stone.
Running towards us, and a left-handed Ali Orr leaving outside the off stump. 3 slips away, backward point, cover mid-off, vacant mid-on area really. It's Hasib Hamid, the captain, at sort of a hybrid between mid-on and mid-wicket. Short leg in place, and a fielder down to our right. Fine leg.
First innings, third ball of the first innings. Ali Orr caught behind by Joe Clark from the bowling of Ollie Stone for naught. Every innings, Robbie, every innings has started 0 for 1. Notts in both innings, Hampshire in their first innings.
That's encouraging. Here's Stone again to Ali Orr on the back foot and pushing it into the offside. No run. We'll take you through the Hampshire bowling figures as well. Forgot to mention them just before the tea interval. Shall I fly through those now?
By all means.
Quickly then. So Keith Barker 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39. Mohammed Abbas 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 36. That 1 wicket, of course, of Joe Clark with the bouncer. Kyle Abbott 3 wickets in the first half hour this morning, 3 for 41 from 13 overs, with 1 maiden in there as well, as Stone is in to Orr, and Orr's defending onto the onside, and Hamid runs round. There is no run. James Fuller 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 23. Liam Dawson 15 overs, only the 15 overs for Liam Dawson. He's used to bowling 50-60 overs in an innings last few weeks or so. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25, and then Felix Oran doing a really good enforcer job actually as the off spinner. 12.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 38. Stone is in once more, and Orr's tucking this off his hip to Hamid again, and there's no run. The sunshine continues here at Trent Bridge. That breeze maybe just got up a fraction. Those flags above the pavilion flying fairly abruptly. Generally, it's a pleasant afternoon to be I'd say, to be one of those spectators just sitting and enjoying their afternoon. And I hope wherever you are this afternoon, you're able to enjoy the sunshine, get out in it, or in the garden, driving about maybe, as Orr is on the back foot, playing that straight back to Ollie Stone. Slight breeze, fair few spectators finding the shade. I imagine if they've maybe had a couple of hours too long in the afternoon sunshine, maybe thinking it might be a good idea to head over to that Bridgeford Road road side of the ground for a little bit of shade. They're still bathed in sunshine, a little way off, too many shadows here at Trent Bridge as Stone is in for the final ball of the over, and Orr is forward, and the first over is a maiden.
Ollie Stone right on the money. Ali Orr understandably watchful after getting a duck against the same bowler in the first innings, so still no runs on the board. I just wonder if a wicket goes down. I presume it's happened at some point in the past. It's always one of those, I wonder if that's ever happened before, but all 4 innings in a county championship match to begin 0 for 1. Of course, Notts need to get a wicket first for that to happen, but in the Notts' first innings, Ben Slater out without a run on the board, and indeed it became 0 for 2 in that one because Will Young then followed. In Hampshire's first innings, Ali Orr out for 0, and in Notts' second innings, Asiba Mead out, second ball of the innings for 0. So extraordinary to think it might happen for a 4th time, but here's Dylan Pennington, 3 wickets in the first innings, into bowl to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton, who hits it out to the Notts captain Asiba Mead at a wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Throw 3 slips, quite sharply staggered in comparison to how Hampshire did it.
Imagine that the score of 169 to win, that Hampshire will want to try and make sure that things keep moving. You don't want to end up taking up 6 overs, 6 maidens and losing a wicket.
Pennington bowls, driven back to him by Middleton, and there's no run.
Just want to make sure that they don't suddenly get bogged down and find themselves in a situation where they're struggling to score runs, maybe one bowler finding rhythm, a bit like Kyle Abbott did earlier today. And it's perfectly feasible that one of these 2 opening bowlers, Dylan Pennington and Ollie Stone, will find rhythm, and they've started well here. Have to soak up pressure, but I imagine they'll look to be positive at the same time.
There's Pennington running away from us at the Radcliffe Road end, bowls wide of the pegs, goes through to Joe Clark. Alongside him then at first slip, Tom Moores, then Calvin Harrison and Will Young. Backward point in the floppy, one of the 2 wearing a floppy sun hat is Jack Haynes. Lyndon James in the covers, and skipper Asiba Mead polishing the ball at mid-off, and the 3 on the leg side, Ollie Stone at mid-on, Ben Slater at mid-wicket, and Dane Patterson down at long leg. Pennington got an official warning in the first innings from umpire O'Shaughnessy. Bowls now, and good pace from the former Worcestershire quick. This one wide of the pegs, and Fletcher Middleton leaves it alone. Remains 0 for 0 after 10 deliveries.
Had a nice scone during the tea interval, Dave. It was very nice indeed. I had it in the written press room, the media room downstairs. I think the windows in that room may well be the cleanest windows I've ever seen.
There's Pennington. Bowls again, just shapes back slightly into Middleton, who defends it. It's a good place to watch your cricket. I've been downstairs once or twice when those windows have been struck by a powerful blow down the ground.
They are absolutely immaculate. See, they actually bring out, they actually almost make it look more vibrant than it would if you were looking in through our window like we are here.
Well, we're looking through an open window, aren't we?
Well, that's what I mean. It was almost more vibrant. I think I've gone mad, but anyway.
There's Pennington. He's hallucinating. Bowls, and Fletcher eases this into the offside. Lyndon James fields, so 2 maidens to begin with. Hampshire set to score 169 to win. That's after they managed to bowl Notts out second time around for 209. If you've not been with us today, half centuries for Jack Haynes and Joe Clark, but neither could go on. Calvin Harrison was last out. He was left with Dane Patterson, and certainly a need to somehow try and manipulate the strike and keep the runs coming. Well, did his level best, but when that was last out, stumped, advancing towards Felix Oran, who came on relatively late in the innings and picked up 3 wickets fairly cheaply.
Start of the 3rd over then. Ollie Stone into his 2nd over, running towards us from the Stuart Broad end. Oh, and I thought Ali Orr had got an edge on that one. Just had a sort of a half-hearted drive outside the off stump. Ball fizzed through to Joe Clark, but clearly far enough away from it that no one went up.
Again, nice in the tea interval to see lots of people out on the ground and playing with their bats and balls. Could see producer Kirsty down there as well, playing with knee seaming. Just a technical note, Kirsty. You're just getting a little square on for that forward drive. Just need to hold it a little bit, and you might just be able to deal with him his bowling a little better.
Stone in once more, and driving is Ali Orr, and we won't have 0 for 1, I'm afraid, because Hampshire are off the mark, and Ali Orr is off the mark. That ball running past Hasib Hamid, who will give chase, and he does well to prevent the third, so they come back for a second. Hampshire are off the mark, 2 for no wicket. Sorry, Dave, we were all set up there, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. Feel a little better for Ali Orr. Wouldn't it just be cricket if he was to anchor this run chase? 70 or 80 not out, getting his side over the line after a first innings duck. That's sometimes the way it goes.
Bit of a vacant gap at mid-on as Stone's in, and he's driving through the covers, and he's going to get 4 for that, is he? Ball running out to that long boundary, extra cover. Dane Patterson, I think it is, will give chase, but the ball trickles over the boundary, and Ali Orr picks up his first 4 of the innings, and Hampshire move to 6 without loss.
Maybe the first game to finish will be at Hove. Yorkshire require 42 more to defeat Sussex in Division 2. Only 4 wickets left though. Adam Lyde's still there. He's leading the charge, 60 odd not out. 141 for 6. They need 42 more. Sussex require 4 wickets.
Three slips and a short leg away Ali Orr as Stone is in, and he's on the back foot, just pushing it into the onside for no run.
I say that Worcestershire have only got 2 wickets between them and defeat at the Oval. Worcestershire 122 for 8. They require a further 391 to win. Well, that's not going to happen. Surrey require 2 more wickets, so that might be the one. Zach Crawley's reached his century for Kent at Taunton. Lots of runs there this week. Kent 197 for 1. Ben Compton out for 66. Zach Crawley 117 not out.
Sound you can hear is Ali Orr's bat on the crease as he's leaving this one outside the off stump. Sounds like a wicket that has been bathed in sunshine today, pretty hard. Still that dark colour on the wicket and those sort of dark grey footholes that we can see as well.
Just the 1 wicket for Liam Patterson-White, who's the Nottinghamshire spinner, of course, on loan with Northants. Derbyshire all out 362. Liam Patterson-White 26 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 71 in that game at Derby.
In comes Stone again. Final ball of the over to Ali Orr, who's nudging that into the onside. Hasib Hamid skittles round to his left-hand side and prevents the single. End of the over. Hampshire 6 without loss.
Yeah, bright enough start. I guess unless they absolutely get off to a tremendous flyer here, that we'll be back tomorrow morning. 163 more required, 28 overs to go. Of course, if they got close, they could claim an extra 8 overs, but highly unlikely. I think that they'll chase down 169 in 31 this evening.
Dylan Pennington to continue. Right arm over the wicket to Middleton on strike. Worked into the leg side for no run.
Producer Kirsty's been on. I thought she would. She's bitten that one. My forward drive is perfectly solid. Thank you very much. Saw her down on the outfield. Lovely to see so many people on the ground playing bat and ball.
I love that aspect. It's so good to see people being out there, young kids being out there, having a run around in the interval breaks.
He could have been down there getting.
Could have warmed up a little bit, limbered up.
No, it's a rest
Did say
day,
to
you
Robbie
said
it's
to
a
me.
day of rest, actually, I'll have everyone know. Taking it really seriously. As Pennington comes back on. Oh, squirts off the outside edge. And finds its way to deep third. Ball comes fizzing in.
Photographer Dave Vokes has been back in touch, sent a photo, well, a new profile picture for Lucy Hyam earlier. He's been in touch to say it's a bit of a technical, but were Hampshire technically 0 for 1 because there was no Prest? No Tom Prest, so were they technically 1 wicket down?
No, because
it's
at
not
that
confirmed,
stage
is it?
Now.
No, it's not
Still people coming in at 7, 8 and 9. He's still not come, because we didn't know at that stage.
So what we're saying, Dave, is that you're wrong.
Me, Dave, or that Dave?
Oh no, sorry, the Dave Vokes on the texts. Not you. No, you'd never be wrong.
Pennington over the wicket. Oh, beats the outside edge there of all. It's a lovely delivery. Bowled with good pace in the past few games, Pennington. seems to have found his rhythm here at Trent Bridge. Good to see.
Yeah, we were just saying, Lucy, while you were signing a few autographs there, that the first,
Honestly,
the
it
first,
started.
the first 3 innings, they were all 0 for 1, 0 for 1, 0 for 1. Slater out in the first over, Ali Orr out in the first innings for Hampshire, and then Asiba Mead out. And just wondered if it ever happened before, 0 for 1, all 4 innings, but it's not happened.
It's not happened in the fourth. Pennington in once more, left alone. Could carry through to Joe Clark behind the stumps. 3 slips in play.
Here we go again, Dylan Pennington getting another ticking off. He got an official warning, folks. I know neither of you were here to see it, but Steve O'Shaughnessy warned him and warned him and warned him, and then gave him an official warning in the first innings. In fact, I think it actually came at the far end from Nigel Long after he changed ends, having been ticked off repeatedly at this end.
Smart that, change ends. In once more, back of a length delivery. Defended out into the leg side by Ali Orr. Having a look at his bat. Still bathed in sunshine here at Trent Bridge. It's been a glorious day to watch cricket, hasn't it?
Yeah, very nice indeed.
Done one game by your side, Dave, and it was shut the windows because the wind was rattling about, breezing in the old press box. But nice to see, as we see some lovely camera angles of Dame Patterson on the boundary. Nice to see spectators out in full force, enjoying the sunshine on a beautiful Sunday. It's not Saturday, it's a Sunday. As Pennington comes in once more. Finds the inside half of the bat there as Ali Orr runs it down to fine leg, and they come through a single.
Not sort of desperately from their perspective, got to go bang, 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 haven't they, very early on here. If the visitors can get to, what, 70 for 1 and even 70 for 2 at close of play, it's not quite job done, but they're going to be well on the way. Picking up the victory tomorrow in the morning session.
Well, if Ollie Stone finds similar rhythm to Carl Abbott, we should be in for an interesting couple of hours of cricket. Hopefully Pennington can do the same from the other end.
Stone then to begin a new over from the Stuart Broad end, running towards a short ball, but not going to trouble Ali Orr with that, just a little too far outside the off stump, and I reckon he has a little word to Ali Orr, does Ollie Stone there, and I reckon Ali Orr maybe had a word back.
Feisty starts for the final innings of this game.
There's been some good battles in this game. It was a good battle earlier between, was it Felix Oran and Joe Clark maybe. Clearly it was memorable. Hampshire 8 without loss then. 161 more to win as Ali Orr is on the back foot, pushing that into the offside, and there is no run.
Jack Haynes, wasn't it, that he nearly had stumped and then nearly had him caught behind and then got him in the end.
I think he missed the brace girdle. Shirts of the Nottinghamshire slip cordon just slightly moving in the breeze. Generally quite cool conditions. Mainly they've got the long sleeve shirts on, but not too many jumpers that I can see out there. Not too many floppy hats either, as that's outside the off stump and left alone by Orr. Just the one floppy hat at cover.
Yeah, Jack Haynes. Slater had one to begin with when he was just in the field. Now he's in at short leg. Of course, he's got the helmet on.
Stone then at the top of his mark. Goes to do that thing where the bowler casually, one-handedly catches the ball back from their fielder, and this time drops it, so has to pick it up. Looks a little silly. Running towards us now. To bowl to Orr, and that's on the pads of Orr, and he gets something on it. I think it was a pad down to the fielder at fine leg, and yes, leg byes signalled. They come through for one of them. 9 without loss. Traffic to our right hand side, that Bridgeford Road just looking fairly busy actually for this time of day. 4:20 on a Sunday afternoon. Everyone heading back from wherever they've been, maybe for the weekend, or maybe heading out for a Sunday night. Big one. Never know.
Big one.
Might have tomorrow off. Annual leave. Plane goes overhead. Those trees to our left hand side, the Fox Road side of the ground, glistening in the sunshine. Here is Stone then to Middleton, who is leaving outside the off stump. 3 slips in place for Middleton as well. The shinier helmet of the two. Ali all gone for the conventional navy sort of velvety type helmet, and Middleton with a, I'll be honest, terrible looking shiny one in my opinion.
Yeah, the new ones that just come in.
It's a bit odd, isn't
Moulded to your head.
it? Was that what it is?
Yeah, the new technology.
Moulded to your
Supported
head.
by Majori. Do some 3D printing. Everyone in the game's had one done this winter.
Crikey.
Great initiative by the PCA, that one.
Other helmet manufacturers are available,
They
but I
are
don't think there are
indeed.
too many of them actually. Here's Stone once again into Middleton. There's a good one. Beats him outside the off stump. A little bit of extra bounce as well. Good over from Ollie Stone. Hampshire 9 without loss. Ali Orr has 7. Fletcher Middleton has 1.
Yeah, I think it depends on which helmet you prefer to wear. But there was an option to have that particular brand of helmet this year.
How do you get it moulded?
They come in and use a device to take a 360 image of your head.
Oh, so it's not like when you get your braces done and you have to have a big
No.
mould thing that you stick your head in like jelly and it moulds
No,
you.
But-
luckily not. You put basically a swim cap on,
Oh,
and they come in, a team come in and 3D scan your head, and then it gets printed into the inside of the helmet.
But how many
As
do you
safe as
get?
possible.
We see all the time helmet changes when somebody's just clonked on the top of the helmet.
And Pennington runs in, right arm over the wicket. It's a full delivery worked out to Seeper Mead, who feels that at mid-wicket. You get 1, and then the team will carry 3
Yeah.
or 4 spares. You'll still have to change it, but I'm assuming if it gets broken for whatever reason, they will send a replacement. They basically have that on their system,
Sounds
and they
like,
can send them back out.
that sounds like a nice, expensive contract for.
It's an expensive endeavour, I would assume,
Yeah.
but I think it's a good initiative to add a bit more
Oh, yeah.
safety in that
Yeah.
department. Definitely for those who like to head the ball frequently, as Pennington comes in once more. Oh, it's lobbed up. Oh, it's an absolute one-handed screamer from his Heber Mead, who takes that unbelievably casually, running over his shoulder at mid-wicket, sticks out his left hand, and the plaudits go to Heber Mead and Dylan Pennington there. Looked for all money like it was just going to run over his shoulder, and I think he thought it might as well, Heber Mead, and nonchalantly trotted back at mid-wicket, stuck a hand out. That was a great catch to bring to the end of the innings for Ali Orr, who made 7
Yes.
off 22 balls.
Sometimes they stick and sometimes they don't. My word, Notts needed that. You know, from a Notts perspective, put the spin on it that the press can't bat 9 for 2. It just sort of gives you an extra little bit of encouragement. It's important, really important for Notts to get something early on. And I think even though we're not going to see him for a while, I suspect if they can get Vince tonight, they'll believe, provided he doesn't do the damage like he did in the first innings, a run a ball 36 before he got out. If he did that this evening, it might just have already tilted the balance. But Felix Oran will come in at 3, having taken 3 wickets this afternoon. But if they can break this partnership and get Vince tonight, then Notts will believe, I guess. But, that was an important one to get relatively early on in the piece. We're only in the what are we in, the 6th over. Notts needed that 9 for 1.
just seen it on the replay. That ball seemed to hang in the air for so long, and it was one of those, wasn't it, where if you're playing catch with your pals, maybe someone will throw it and you'll sort of you'll slightly run after it and you'll stick out a hand, and sometimes it'll stick in you, but mad, I caught it. And then he threw it up almost level with where we are. We're pretty high, so yeah, good celebration. It was casual, wasn't it?
It was casual. Big wicket for Notts, like you just said, Dave. Bit of early momentum into this innings. And Felix Oran, who had a good day out with the ball, now comes in to take strike. He's currently taking his guard. I dread to think how many lines there'll be on the wicket at this point. It's the 4th innings of people who have taken numerous different batting positions and numerous different styles of bowling. Pennington running in, knees pumping, delivers the ball slightly anticlimactically down the leg side, moving from Joe Clark to take that. He's kept really nicely at the start of the season, Joe Clark. So he's been in good form with the bat, but he's been very tidy behind the stumps.
Very much so, yeah. I know you're talking about crease lines where the batters go, but what I like down here is the green paint, so you can hardly see from the boundary edge. I mean, we're on high looking down, but you can hardly see the bowler's marks. I hate to see these grounds where there's white paint literally everywhere. Yeah.
Quite a few grounds up for the navy paint as well, which I think is even worse. Short ball by Pennington, that's carried through nicely. Bowling with some good heat here, Pennington. Him and Stone make a formidable opening partnership with the pace they both carry. A lot for the openers to think about.
Now Jiggs and family spend their life on the ship canals of Great Britain on a what do they call them, a houseboat, a barge. Thanks for another afternoon of commentary, everyone. It'll be a push to finish it tonight. Come back to Jiggs in a moment.
Pennington in once more. Lovely delivery, left alone by Felix Oran.
Hope it doesn't ruin a day's golf for any of the players tomorrow. I'm sat baking, had a day off from boating to shop and hunt shade and some cool drinks. We're by the Macclesfield Canal at the moment, listening to you. Thanks, Jiggs.
Lovely day to be on the canal.
Very much so, yeah.
Basking sunshine.
It's that thing with water, isn't it? You've just got to be near it and you sort of immediately feel refreshed, even if you're not touching it or in it or drinking it or anything.
Organ taps his bat, or waits. Lovely line of length again by Pennington, who's found that channel outside off stump. Well left alone by Organ, who's not interested out there.
Learned a lot about Dave Bracegirdle today. We've learned he doesn't
stick around, kid, stick around.
We've learned he doesn't like certain measurements, doesn't like white paint, but does like water. Interesting.
Fascinating man, isn't he? Privileged to be in his company. Are you not?
No, I am. Yeah. Rounded bloke.
I feel like I learn a lot when I come on and do commentary.
Yeah. You got to. If you get it, you're here tomorrow, aren't you?
I am.
If you get a chance, you do that lap with him before play. Honestly, great fun.
It's a day of rest. I'm not sure I'm going to be walking around the ground.
No, you do a little lap with Dave Bracegirdle in the morning.
And have some fried bread in the morning as well. Tell us all about that experience.
Oh yeah, and my AeroPress coffee.
Well,
it's a delightful morning setup, that, actually, now you mention it.
That sounds very odd if you've just tuned in, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
What on earth are they talking about?
Talking about fried bread this morning and fancy coffees.
Ollie Stone into the right-handed Fletcher Middleton, who's playing that late and intentionally down to the fielder at wide third man. It is Dylan Pennington who fields, and they come through for a single, 10 for 1.
It's maybe a nudge up from yesterday when the conversation got around to briefcases, and do people still carry briefcases to work? That's how good it was yesterday. That was award-winning radio.
Wow.
Should have done a dissertation on that.
You know what I mean, or what we were talking about by a right, okay.
Satchel. I know what a briefcase is. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, but
got that one.
Yeah.
Just about, to be fair.
What do you take to school? Satchel?
Pencil
Rucksack?
case. Here's Stone in once more and leaving outside the off stump is Organ.
I think there's still a place in the world for a traditional briefcase. Very smart.
I think they're coming
back in,
aren't they?
They're called satchels now. You don't call them briefcases too.
Oh, is that right?
Call them a satchel.
Or actually no, replacing the suitcase is a tote bag, isn't it?
I do enjoy a little tote bag, actually.
Yeah.
Put my coffee in a tote bag.
I'm not surprised.
With my Birkenstocks on.
I'm not surprised.
Back to the cricket. Stone building up a fair head of steam again.
It's enjoyable watching people bowl when they bowl fast like this, isn't it?
It's the same end that Kyle Abbott tore things up in the first half hour this morning, and leaving outside the off stump is Felix Oran. And intriguingly, that one doesn't go on the full through to wicketkeeper Joe Clark, just bounces once in front of him. Seen decent carry generally from that end.
Got some good energy in the field, the Notts boys. Seem up for this now. That early wicket spurred them on a bit. I'll be hoping for one more quick one, won't they?
The shadows just starting to lengthen a little bit. Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Stone is in over the wicket to the right-handed Organ, who's tucking that one up to Dane Patterson. Fields it mid-on, and there is no run. Three slips. We'll wait as things are. There's a wide third man. Cover mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket and a fine leg. 159 more to win for Hampshire to pick up their first win in this season's county championship, as Felix Oran is driving and finds the fielder at cover. There's no run.
Sounds patronising to say it, but I'll say it anyway. A pretty decent effort from Leicestershire They're 333 for 8. Richard Patel made 117. He's just been dismissed. But that, remember, they were in the field for virtually all of 2 days as Gloucestershire racked up 706 for 6. To go out there today and rack up 333 for 8, again, they're still 373 behind, but they've responded pretty well today. That's not meant to sound patronising, but that's a game where if they can do it again tomorrow, they might get out of that with a draw, which would be pretty good stuff.
Final ball of the over from Stone. He's edging, and is he caught? Oh no,
Short.
It's gone down. Or did it just
Short.
drop short of Calvin Harrison there? That second slip. Yep, the reaction would suggest that it dropped short instead of being a drop catch, but making things happen. Ollie Stone, decent start this from Nottinghamshire after 7 overs. Hampshire 10 for 1.
Yeah, no, it was short. It was well short of Calvin Harrison. 24 overs to go in the day. Only just past 4:30. We're going to be there or thereabouts, aren't we, for 6 o'clock, you'd imagine.
Don't put the blockers on it, Dave.
No, but I think, well, you never know, do you, if there's some unfortunate or unforeseen circumstances might just hold things up.
Pennington runs in again to Middleton. Back of a length delivery outside off stump. Punched out to Hasib Hamid at mid-off for no run.
And if we are finished roughly on time, I think we can thank Liam Dawson and Felix Oran because they rattled through their overs.
Yeah, I think some of the fast bowlers will be happy there as well, as they got through those overs pretty quickly. Not happy if you're running boundary to boundary though. Pennington at the top of his mark. Runs in again. Delivers the ball. Oh, squares Middleton up and he just squirts its third man. Run the first hard, they come back for 2. I think it's Lynn and James down there with a big throw in.
What happened in the Lancashire game and in the first innings here was that Stone had a couple more from the far end. Pennington will come out of the attack after this one and Dane Patterson on at this end, and then Pennington will replace Stone at the far end. That's what's happened the last 3 innings here. I see Patterson's already warming up though, so I'm wondering if we're going to change things around.
Might be a short spell for Pennington as he comes back in. Short ball. Ducked under by Middleton, who drops his hands. Still looks like a good carry in the pitch.
I was going to say, it looked quickish delivery and good carry. Both Pennington and Stone. Apparently I didn't hear the interview, but were talked up a little bit by Rob Key last week. Amongst the potential names to perhaps press forward for a place in the England side this summer.
I think Notts will be hoping with the way they're bowling they're not losing both of them. Middleton on strike, the right-hander. Straightish ball by Pennington. Defended out, slips are interested.
Well, I made the point yesterday, what you don't want is them to be repeatedly in squads of 14 or 15 and not playing for either county or for England, and that happened to Jake Ball one summer. Didn't play here, didn't play for England, he was in all the squads, and it can't be a good thing, can it, really?
No, and your workloads are managed and then you come back in and you can't really...
Yeah.
I think as a cricketer you just want to be playing, don't you? That's how you get your rhythms, and if you do get going Test cricket, as Pennington comes in again. Outside off stump, slashed away by Middleton, didn't quite time it. Out to deep cover. And they come back for 2 more. So 2 added to the total. The score moves to 14 for 1.
On the Hampshire side, there was that situation, I think it was for the England-India series, the Test series that took place at the start of the year, when there was a lot of talk about someone like Liam Dawson going over for that tour and people saying that he should be picked. But I think he had a conversation with Rob Key and sort of ultimately agreed that, well, hang on, I don't want to go over and just carry the drinks, so I'd rather be left out than brought over and carrying the drinks. So interesting to, I suppose, depending on where you are in your career, you can maybe have a little bit of pushback on the say that you have in that.
Absolutely.
Shot.
It's well-timed drive there by Middleton, but picks out extra cover. His hands will be stinging after that one.
Well, it's clear watching him yesterday and again this lunchtime out there with his family and friends. It's clear that family time means a lot to Liam Dawson. He's had a good old time out there with the little ones, with the family. This match, I'm sure. Well, I say I'm sure. I don't know. I don't know if the family have got a journey back this evening or staying around for the entire match. Dane Patterson is coming on, so this is a slight variation from what we've seen. 2 innings of Lancashire last week and in the first innings here, because Patterson has been bowling from this end and it's been Stone and Pennington rotating from the far end.
Looked in good rhythm from that end, Stone, early actually.
Yeah.
Bit of a surprise to see him being taken off after just the 4 overs.
So here is Dane Patterson into bowl to Felix Oran, yet to get off the mark, leaves this ball, and again it dies on Joe Clark, bounced in front of him, did well to take it, the wicket keeper. Felix Oran made 5 in the first innings, and he did fall victim to Ollie Stone, nicked one from the paceman to Calvin Harrison at second slip. Bumped up the order with Nick Gubbins away on paternity leave. Don't know if you're listening along, watching along today, Nick. Hope everything's well with the family. I know you were sending Kevin messages over the first couple of days. 14 for 1. Next ball sees Felix Oran just, I think, having a little push towards that ball just outside the off stump. Dane Patterson, the philosophical Dane Patterson, turns and marches back. He knows that there's plenty of battles still to come. As always, he's got that customary clunky, I don't know what you call them. You young ones will know. It's not a watch on his left wrist. Absolutely everything. He's out there. He's getting his emails and his Twitter account and all sorts of things. But the step counter and everything on his...
The old smartwatch.
That's it. Here he comes in again and bowls to Oran, who defends. Great big clunky thing, look, on his left wrist.
I'm surprised he's allowed to wear, actually.
You're not allowed to wear them?
No smartwatches.
He's not the only one.
Maybe might be different rules in 4-day cricket.
Well, it might not be a smartwatch then.
It's
it
big
certainly
though,
looks
isn't
that
it?
way.
It's
Yeah, it
chunky.
does look. Would weigh me down, that would. I'd be running in it anywhere near that pace. I'd be towing a caravan with that on my arm. Be dead weight.
14 for 1. Felix Oran has faced 12 deliveries so far, the equivalent of 2 overs, yet to get off the mark. Patterson bowls to him, and again he's happy just to tuck in there and defend. Patterson fields off his own bowling, lobs the ball to Jack Haynes to polish. Got a case of creeping floodlight pylon shadow. It's just making its way across the square. Won't be too long before it hits the strip we're playing on, or it might just deviate towards the pavilion and just miss the one they're playing on.
That's going to be a nightmare though as a batter, isn't it, if that goes across the wicket?
Here comes Patterson in again and a repeat. Only this time Dane Patterson doesn't get involved and lets it run all the way up to Seabermead on the offside. I sometimes think that they just seem to play on regardless. I mean, there's not an awful lot you can do if there's a shadow.
They can walk off, refuse to play.
I guess the players would rather just have a still shadow than one of a short leg or a silly point casting moving shadows across the strip. I know they're not supposed to move, but doesn't seem to badly affect anybody. 14 for 1. Dane Patterson comes in again. That's a really good delivery, like a fast leg break. Goes through to Joe Clark. Nicely bowled from Dane Patterson. Begins with a maiden. Yeah, it seems the players can just carry on regardless with a shadow across the strip. Yet if somebody opens the door at the far end or the dressing room window there, immediately close the door.
Yeah, of course, because this wicket being pretty much in line with those dressing rooms, isn't it? So that's the Hampshire dressing room on the bottom.
Hampshire the bottom, not so the top.
They've had to sort of whiten the windows and put white sheets in front of that advertising boarding.
And it's the other way round with the women's, isn't it? The blazer at the bottom.
Yeah, we use the away dressing rooms, our home dressing rooms. We've got some nice branding in there. Little team slogan. As Pennington comes in once again. Oh, it's a slightly fuller, wider delivery. It has Middleton slashing at it and misses the outside edge.
Such as?
I don't know if I can divulge that information, Dave. There's a lovely team photo in there.
winners don't quit and
Well, no,
quitters
no.
don't win and all that sort of stuff.
We've got a little phrase that I think it was Catherine Bryce came up with. Just off a cuff before a game, and that's up there. But we did have an entertaining as Pennington comes back in. I'll continue that in a second. Middleton on strike. On the back of a length delivery. Just dropped on that one by Middleton, and they come through for a single. We played 2 games here, excuse me, a couple of weeks ago, and we actually ended up playing on the wicket just to the right of one we're looking at currently.
Yeah.
So they obviously had to put the black sight screen. It ended up covering the away changing room. So we, when I say we, I mean we, like not me. Very smartly, we're like, well, we'll go in the home change room so we can still see. And we put the other team in the away changing room.
Yeah.
But they were obviously behind the sight screens, they couldn't see. So literally the black sight screen covered their entire changing room.
Yeah.
I was like, that is unfortunate. As Pennington comes back in. A straight delivery. That has Organ defending for no run.
That's what happens with the men's game, with the blast. The away teams, they can't see there, so they've all got to either go and sit in the dugout, or generally they're going to sit up at the top underneath the
It's a
clock.
lovely view up there.
Yeah.
Really nice view.
Honestly, you blaze with the changing your kit colours and
Tell you, we're very, very fortunate.
playing around with the dressing rooms.
Very fortunate to be here. Treated very, very well. Never take it for granted though, as Pennington comes in once more. It's stunning fielding. Stunning fielding there by Ben Slater, who dives away at extra cover to save a certain boundary.
Are you someone who will, if there's a balcony to sit on, you'll sit on it, or are you one of those players that goes in the changing? Because I always find it remarkable how fewer players sit on the balcony and enjoy the cricket from the balcony.
I
They
like
just sit
sitting
inside.
on the balcony. I think you should. I think you should sit on the balcony. The only game I didn't was the last 50 over game where I was too anxious. I had to sit in the changing room. I couldn't watch as Pennington comes in once more. Oh, that's another absolute hanger from Calvin Harrison. That is an unbelievable catch, short and wide from Pennington. It's not Alior, it's Felix Oran, like to slash it away. Harrison jumps up, sticks a hand out a second slip. Unbelievable.
Have you ever seen a better one than that? Wow!
I mean, he's taken some fantastic catches in his time, but that really is one for the highlights reel. You said earlier, Robbie, you said he makes something happen. Ball, bat, field, you cannot keep Calvin Harrison out of the game. Just get the replay up now. I'll happily watch this one again. Back of a length. Organ's eyes lit up. Both feet off the floor. Full stretch dive, in the air, sticks in the right mitt. Big plaudits from the slip cordon. That's an unbelievable catch to end the innings of Felix Oran, who scored none of 18 balls. And being none off 17 balls, his eyes must have lit up when he got that ball from Dylan Pennington, thinking that's going for 4. And that was sensational from Calvin Harrison.
I mean, Felix Oran's reaction told you everything that you needed to know, because he's only just gone over the rope now. He was standing there for probably about 20 seconds in the end, in just disbelief at what had just happened, because a little bit like that sweep shot earlier in the day that went straight to Kyle Abbott when Nottinghamshire were batting. It was Lyndon James. You just don't get out that way normally. You don't get out that way, flashing one and sending it over the slips.
Absolutely flew as well. Absolutely flew to the slip cordon.
Well, I think Hampshire will be in a little bit of shock about that. And this is the thing. This is where suddenly no Tom Preston. We said if they lose a couple of wickets and you haven't won a game in the Championship yet this season, you haven't got over the line. That 154 just looks that little bit bigger.
Bit of magic there. Bit of magic from Notts. And if that doesn't give them some momentum, let's take a couple more.
2 one-handed catches in the innings.
100% record.
Who needs 2?
Pennington in. His tail's up now.
Well, this is the one,
Back
isn't
onto
it?
off stump.
This is the one. This is the game here.
It's big fish this now.
Yeah, James Vince, Hampshire captain, 36 from 35 in the first innings. Looking to try and cement one big score this season. Yet to really cement any huge scores, James Vince, whilst a lot of those around him have.
I have also noticed, this will be good for you, when the slip cordon line up, just look at the numbers on the back.
Oh, is it going to be
They're
something?
my lottery numbers.
It's enjoyable. We've got Joe Clark wearing 33, the keeper. We've got Tom Moores at first slip 23, Calvin Harrison at second slip 31, and then Will Young at third slip 32.
And not in the perfect order,
They're
though,
not.
are they?
Do you think they'd switch around for us?
33, 23, 31 and 32. I think they probably would if you asked them nicely.
Joe, if you just take your pads off and just get yourself to third slip.
Either way, in comes Dane Patterson, bowling to Middleton, who's leaving that one outside the off stump, taken by number 33, Joe Clark. Well, I suppose what you'd ideally have, you could have 33, 32, 31. What do we do with 23?
Well, Jack Haynes is 30. He's not in the slip cord. They ought to drag him in there for Tom Moores, didn't they? Then
Yeah, Tom Moores can go field somewhere. Go on, go on to cover.
Sorry, Tom. Out you go. Can't be having that in the slips.
This is why I'm not a professional cricketer, because I'd genuinely be trying to make sure that happened, even if it cost the team a few runs.
Just for an over.
Middleton on strike to face Patterson. Oh, I beat him outside the off stump. It's a good one.
Delightful from Patterson there.
It's in the crowd are involved now as well. Hampshire got away 40-50 for none. Oh, crikey, shall we go? We're giving them everything.
Did say, Dave, a couple of early wickets makes this really interesting. I think, Robbie, you made a great point earlier when you said they've not won a game yet.
Rob Collins, I've never seen a better slip catcher than Calvin Harrison.
I remember distinctly last year, he took a caught and bowled on the fourth day of a county champo game, and it was unbelievable.
Patterson over the wicket, bowling to Middleton. That's too wide to bother him. Leaves it outside the off stump.
The yellow belly. The replay that we've just seen from the Stuart Broad end is even better than the front on view. Don't know if we get the chance to see that again, Kirsty and Aaron. The replay from the Stuart Broad end of the catch, for those watching the live stream that might have missed it, that'd be terrific. Gaz, there are great catchers, and then there are catchers like that. Words don't do it justice.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Got a funny feeling that's going to be doing the rounds on social media in the next 24 hours or so. As Patterson's in to Middleton, beats him outside the off stump. We've got a game on our hands here. This game today has pretty much gone all Hampshire's way throughout the day. There was that partnership between Jack Haynes and Joe Clark, but if you feel like Nottinghamshire just they sense that if they could get 2, 3, 4 this evening, then
Vince, just get
into
Vince.
this.
Mark the Mod in Seven Oaks, Take a Bow Calvin, Mike Brown in Guernsey. Good afternoon, Mike. The only catch I've ever seen better than that was taken by John T. Rhodes, great South African fielder of his day.
Doing all right to be compared to John T. Rhodes' catch, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's doing very well.
3 slips all go down as Middleton gets a thick outside edge down to the fielder at third man, who runs away to their left-hand side. Come through for a single. 16 for 2.
Tony Fisher just saying Court Harrison beside his name on the scorecard doesn't do that justice. Wow.
He's worked incredibly hard over the winter. I think he tore his pec at the back end of last season, had surgery, and he's worked really hard all winter to get back fit, and he's an unbelievable athlete.
Mark says, yeah, see that replay again, please. Steve Smith level catch. Thank you, everybody.
Final ball of the 11th over. 153 more needed for Hampshire as Vince defends, technically looking excellent as always, out into the offside. No run. End of the over. Hampshire 16 for 2. Vince yet to get off the mark. Middleton has 8. Hampshire 153 runs away from their first county championship win of the season.
Pennington's already got his cap off and is ready to go. Him and Stone have had some raw meat in the tea interval. Is that Ben Martindale, is that doing 12th man duties, came rushing on with a drink and he's told, get off, clear off.
I think keep your momentum here. Really don't want a little stop in play at the minute, not, so just want to keep bowling.
Hampshire will maybe try and get the ball changed. Can the batting team get the ball changed?
Why not?
Just try and whack one and say, oh, it's out of shape.
Send it out the ground.
Yeah.
One way to get it changed, hey. Don't think that'll be in their minds at the minute. To be trying to see out a bit of this spell as Pennington runs back in to Middleton. Tries to drive that one, but doesn't get a hold of it at all, and it's picked up by Hasib Hamid and thrown back into Joe Clark.
Sheffield Outlaw says, me and Joe, we've given up on the football. We'll put the cricket back on. Thank you, Sheffield Outlaw. In regards to you and Joe, they are looking at the ball now. What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh no, he's getting a ticking off again. There's a surprise.
Looked like he was looking at the front foot line there, wasn't he? Maybe Hasib or Dylan asking how close his front foot was to the line, potentially. Turns. Pennington comes in. Oh, that's a good length delivery, that. Corridor uncertainty, well left lane by Middleton. He's left well outside the off stump. That's a good carry in the wicket still. So this newish ball. A lot of energy in the outfield. The slips look pretty interested. A lot of hands on heads after every delivery. Big clap there from Ben Slater, getting behind his bowler. And why wouldn't you? 2 exceptional catches to start off this innings. As Pennington comes in once more. Another good delivery left alone. Been tidy out there to his credit, Middleton. Not been interested.
No, he stuck around in the first innings, Fletcher Middleton. Obviously he opened, but he was out in the 20th over. No, 21st over, I beg your pardon, for 20, and it was Pennington who got him caught behind in the end, but he was very watchful over those first 20 overs.
Shaughnessy was back down after that ball, the umpire, having a look at where Pennington was following through. So interested to see if any conversation's taken up as Pennington comes in once more. Another good delivery left alone by Middleton. And 2 balls remaining in this over.
Feels like everyone's just gone from their Sunday afternoon slumber, sit back, and suddenly everyone's a little just perked up a bit around the ground and on the pitch. Up in the commentary box, Terence.
Absolutely.
Finding myself that bit closer to the window.
11 wickets have gone down today, and with best part of 20 overs left, it may well be time for 1 or 2 more.
You just never know. Pennington. Just for a full ball, almost ends up being a Yorker length delivery. Hit out to mid-off for no run.
An update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. Just staying in my ears all the football scores, so there's a waste of time me recording it to watch tonight without knowing. Well, Hampshire batting in their second innings. They've been set to score 169 to beat Notts in 31 overs today, and they've got up to 96 overs tomorrow. But Notts have struck early, and my word, they've struck early with 2 sensational catches. We thought the first one was good. Hasib Hamid at mid-off leapt high to take it one-handed. That was Ali Orgon, but that was nothing in comparison to the one we've just seen. Calvin Harrison at second slip. Ball seemed to be going high over his head. How he got so high in the air to leap and catch it one hand, nobody will know. Both wickets to Dylan Pennington. Hampshire require 169 to win. We know Tom Prest is injured and won't bat, so effectively 3 down. 17 for 2 though is the score. Over has come to an end. Don't know if we got to see a replay or not. I was otherwise occupied, but here's Pennington from the pavilion end. Bowls to Fletcher Middleton. Pushes this back to Dane Patterson. There's not too many Fletchers about, but there is a Fletcher in this neck of the woods, of course, Luke Fletcher, and coincidentally he wears squad number 19, and Fletcher Middleton also wears number 19. There we are, and bordering on...
Is it a thing? Is there a WhatsApp group?
the Fletchers, the 19 Club.
Sounds like a band. That sounds like a band.
Quite an exclusive club, isn't it?
What, the 19 Club or the Fletchers? Chris Wokes wears 19. Off the top of my head, I can't think of too many others. 17 for 2. Dane Patterson bowls to number 19, who may be a bit of bat, maybe Sol Pat gets it down to Lyndon James down below us. No, there must have been some bat involved. And it's 18 for 2 here at Trent Bridge as that shadow from the floodlight pylon gets ever closer to the strip, and those in the Smith Cooper stand get ever cooler. I think right now it'll be okay. Another 20 minutes or so, and it'll be It's getting a bit chilly in here, whereas on the other side of the ground, who already are a long way away from the cricket, some of the gentlemen have got their tops off. See one or two chaps who have gone bare-chested this afternoon as this is pushed into the offside by James Vince, no run. But they're looking straight into the sun now, and it's always a little difficult to make out everything. But I guess if you're just enjoying yourself, just sat there in the sun, it's okay, isn't it? You know what's going on. You've only got to look to your right, and you've got that huge scoreboard keeping you informed. We were talking about that this morning, actually. I think it's about 15, 16 years now since the big board to our left at the Radcliffe Road end, the corner of the Radcliffe Road and the Fox Road, that big big screen went up as Vince, still looking for his first run, works it on the leg side. When it went up, they said it was the largest outdoor screen in Europe, and I was talking this morning, I don't know obviously, but at a hazard of guess it's probably not even in the top 100 anymore, because these big jumbotrons and all sorts of things they call them, they're colossal now, aren't they? But that's been a good one and continues to serve the public well. At the other end we've got the Batman board with Batman's ears pointing up towards a clear blue sky. 18 for 2. Staying Patterson bowls. James Vince will get off the mark here. It was a late adjustment to a delivery that just kept a whisker low, might have come back a fraction, forced it out square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. There is one run, I beg your pardon, 19 for 2.
It looks like you can go and well, not the public, but you can stand at the top of on the top of those boards. Can you? It's not like I've up at the O2 thing, is it? Where
I've been out there, quick touch of vertigo and down a. Oh
really?
Stem, yeah.
Which one did you go up? The one at the Broad end.
Yeah.
Can you? It looks like you can go up both of them.
No,
can
you?
That's high. That one.
I've not been on top of that one. No.
You think that one's higher than?
That one's higher, isn't it?
Patterson. To bowl, worked away nicely by Fletcher Middleton. There should be 3 here, working it through mid-wicket. Long chase on. The captain loses his cap, as he always does. And comes the throw. It's good work by Asiba Mead, but good running also between James Vince and Fletcher Middleton, who is now on to 13, 22 for 2. Hampshire need a snooker maximum to win this game. Another 147.
Maybe change a bowler as Lyndon James takes his cap off. It's got the feeling of every ball being an event, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's an oohs and ahs and a slip cordon, animated fielding outfit at the minute.
Mandy Clark really pleased for Calvin Harris, and so pleased for him, his hard work paying off, hitting so mature, calm and poised early on. Thank you, Mandy. Lyndon James went wicketless in Hampshire's first innings. He's got 13 for the season. Of course, his moment so far in this game was with the bat, and undefeated, 106 in Nottinghamshire's first dig.
He'll be keen to start well here in this spell, Lyndon James. He's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Middleton. And in he comes now. And he starts with a wide delivery. It's well cut off there by Haseeb Hameed, who tumbles to his left. He's a very good fielder, Haseeb Hameed, isn't he? Leads from the front. Sets good standards. The captain often finds himself there at mid-off.
Yeah, sort of defeats the object of recording the football and trying to stay away from all the scores when you get... We'll come to you in a minute, Dave. I'll just leave the feed on, and then all you hear is, here are the half-times, and then we'll go to the cricket.
I'll save you a watching of a programme tonight.
Of course, yeah.
Lyndon James once more. Oh, again, outstanding from Haseeb Hameed. It was a half volley, to be fair, from Lyndon James. Well put away from James Vince, but it's a full-length dive, outstretched left hand, saves 3 runs. Great work from the not skipper there.
Do you think the message in the huddle as they came out was, let's give it everything in the field?
Well, I think to defend 145 to win, they're going to have to. In once more is James. Oh, he's got away with that one as well. Not quite found his length yet. Maybe probably a touch full. Well backed up in the field. That's what you want as a bowler. Don't quite hit your straps, but you've been saved. You can keep running in, the confidence that your fielding team are putting their body on the line. Lyndon James. And that's punched down the ground quite effortlessly from Middleton. A chase in vain from Hasib Hamid as it runs away for 4. Just a nice gentle stride down the wicket. Push back with authority.
My word, my word, my word. We've got a result, the first result from this round of games. And I wasn't expecting that when I said Yorkshire 4 wickets in hand, need 40 more. They've gone. They've been bowled out for 161. Sussex have defeated Yorkshire by 21. Low scoring game there. Sussex 150 and 227. Yorkshire 195 and 161. Sussex win.
Goodness gracious. Left alone outside the off stump this time by Middleton.
Might be another one any second because Worcestershire have now gone 9 down. They're 175 for 9 at the Oval. They need 338 more to win. Surrey need 1 wicket. We think we know what's going to happen.
It's looking likely. See that Central Sparks have completed their victory. I'll let you round that one up, Dave. So Lyndon James comes in again. It's a better length delivery that time, left alone again by Middleton. Completes the over. Hampshire 28 for 2.
Yeah, earlier Lancashire Thunder defeated Northern Diamonds by 8 wickets. Central Sparks have defeated Sunrisers by 7 wickets. And Chloe Brewer didn't even get in. Assume she was... Well,
she's not in the squad
never
today.
Assume or presume. In the starting 11.
It looked to be a good knock, Davina Perrin. 79 not out on the first day of a T20 comp. Tidy.
The other game still going on. Western Storm 92 for 3, need 41 more from 5 overs to defeat South East Stars. Next one's driven away through the offside, and that'll go for 4. That's a lovely looking shot. James Vince just driving that handsomely, majestically away, just behind square on the offside, away for 4. Vince with his first boundary moves on to 6, 32 for 2.
This is the thing with James Vince, if he can get a few away, if he is that kind of batter that can maybe hit a few boundaries in and over and just all of a sudden puts a little bit more pressure back on Nottinghamshire and just calms things down a little bit for Hampshire.
There's Patterson. And to bowl to him, and he defends. That's what he did in the first innings. It was clear he was looking to take Pennington down, got him away for 3 boundaries. Harrison came on down the track, hit him for a 6 and a 1 bounce 4, and was going along at a run of ball 36 or so. Dane Patterson got him. Final ball before lunch on day 2. Day 2. That was only yesterday, wasn't it? Is on 6, 32 for 2. Patterson to bowl to him, and Vince watchful. There's a great deal of responsibility here, James Vince, as the senior player, and there's no doubt he's the best player in the Hampshire side. Liam Dawson came in at 5 in the first innings and contributed 95. Ben Brown went fairly cheaply. And all-rounders Fuller and Barker. And Abbott and Abbas. Let's deliver it on its way wide of the stumps. Again, it keeps low before reaching Joe Clark. Bounce just in front of the keeper. 32 for 2. Vince 6, Middleton 18, the 2 out, both to Dylan Pennington. Alistair Orr for 7, Felix Oran without scoring.
So we're in the 15th over. Hampshire going along at 2.18 runs per over. 16 overs after this left to bowl today. For Hampshire, it won't really matter what they're on. You'd think they maybe get up to 70, 80 if they're lucky at stumps. But they'd love to remain just the 2 wickets down.
Patterson from the Stuart Broad end bowls. Vince drives to Ollie Stone at mid-on. There's no run.
They just need to make sure, though, with a player like James Vince, who is positive, I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing up there, doesn't he? Need saying anything, but with the player as positive as he is, it is easy to just get bogged down and try and see out the day. But I think Hampshire, the way that they'll probably get to this total and score those 137 more runs is by being positive and not letting themselves get bogged down in too low a run rate. 2.1 at the moment.
Final ball of the 15th over. South Africa's Dane Patterson ball strikes him on the pad! Second time in the game, Patterson gets Vince. James Vince, almost an apologetic wave of the arm, as if he felt, oh no, what have I done? It's missed a delivery that was homing in on the stumps. James Vince out for 6. Second time that Patterson's claimed that really, really huge wicket. And now 32 for 3. No Tom Prest. So it's going to be Fletcher Middleton again, trying to grind out every run he can get. Liam Dawson and those below to get Hampshire over the line. Just having a little look at it now, and it's looking out. It's looking out. We're not behind the line. The one replay I've seen, but looked a very good shout up went the finger. Vince, LBW Patterson for 6.
Yeah, and I just wonder again, just as we were mentioning about Hampshire remaining positive, and it was a straight delivery, and Vince kind of prodded at it, and might have just nudged it into the onside, but it was actually pretty straight and pretty full. So I just wonder if maybe he'd been in a bit more of a positive mindset, whether or not he could have actually committed to that shot a bit more, committed to punching it through the onside. I just wonder here if Hampshire are trying to survive the day a little bit too much, and that can be a downfall for a lot of sides, especially when you're not chasing a particularly large total. You can end up just thinking, we've just got 15 overs to bat, just see out today and then get the job done easy peasy tomorrow. But they need to make sure that they're in a decent position going into tomorrow, and that would mean not really losing any more wickets than 3, that is for sure. And Liam Dawson, the new batter then, top scorer for Hampshire in the first innings with 95 from 158 balls. He is a contrast to James Vince, not the kind of batter that will necessarily go at a strike rate of 60, 70, 80, 90 like James Vince might just dig in a bit more. But either way, here comes Lyndon James to begin a new over, and outside the off stump Fletcher Middleton lets it go, and he's the one batter that's remained there. 18 from 39 balls. Hampshire 137 away, with, you would have thought, Ben Brown to come next, followed by James Fuller. This game is very much alive. It has been a good game of county championship cricket, where both sides have had their moments, as that one's Fuller to Fletcher Middleton, doesn't get all of it, just the bottom end of the bat trickles out to mid-on, no run.
No wickets yet in the match for Lyndon James. Now would be a really good time, his teammates believe. Mandy says, go get 'em, Dane. Hashtag the great Dane.
2 slips in place. Surprised just to see 2 slips. There is a catcher though on the offside, short cover as James bowls, and it's a good leave outside the off stump from Middleton. Carries through nicely to Clark. That floodlight to our right hand side, Bridgewood Road side of the ground, continues to lengthen, just get a little closer to the wicket, but I reckon it's definitely not going to be shining, I don't think, in the batter's eye line as such. Not going to be in the middle of the wicket where the ball's landing. Probably about 15, 20 feet away currently. In comes James over the wicket, bowls straighter to Middleton this time, and he's nudging it off his hip out to the fielder at deep backward square leg. Come through for a single. Middleton moves on to 19, 33 for 3.
Good game if you're able, if you're in the vicinity, and can come along tomorrow and see the last, well, who knows how long, hour and a half, 2 hours of cricket tomorrow morning. You'll be made very welcome here at Trent Bridge. Should be, well, it appears as if it's going to be set up to be a cracker. Things could happen, of course, in the next 15 overs to make it lean one way or the other.
Here's James bowling wider to Liam Dawson, gets the bottom end of the bat as he tries to cut it into the offside, just trickles out to the fielder at cover. No run. Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, regardless of what happens in the next 15 overs, unless Hampshire lose 3, 4, 5 wickets, in which case the game might be done and dusted, but even if Hampshire just score another 30 runs, this game is set up beautifully tomorrow. If you've got a Monday off, that's Fuller to Dawson, digs it out, pushes it up to fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over then. And then James 0 for 7 from his 2 overs. Hampshire 33 for 3, 136 more required.
Yeah, Notts will be so pleased to see the back of James Vince. The move up the order for Felix Oran hasn't necessarily reaped great dividends. Scores of 5 and 0. Ali Orr got a century in the last match. He's missed out here at Trent Bridge. 0 and 7 for him. But Liam Dawson made 95 and he always appears very much at home whenever he comes to Nottingham. Somebody walking right behind the arm at the other end. I'm very surprised Middleton didn't back away there, but he didn't, and seemed to be very close to feathering that. That person still walking without anybody saying, "Sit down." Did he see?
I did.
Yeah.
Once he mentioned it, I did see. And then started going up the steps, so it was even worse.
Yeah.
But doesn't that just show you that for some batters, they don't mind. There could be a movie going on in that pavilion right now, and they wouldn't mind.
Fletcher Middleton, clearly one of those that, like Kevin James said, all he was concentrating on was the ball, where the ball was. 33 for 3. Next ball is defensively pushed back to the bowler. Paul Johnson, who often joins us on commentary for many years, has been a summariser for the T20. Not skipper and captain for many years. He always said if somebody blew their nose slightly to the side of the pavilion, he'd spot and back away. But, some are just easily distracted, and others so in the zone that they don't notice what's going on. 33 for 3. Said that Notts needed wickets with the second new ball. At what stage, though, does it become easier for the batters? We're in the 17th over. Patterson to bowl to Middleton. Let's this again go through to Joe Clark.
I don't know if as well the batters sometimes get, I don't know if it's the batters that get put off by the music, but the umpires certainly do. And we had it yesterday in that game that Lucy was playing in between the Blaze and the Vipers, where a word got from the umpires to the production tent to stop the music a little earlier, which I don't quite understand. I think that's one of the ones that comes from the umpires. I'm not too sure the batters are too fussed if Dua Lipa's playing for the first couple of strides of the bowler's run up, but there we go.
Middleton has his shirt number. He's on 19. Drives this onto the leg side. No run there. We've been good. Notts, Slater made a couple of fine stops. Asiba Mead has as well, and Ollie Stone now working on the ball. He seems to have taken on the role of designated ball polisher. He's had those flannels with the red smear down the right hand leg throughout the game. Can you have a right hand leg? A right sided leg or right?
I did wonder what you meant.
He rubs the ball on his right thigh, essentially. Yes, you can't. Can you have a right-hand leg? Next delivery on its way now. Middleton drives back to Patterson, and there's no addition to the total. 33 for 3. It remains. Fletcher Middleton 19. Liam Dawson yet to get off the mark. Notts doing the pressing, eager for another wicket. Ben Slater, who pulled off a decent bit of fielding earlier in the over, is now dispatched out onto the mid-wicket fence here, just to see if Fletcher Middleton will go for the short ball if it's sent down, and he'll dolly up a catch. In theory, it sounds a good plan. I'm not entirely sure that Fletcher Middleton will take it on. Next ball is beating him outside the off stump. Middleton withdrawing the bat inside the line. That was good from Dane Patterson again. 33 for 3 it remains. Patterson right on it here. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. 2 wickets for Pennington. Stone bowled quickly. Liam James just early into his work. 2 overs, none for 7 for him. Dave Bracegirdle, Robbie James and Lucy Hyam watching on as we go inside the last hour here. 14 overs to go on this, the 3rd day. As it was when we started 11 o'clock this morning, just clear blue skies over Trent Bridge.
Just to very quickly open and close the topic of can you have a right hand leg, did Google it, and I'm going to say the overriding assumption is no. I'll leave that one there. Lyndon James to begin a new over, his 3rd over, running to away from us I should say. Dawson forward in defence, playing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. We'll park that one there. SouthernCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch via the emails, by the way. We did have an email earlier actually from Dave Allen. It was because we were discussing Lucy Hyam's highest score, and we did have confirmation. I think we mentioned this earlier anyway, but 2015 for that 74 against Northants women at Northampton. As James runs away from us. Dawson forward in defence, and there's no run.
That must have been creche cricket, surely.
I do you know what? I do actually remember it was a women's game. It was a women's game. It was the first time I played at a first class county ground. Nice photo somewhere of me looking about 3 foot tall.
Where was it at? Leicester?
It was at Northampton.
Okay.
Fresh faced. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
9 years ago. Here is James over the wickets. Dawson beats Dawson outside the off stump, but even if he had got an edge on it, it did just didn't carry fully through to Clark behind the stumps. 2 slips away. I wonder if that's why they've just got the 2 slips in place for James. Just didn't quite have as much pace and zip maybe as the other bowlers, and so instead they've gone for that catcher on the offside as opposed to a 3rd slip. Catcher in front of square, I should say. Dawson yet to get off the mark. Faced 5 deliveries. Here comes the 6th as James bowls it, and he's driving up to Hasib Hamid, who really scampers towards that one. Bit of energy in that fielding from the Northampton, we're talking about Nottinghamshire captain. 33 for 3.
Worcestershire still hanging on. Number 10, Ben Gibbon, is 64 not out. They've been 9 down for a long time.
Lyndon James running away from us once again with those tubey grips on his elbows. It's a good leave from Dawson outside the off stump. Just goes maybe over the top of the stumps actually. Let's get off the mark.
Yes, Worcestershire 214 for 9 at the Oval. Surrey have been patient throughout the day. They need 1 more wicket, but just being held up by a frustrating last wicket partnership. Worcestershire still 300 away from winning the game, so that's not going to happen. Surrey need 1 wicket.
Final ball of the 18th over. Another good leave from Liam Dawson. Good over that from Lyndon James, testing Liam Dawson. 33 for 3. Hampshire 136 away still.
Batting sides then in matches still going on. Essex 168 for 4, requiring 162 more to defeat Warwickshire, who obviously require 6 wickets. Durham 77 without loss in their 2nd innings. They need 398 more to defeat Lancashire at Stanley Park. Earlier Keaton Jennings completed his 2nd century of the match. There's Dane Patterson from the far end. The Stuart Broadend bowls now, and this wide of the pegs goes through to the keeper. Kent 260 for 1 at Taunton. They still trail Somerset by 116. Zach Crawley 145 not out there. Good to see him back in the runs. Sounds like the flaggers come down at Donington Park for the 5 o'clock opener. Motorbikes going past. Northants 2nd innings at Derby 88 without loss. They lead the home county by 148. 33 for 3 as Patterson comes in and bowls and this wide of the pegs. Glamorgan 183 for 3 at Cardiff against Middlesex. Who's got the runs there? Marnus Labuschagne 75 not out. Colin Ingram 62 not out. Division 2 Middlesex. Leicestershire now all out 371. They've just been bowled out. Gloucestershire made 706 for 6 declared yesterday, so we wait presumably for the inevitable decision for Leicestershire to be made to follow on, and Sussex have defeated Yorkshire by 21. So we're up to speed up and down the country. One match finished, so we need one more wicket here. A little more cricket still to be played this wide of the off stump through to the keeper. Odds still loosely in Hampshire's favour.
Yeah, very much so. What do you reckon, 2 more? Well, I mean, preferably all out, but 2 more in the next. Oh, it depends how quickly Hampshire are going to score here, isn't it?
Yeah, well, exactly. Where are we going? Those 2 more wickets go down. 60 for 5.
60 for 5 makes it interesting, I would say.
Because it's effectively 60 for 6.
It's effectively 60 for 6, yeah.
There's Patterson coming into Fletcher Middleton. Been on 19 for a while and now moves on to 20, working this off his hip. Little bread and butter shot. Square of the wicket, gets a couple. 35 for 3. So if we're saying the balance just tilts towards Notts at 60 for 5, they need 2 wickets without Hampshire getting more than 25 runs. I know it's all hypothetical and all a load of nonsense really, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah, I think the resistance shown by Liam Dawson and Barker in the first innings will play heavily in the back of Nottinghamshire's mind as well. Good partnership by those two in their first innings.
Patterson in his 6th over now, bowls to Middleton, wide of the mark, and again he leaves it alone. Just got to be careful with Dane Patterson because he can nip it back and embarrass you. You can just follow one that goes away, 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 and then shoulder arms, and you'll lose your off stump. And certainly in his first year of county championship cricket 3 years ago, he got an awful lot of wickets like that. People shouldering arms to him and losing their off stump. They're a little wiser to him now. They know he's got late movement in his armoury. Goes back to his mark and then comes in past Steve O'Shaughnessy's left shoulder and bowls now, and Middleton has deflected it down below us somewhere. Guess the ball has been kept in, and they come back for 2. Was that down here? We'll have to have a look. Is it Ollie Stone down? No, it's Lyndon James down here. So 37 for 3 at the end of the 19th.
SellingCricket@gmail.com on the emails if you'd like to get in touch. Interesting, yeah. We've got a couple of talking points. Love a talking point. We'll get to it in a second. John Seymour says, why is BBC Sport showing, the website showing 3 not out batsmen in the Hampshire innings? And I had a little look, and it's got Felix Oran as currently not out. I think they're basically what they're doing is denying that Karen Harrison could have taken such a catch.
Oh, it's a fair point, isn't it?
It's quite interesting.
Fair enough.
I've never seen that before. 3 not out batters, but can confirm Felix Oran was out.
I love the word glitch, but I think there's a glitch in the system somewhere.
Lyndon James then running away from us to Dawson, bowls, and Dawson tries to cut that away but doesn't get anything on it. Right, which talking point would you like first, team? I've got 2. I've got one on substitutes and one on fast bowlers.
Take your pick.
Fire away.
Okay, alright, well, we'll go with substitutes and get this one out of the way because it's complicated. Kate emails and says, hello, I was wondering what the law states about substitutes. Hampshire are a player down, of course with Tom Prest off the field, not going to play any further part in this game because he's fractured his shoulder as James bowls to Liam Dawson, who leaves outside the off stump. Hampshire are a player down. Tom Prest was on the field when he injured himself but had not yet held a bat. Do we think this needs changing or is it fair? Should we get the player's view first? Go on, Lucy. Substitute fielder.
That's a good question, isn't it?
Batter.
I think I quite like it the way it is. I think the concussion substitute's a fair introduction. I think it stops people playing or trying to play on if they're injured. Who finished this ball?
Running away from us, and then James from the Radcliffe row at end. This time Dawson cuts and does get a little bit more of it, but it's a good stop. Diving stop at cover point, and they'll come through for a couple, just a half stop in the end. That was from, I think it was Ben Slater doing the fielding, is it, in the floppy hat?
Yep.
Yeah, and Dawson is finally off the mark after 11 balls, 39 for 3.
Yeah, same for both teams though, isn't it? If touchwood it wouldn't happen, but if Nottinghamshire lost a bowler, they would obviously be without a bowler for their allotted 2 innings as well. So, but I do understand the point.
130 more for victory for Hampshire. That's a nice looking shot from Liam Dawson, nudging that off his pads into the onside. Fielder scampering around, also in a floppy hat, does well to prevent a couple of extra runs. If that ball had gone over the boundary, they come back for a couple. 41 for 3. Dawson on to 4.
What do you think, Dave, on the substitute front?
It's been a discussion forever for almost as long as I've watched cricket. It does seem that they do permit it when it suits, like you say, for concussion reasons, and I totally agree. It takes somebody out of the game if you suspect he might be suffering from concussion.
Dawson driving straight to the fielder on the offside in front of square. Dawson goes, and unlike Felix Oran, who stood there waiting for a little while, Dawson turns around and he's already halfway back to the pavilion. He's just chipped that one on the up, straight to that fielder. I think it was Will Young at short cover on the offside, and he has to go back, and Hampshire have lost those 2 experienced batters. James Vince in the shed, Liam Dawson in the shed for just 4. Hampshire 41 for 4, faltering.
Yeah, we'll come back to substitutes and all the other things in a moment, but with the game, that's another massive moment. James Vince out for 6 now, Liam Dawson for 4. Really pleased for Lyndon James. He got his century but went wicketless in the first innings. It's not the easiest of roles to come on as the 4th bowler and just back up the work of Stone and Pennington and Patterson. We had it with Hampshire a little bit in the Nottinghamshire innings. James Fuller needing to come on and support Mohamed Abbas and Kyle Abbott and Keith Barker. And sometimes that 4th seamer role, it can get away from you. Sometimes you try a little too hard, or there's a relaxation of pressure. In the first innings he didn't get any wickets, but that's a huge one he's got there, helped out by Will Young being in the right place at the right time. We've had a couple of spectacular catches, but this one was just helped into his midriff. 41 for 4. Did say what? 65 for
5.
Yeah, for 5, and obviously with Press not available, it would be back on an even keel. We're getting there a little bit, aren't we? We still know that Middleton and Brown are very capable players, and still Hampshire can win this by 6 wickets. We also know James Fuller can bat. We also saw what Keith Barker can do in the first innings, because he was homing in on a century. But the more the pressure gets cranked up, the tighter a finish this is looking like it might be.
He looked absolutely livid with himself there, Liam Dawson. Just didn't quite look like it was there to drive, and went through with a shot gratefully into the hands of Will Young.
Ben Brown, the new batter, facing up to Lyndon James, and strikes him on the pad. Half a shout for LBW. Did he maybe get an inside edge onto that? I think he definitely did. It's whether or not it was before or after it had hit him on the pad, but they scamper through for a single. He's off the mark. It's all happening. Chaos at Trent Bridge, and Hampshire 42 for 4.
A big applause there after that over from Lyndon James. He's a fan favourite, isn't he?
Very much so.
And rightfully so.
Good captaincy though, isn't it? We said that just Lyndon James wasn't necessarily extracting as much pace from the pitch, and Liam Dawson just seemed to be a fraction early on it, didn't he? And
yeah, for
Fielder
sure.
didn't have to move.
That LBW shot I've just seen again, it looked like it came out the middle of the bat to me.
I think the umpire agreed. Interesting, saw Ollie Stone just limbering up there when he was out at, that would have been 3rd man, but I wonder if they'll give, I don't know which end he would have come on, but potentially Lyndon James's end. We'll give him another one now. It's going to be Dane Patterson from the Stuart Broad end. It's a new batter, Ben Brown, and he comes now just back the length, defended nicely by Ben Brown.
Just back on subs, like I say, agree with the concussion thing. We had the COVID period that we'd all like to forget, but in the COVID period, players were whisked out of games overnight. They were there and then they weren't there. They tested positive overnight and they had to go out, and others and they were replaced and nobody saw anything wrong with that. We have scenarios where players are asked to leave matches halfway through, part-way through, to go off because they've got to go and represent England. Yeah, you can have another player. So when it suits, it seems that everybody's happy. You can bring a sub in.
Patterson in once more. fuller ball. Doesn't carry through, stays quite low.
So I was always with what Lucy said. It's the same for both sides, and it's always been like that, and crack on. But 4 days is 4 days. And if somebody gets injured on the first morning, it's a genuine injury. It's not like they're going to feign an injury to pull out of a first-class game on the first day or two. The fella's clearly got problems, and I'm sure the medical staff will have to. I mean, they'll go through all the necessary protocol. It would be so easy to prove to the match referee or the ECB, this fella is injured. Here's the X-rays. Here's the doctor's report. He's not going to play for X, Y, or Z weeks. I agree with it.
Patterson in again. Wider delivery, shouldered arms by Ben Brown. Lets that go behind.
You know, I agree with it. You know, why are we still going on and not allowing subs? You know, the traditionalist in me is, well, we've always done it this way, so let's plough on. That's generally my default mechanism. We've done it this way, so let's carry on doing it this way. But in this day and age, you know, nobody's allowed to play on with an injury. So if they're not allowed to play on, you know, we don't want bravery. We want common sense. We want precautions. We want people fit and healthy as soon as we can.
For sure.
So let them have a sub.
Patterson in. Slightly straight to delivery, leg side. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh. Ben Slater picks it up, throws at the stumps, square leg. I think that was really close if he hit the stumps. Just missed. Oh, that's up by Jack Haynes. Yeah, I agree, especially with the bowlers. Nowadays, bowling so much and their workload's being so high, you do see people tweaking a hamstring on day one. It's a lot for the other bowlers to do with such long seasons. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with that.
Thanks for your email, Kate. Hopefully that helps. She's also attached a picture of where they're listening to the cricket on Buster Hill, north of Portsmouth, and a lovely looking photo there. Blue skies down south as well.
Wasn't he that blues singer we heard earlier on?
Oh, don't start with that.
I'm on edge now.
Oh, that's an absolute seed.
Oh no, that was Duster, wasn't it? Not Buster, it was Duster.
Duster?
Duster, not Buster.
Oh yeah.
Just back of the length there from Patterson, nips away. Beats the defences.
And what was your other email? What was the subject for that one?
Subject for that one. Who is the sorry, it comes from Tom. It says, "Hi guys, who is the fastest bowler in England these days? Would like to know your thoughts. Cheers and thanks for the commentary, Tom." Fastest bowler in England these days.
Grace Ballinger.
Oh. She's the unluckiest, isn't she? Middleton taps his bat, ready to face Patterson. Fuller length delivery. Again, excitement from the slip corners. Oohs and ahs every delivery again. Who's the fastest
men's and women's.
Well, you're not going to get a definitive answer because we don't know for sure, but the names are going to get mentioned, aren't they? Joffre when he's fit, but
he looked like he played a second team game the other day, and he looked like he bowled quickly.
I mean, to be honest, he doesn't look quick, does he? No, that's wrong. He does look quick, but you know, the old thing with Joffre, he runs in and he's just so rhythmically smooth. It looks like there's more gears to go through. That's perhaps a better way of putting it.
Here comes Lyndon James bowling to Ben Brown, who's defending onto the onside, and there's no run.
He's deceptively quick. That's
he kind of ambles up, doesn't he, and then gets it down there with some speed. It's skiddy as well. It's horrible. You know,
watching Stone and Pennington this season, they certainly hit the gloves, but around the circuit, I mean, there's going to be plenty of guys, aren't they? You know, Wokes and Robinson, they're talked about as perhaps going to be very much in the shake-up. Mark Wood, obviously, but you know, it's play a game, miss a game with Mark, isn't it? And has been for a while.
Ben Brown facing up to James, and he's playing outside the off stump. Just played the line of that, I think, and just nipped away a fraction.
I think that's what's been impressive about Dylan Pennington. He's bowled quickly, but he's been able to stay on the park. You know, has he played 3 back-to-back now? Am I right in thinking that?
We're probably not going to be able to give a definitive answer to your correspondent there, Robbie. You need to probably ask the top order batters about the circuit.
I'd say if you're facing Mark Wood or Jofra Archer, it's going to be quick as Ben Brown's forward and pushing into the offside. Because you never know, Tom might be a second team cricketer and maybe he's about to face Sussex next week and he's thinking, oh no.
Brian says, reference the question of whether the subs rule needs changing. It's a simple answer. Nothing in cricket ever needs changing unless it means changing things back to how they were. Best wishes, Brian. Thank you, Brian. So that tends to be my default mechanism. Let's have the Sunday League. Let's have 3-day cricket. Let's have cricket every day of the week.
Big up the 100. Anyway, Ben Brown driving to the fielder at cover, who fields, and there is no run. Nice looking drive. Who's the fastest bowler you faced?
Lauren Filer's quick. Tell you who's really quick. Called Beth Langson. She's had horrendous luck with injury recently. She's not played for 2 years. In the indoor centre in Loughborough, she used to bowl heat. But Lauren Filer, the wild thing, she bowls quickly. We've got a young girl called Cassidy McCarthy, and she swears to me she'll never bowl at my head in the nets, but if she does, I will not be batting anymore.
Ben Brown defending on the offside, and there's no run.
Matthew says, it's a while since I left you. When I went, I was hoping for a miracle. I've seen the score, so I'm back. Thank you, Matthew. Lauren Bell?
Yeah, quick. Tall, so you expect it to be quick. To be fair, I'm quite lucky. When I bat, normally it's at the back of the end, back order, so you face a lot of slower balls and cutters. But
You get the slower ball bounces still, though. As James bowls outside the off stump to Brown, lets it go.
Alice Davidson-Richards. Every time I face her, she's kind of hits the pitch skiddy. It's not rapid, but you kind of don't expect it to bounce you. And every time it nearly hits me, and I think, oh my gosh, Alice, just bowl me a Yorker or something, will you? Just rather have a broken foot.
Matthew's been back. Can I just say, well said, Brian? That was nothing needs changing unless it's changing back. Yeah, I'm I'm with you guys. I've said it enough times. Bring back the Sunday League. Bring back 2 divisions of 9, 16 matches. Yeah.
I'm ploughing for a big rule change at the minute in the women's game, which is 30-minute tea breaks and 50 over cricket. Come on now.
As opposed to what? What is it?
40 used to be 40 minutes. If you've just got out, or you've carried your bat, get to the changing room and you bowl. As Patterson comes in now to Middleton on strike. Just defended back to him. No run. You've got to run inside. Hot day. You've got to get changed. Potentially got to have a shower. You've got to go and eat, and it'll be a hot meal, which is, it's tough. It's tough at the top. Don't get me wrong.
But you've just said shorter. You want to shorten it?
No, we want to lengthen it.
Right.
40, go back to 40 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you.
And then you got to get. We had we played here the other day. All the kids were out on the outfield. It was great. It was packed on the food festival day. Literally came out. It was about 7 bowlers trying to warm up. The opposition had some bowlers they wanted to get through. We had one square. It was absolute carnage. But it is a tough life, I tell you. As Middleton comes in, and it's not as Patterson comes into Middleton. Straightest delivery, defended back, straight back.
The most joyful one, and I imagine it's even worse for the players, but the most joyful one as a commentator is when you get there on a 50 over day and there's been overnight or morning rain, and you get the announcement, we're going to delay the start by an hour, but we're not going to lose any overs, but to compensate that we're just going to have a 10-minute interval, because that does make it a long day. 50 over commentary, 10-minute interval, and then another 50s. You've not got time to do anything.
No.
And of course it's the same for the umpires and whatever, but they're just going by the hand they've been dealt as well.
Yeah, it's not really enough time to recover between innings. You've not really got time enough time to eat properly either. As Patterson comes in, short ball, swivel pulled. Lynn James does the fielding at fine leg. Especially with the games back to back, you talk about how important fueling and recovering is. So it gets a bit tasty.
I think they seem to pick and choose how long they want the intervals to be in the blast at the moment. They were about 10. Normally they're meant to be about 10 minutes, but often they do come out sort of 7 minutes, 8 minutes, and
yeah. Big win for Surrey, defeated Worcestershire by 281 runs to stretch their lead at the top of Division 1.
Patterson into Brown. Full delivery, fielded off his own bowling again. I've got an interesting one for you, Robbie. So in our game yesterday, both teams, first T20, way behind on the over rate. I think Vipers had 3 in.
Right.
1 in, so they only had 3 out for the last 2 overs, and we had the same. And we did take a while to then bowl our last 2 overs, because once you've brought your 1 in, you can't get reprimanded past that.
No further penalty.
So I think we might have had like 2.4 overs or something of just the 3 fielders outside the ring. That, I think, needs to be changed. Patterson in 2 balls remaining in his over. 3 slips waiting. Oh, beats the outside edge. Slips are asking. Umpire says no. Another lovely delivery there from Dane Patterson.
Change to what? Further punishment?
Oh, I don't know. Do you fine teams? Do you say for every 5 minutes past the cut-off? Because 5 minutes or 4 minutes is a long time. But I reckon we were 10, 12 minutes past that, as I think Vipers were as well. Do you say you have to bring another one in for every? Because it's what do they give? What do they calculate? 3.5 minutes and over. I think it is in the women's game. Patterson in final delivery of his over. Oh, it's absolutely castled him. He's sprinting off as Dane Patterson. It's a lovely delivery, straight through the defences of Ben Brown. No one can catch up with Dane Patterson. He's run off the ground pretty much. Everyone gets around him now, and we said it, Dave. I said 5 down. Yeah. Not 65-5. They're 44-5.
And no pressed, we presume. We told. What a sight that was. Which stump is it?
Oh, it's off stumps, gone out of the ground.
Look at the bail.
The umpires walked to 45 to go and pick the bail up. The drinks runner's got a long way to run to hand the Nottinghamshire boys the drinks because Dane Patterson was off to third man. He'd gone.
Just have a little look. Just check and make sure it's the off stump hole it goes in. It is indeed.
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely delivery. And he's off.
As it just nipped away just a fraction on Ben Brown. And it was I mean, when they talk about top of off, when you're growing up learning to bowl and you want to try and hit the top of off stump, I think that ball is just clipped top of off, but enough had enough pace on it that it sent the stump cartwheeling.
That's what you practice for. Just James Fuller walks to the crease. That's what you practice for. You put your little discs out in your pre-game warm-up and you say to the coach, stand by with a mitt and I'll bowl at that. And it was perfectly executed. He deserved that, Dane Patterson. He's bowled exceptionally well. We've got a change of bowler from the Radcliffe Road end. Dylan Pennington. He's just run through his run-up and he's going to have a trundle. A very, very quick trundle.
Well, Hampshire had the better of Nottinghamshire for the first 2 sessions of the day today, and since around about 10 past 4 this afternoon, there has been a complete swing in this game. We always knew it was by no means a done deal for Hampshire in that second innings, but nonetheless it did feel like they were in control of the game. But Nottinghamshire, 5 wickets, some exceptional fielding, some exceptional bowling. Hampshire still 125 away. Pennington back into the attack. Middleton, the batter that is still there for Hampshire, digging out a Yorker into the offside, no run. 44 for 5.
I honestly, I won't say expected a wicket, but I thought get one early with that hard new ball, either Stone or Pennington, and from then on it was going to be hard. Effects of the roller wears off. The wicket. It would just play nicely between then and the close, and 70 or 80 for 1 at stumps.
Pennington into Middleton, who's driving but finds the fielder at cover. 3 slips away, and it's that kind of situation for Hampshire where those drives just don't find the gaps, and you just hard to find those boundaries and those balls that maybe you would normally play at and get away with missing. You might end up nicking. James Fuller at the other end, arm guard on.
It's not just the 2 one-handed catches. You're right, Notts have been excellent in the field, and they deserve to have the odd bad ball hit straight to a fielder by the work they've done in for the others.
Driving once again is Middleton, finds Hasib Hamid, who took the first of the 2 blinding catches. First wicket as well for Nottinghamshire.
Nigel King, Dane there, was he going for Luke Fletcher's longest wicket celebration record? He got a well, he does a few when he gets the wickets, but he ran Brett D'Oliveira out at Near Road, Worcester, a number of years ago, and I think it was by the Cathedral they eventually caught him. I mean, it was incredible, and it was a behind closed doors game as well, so there's nobody in the crowd, just his teammate
trying to run after him.
Yeah.
Driving again as Middleton doesn't get anything of it, and picked up by Pennington.
It was like Mummy Duck with all the little ducklings behind him, a long line of fielders trying to catch him, and it was, if the river hadn't been there, he'd have gone all the way to the Cathedral.
Nottinghamshire come out really up for that, as you would be for a first-class game. But like you said, not only has it been the catching, I mean, the Notts bowlers, some of the figures we'll run through in a minute, have been outstanding and they've bowled exceptionally well, but any bad ball they have bowled has been saved in the field.
Yeah.
They've saved a number of runs in the field.
Here is Pennington then. 2 for 8 he has currently as he bowls. Middleton is on the back foot and they'll scamper through for a single here. Shy at the stumps, not from Ben Slater. And they do come through 45 for 5. Yeah, and I'm sure some people will be looking at the scorecard and tuning in and suddenly seeing Hampshire 45 for 5 and maybe questioning some of the batting. I wouldn't say there's been any real soft dismissals. Maybe that Ali Orr one was a little bit of a half-hearted shot that he didn't really just get all of, but other than that I think Hampshire have been generally got out. I think Felix Oran can't be too unhappy with flashing it a short wide one. It's just a brilliant catch. James Vince maybe was stuck slightly on the crease as Fuller faces his first delivery and he gets one that bounces and would have gone straight into the hands of a gully if there was one. As it is, there isn't, and he gets off the mark with a single down to third man, and it's the end of an over. Another over where things are happening for Nottinghamshire. 46 for 5, Hampshire 123 away, Nottinghamshire 5 wickets away.
Yeah, you look at the scores of the 5 to have been dismissed. None of them have got starts. 7, 0, 6, 4 and 2. The only one who's got a start is Fletcher Middleton. The only one that's looking relatively comfortable is Fletcher Middleton. 46 for 5. Number of people getting in touch all the time. Sheffield Outlaw. It's days like this when I wish I lived closer to Trent Bridge. Chris Rains, fingers crossed now, really hoping for the win.
Certainly you can probably hear on the effects mic increasing that noise from the Nottinghamshire players. Crowd on the edge of their seat.
In comes Patterson to Fuller. He's currently 1 off 1. Oh, he gets a length delivery that just opens the face on and works the third man. He'll come back for 2 as Dylan Pennington runs to his left to do the fielding and throws it back in. But yeah, all the bowlers so far have been outstanding, haven't they? Not missed the line of length much at all.
What are we at? We're at 14 wickets today.
Good day to turn up a new cut. You told me I was bad luck earlier. How dare you? Turn the tides.
Hope you've enjoyed your weekend. A victory down at Southampton yesterday. I guess the old bus journey, it never gets any shorter, does it?
No, it doesn't, but days like today and days like yesterday are why we love the game. Patterson again. Again, very engaged slip corners, just defended on the front foot from Fuller. Back to Dane Patterson. He's currently bowled 8.2 overs, 2 for 18. He's got about his work nicely. Good to see some wickets falling at this end as well.
Yeah.
The Radcliffe Road end after this morning.
Yes.
Was Dylan Pennington's delivery also on the second ball of the over? Because I think it might have been.
Which one?
It was
Well,
who?
I'll just have a look. Hang on. When he was out. Or
Oh! It's being put down there. Went to Will Young really, really quickly. Squared James Fuller up. Was a lovely delivery again by Dane Patterson. Will Young just kicking the turf there, but it was a tough chance. Flew to him at third slip even, sorry.
6 of the 10 wickets in the Nottinghamshire second innings fell to the second ball, and in this Hampshire innings, of the 5 wickets to go down, one have gone to so 7.
Change the ties now.
7 out of the 14 today have fallen to the second ball of the day.
Good start that one.
Or second ball of the over.
Patterson in his tails up now. He's running in. Full delivery. Oh, Joe Clark's done well there. Looked like it moved a bit later. It was past the bat and taken in front of first slip, which is Tom Moore's.
Just seen a replay, and I'm pleased to see that replay. Oh, yeah.
Should have been taken. It did go quickly, but it was a comfortable catching height. Like he just struggled to organise his hands, and it kind of caught him on the thumb in the end.
Again, though, isn't it? We're just starting to see this pitch do a few things as well. Fuller's now had a couple at either end that have just got high on him and got big on him. It's funny when you lose those 5 wickets and you're under
does
pressure.
more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Middleton on strike this time. Left alone outside the off stump. Phases of the game like this where I really wish we played longer format cricket. The ebbs and flows of it, I just think, when Notts Notts were bowled out, you thought could be over tonight, to be honest. They got 4 sessions to chase it. Notts come out, all guns blazing, the fielding's been superb, the bowling's been superb, and all of a sudden Hampshire 49 for 5 with 1 batter down. And it's anyone's game now. Patterson in once more from the Stuart Broad end. It's flicked off his legs, not far away from Joe Clark with a good sprawling effort, but that's going to be 4 leg byes, signalled by Nigel Long. End of the over, Hampshire 53 for 5. Middleton holding up some resistance with 25 not out off 67, and James Fuller's just joined him.
Yeah, useful runs, the 50 comes up.
Oh, my mistake, it's actually O'Shaughnessy, which I've said about 55 times, to be fair. They should wear their name badge or something on the back of their
I think the
back of the
umpires
umpire coat.
I think the umpires will say they've got enough to wear, because they've got these cameras on as well now on the front,
Yeah.
which, depending on who you speak to, are used for different things.
They
Coaching
provide some
aids,
good footage, though.
coaching aids for the umpires, coaching aids for the players, coaching aids for the coaches.
Selection equipment on
Selection
speeds.
equipment used in evidence for the disciplinary committee.
Pennington in once more to Fuller, who's driving up to Hasiba Mead, and they'll scamper through for a quick single.
I've actually seen 1 or 2 deliveries that pop up now again on official feeds, so they must be released to the media now and again. Really exceptional moments. I mean, we might get the chance over the next day or 2 to see 1 or 2 of the dismissals that have gone down today from umpire cam. But
Yeah, I think the ruling is you can use them. I think we have access to, you can use them, but you can't use them with sound.
Okay.
Or something similar to that, I believe.
Middleton on strike as Pennington bowls, and he drives, nice looking drive, and just a bit of a misfield there from Slater at cover. I'm not sure he completely picked that ball up, and they'll come through for a single. And is Nigel Long having a word with Pennington? Yes, that's a warning.
Just
running
copy
on
their
the
bets
pitch.
later.
Skipper, him.
One,
him.
one hand in the pocket from Nigel Long, the other one with his finger, his proper finger wag that from Nigel Long. Good stuff.
Get off my land.
And this is where it gets tough for the fielders. As that sun starts to come down, the shadows get bigger. It gets tricky to see.
Fuller's on 5. It's 55 for 5 as Pennington bowls short wide, missed outside the off stump from Fuller, going for a big flash at that vacant point area.
Yeah, that shadow didn't, in the end, come anywhere near the playing strip. It's deviated away, and keeper and slips are now standing in it.
Also just enjoyed Hasiba Mead trying to get the attention of Ollie Stone at third man, who was just waving for a good 30 seconds with no engagement from the boundary.
Well,
he's given up now.
It might have been looking.
Oh, he's going again.
Might have been looking towards the sun there.
Oh, he's got him.
Any idea what the signal was?
You're on.
I think you're ready to have a bowl,
That's
son.
it.
Yeah, you're on.
Limber up.
Pennington with 18 on his back, runs away from us, bowls thick edge, but drops just in front of that fielder at third slip. James Fuller just rehearses the shot and tries to get his hands just a little lower.
David Horan says, thanks for today. How are the nerves, everybody? Still down. 1 strong partnership would potentially turn this. Looking less and less likely with every wicket, though, says David. Thank you, David. How are the nerves? How are the nerves? Have you enjoyed your day, folks?
I've had a lovely day.
Good out. And you're back tomorrow, Luce?
I will be, if you'll have me.
Certainly.
Promise I won't talk about coffee, though.
Certainly. Oh, that's all right.
Fuller on strike to Pennington bowls, and on the back foot, that's a lovely looking shot. Beautiful from James Fuller, just sat back on that, punched it through the covers. Hasiba Mead's cap comes off as he gives chase, and the ball trickles over the boundary, and a bit of welcome relief for Hampshire, just to try and calm things down and keep that scoreboard ticking over, because they don't want to end up getting, as I keep saying, too bogged down. Fuller moves on to 9, 59 for 5, 110 to win.
And the 2 Mr. James will no doubt have a chat to see which Mr. James is going to be here in the morning.
It's going to be Kevin. It's going to be Kevin, bless him.
Have you had the conversation today with him?
We have. He's down to work, so he's got to
Has he been following?
pop up. I believe so. Oh, well, I'm not sure actually, but I believe so. I'm sure. I mean, he will have been. No, Kevin James. Fuller, player missing out on the outside off stump, or does he maybe just drop his hands at the last moment? Either way, good delivery, good end to the over from Pennington. 59 for 5, 110 away. Yes, so you'll have Mr. Kevin James with you tomorrow. I'm sure he will have been following, and if he's not following, he'll be catching up this evening, no doubt.
A good
Ever the
highlights
pro.
package.
Be a good highlights package.
Was it
Be a long highlights package.
who was dropped in the slip? Sorry, was it Fuller? It was
Yes.
dropped by Will Young.
Will Young,
Yeah.
yeah. It's going to be Stone to come back from the far end, and I see Calvin Harrison loosening up. So what is it? 4 to go, I think.
Yeah, I
Two
just
from
wonder
each.
if with Pennington getting that warning, they might just take him off for the day. He's bowled 2 in the spell though.
It's interesting though. There's an official warning in each innings.
You'd think it carries over, wouldn't
Well,
you? But luckily not from Nottinghamshire's point of view. Ollie Stone runs in from the Stuart Broad end, start of his new spell. And it's just played out off the back foot by Middleton to cover. Pennington does the fielding,
Ooh.
throws it in, could be buzzers. Oh, no, well backed up.
comes quickly off the bat of Stone, doesn't it? That's the downfall with bringing him on, but I think it's the right call. You've just got to see if he can blast his way through somebody's defences and get another one this evening.
Absolutely. Still 3 slips waiting for Ollie Stone. Got a deep square leg and a mid on the leg side. Fine leg in position as well as in he comes. It's a short ball. Left alone there by James Fuller. Interestingly, the umpire's now stood at point. I'm not sure if that's to do with the sun.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Thanks everybody for your correspondence today, and hopefully we've given you a mention if you wanted a mention. Read as many of them out as I think we've been able to keep up to.
Stone in once more, right arm over the wicket. Good length delivery worked out through a vacant point region by James Fuller, who looked like he was interested in the second but was quickly sent back. And Calvin Harrison definitely warming up at second slip.
Well, every time Calvin Harrison's got involved in this game today, he's
Throw him
made
the
something
ball.
happen.
Throw him the ball.
Can't blame them. Just wonder what that Hampshire dressing room will be like this evening.
There's a lot of them sat on the balcony, watching the game unfold as Stone comes in. Quick delivery, she played into the offside off the back foot. The batter's come through for a single yet again.
One of those days that must be emotionally quite exhausting, because they would have worked hard to get those 9 wickets, and they did work hard to get those 9 wickets today, and really good bowling in spells and patches, and would have felt like they'd really earned themselves a commanding spot in this game, and then to so quickly find themselves on the back foot again when things just haven't quite clicked for them at the start of the season. It's going to test their character the next 24 hours.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a big appeal there as it hits Fuller on the pads. Just wait for the signal from O'Shaughnessy. Leg buys. It's a big appeal there. Just waiting for the replay. Potentially leg side. Not sure if he stepped across. Anyway, it trickled down to fine leg. The fielding was done by Lyndon James.
Tall man, isn't he, James Fuller? Quite see. Difficult to see from this end because he's obstructing the ball. The batter's obstructing the ball in there at this end, aren't they?
It did look like he went across his stump slightly, so I'll have to wait for that one. Stone comes back in for the final ball of his over. That's a full delivery. It's worked nicely through mid-wicket. Dane Patterson on the chase. The batters have run 2. Oh, and they've snuck a third in.
Yeah. It's the problem. It comes quickly off the bat, doesn't it?
It really does. Flies away with the pace that Ollie Stone bowls.
Century for Marnus Labuschagne in Cardiff. Glamorgan 224 for 3 against Second Division Middlesex. Glamorgan leads Second Division Middlesex by 65. And Zach Crawley in the Somerset Kent game is 185 not out. It's terrific going from him. Kent 315 for 1. We are going to get some leg spin to conclude the day.
Ben Slater strapping on the pads. Oh, it's not Ben Slater. Someone's strapping on the pads at short leg.
Jack Haynes.
Jack Haynes.
Would you volunteer to put the helmet on? Put the
I
pads
would
on?
volunteer. I'm not quite sure I'd be allowed to do it anymore. I think I'd be sent away from that position.
Yeah, I often say way back as a as a youngster when Alex Hales first entered the first class game, newest in the team, in you go, and they very quickly realised that every time there was anything remotely that might come his way, he was flinching and turning away. So that was the best way to get out of that job.
He's too tall as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I like being in there. So I think someone's small, but I've been a bit too injury prone to stand in there these days.
So then, Calvin Harrison, a rare sight you see this in cricket. A leg spinner bowling in short sleeves. It's not normally the cool, fashionable thing to do if you're a spinner, to bowl in short sleeves.
Does often wear the long sleeve, doesn't he?
Here he is, bowling over the wicket to James Fuller. Fuller on the back foot, just plays and misses at that one. A little flash. There is a slip and a short leg. There's a Hasib Hamid, short extra cover. Sweeper out on the off and the leg side. Mid off and mid on, halfway back. In the shadows here at Trent Bridge. Harrison in again. This is Fuller and played straight back to Harrison. And you feel like this is going to be a good battle, even if it's only for a couple of overs. Calvin Harrison makes things happen, as does James Fuller, and James Fuller's natural game is not to be overly defensive. Harrison in once more, and this is just a little straighter and push straight back to him again.
Lovely action, Calvin Harrison.
Yeah.
He's bowling with that short boundary on the leg side. James Fuller would, well,
Behind that up, won't
particularly
he?
short boundary. Behind square it's short anyway, as he tucks that one off his pads down to that fielder behind square on the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. And Hampshire move on to 68 for 5, 101 to win. And this feels like a big 3.2 overs remaining of the day here at Trent Bridge. Day 3 of this county championship match between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire, as Middleton's on the back foot steering that out towards deep point. They'll come through for a single. Middleton moves on to 29, 69 for 5, 100 exactly to win. You feel like if Hampshire can not lose another one before stumps, as Fuller's on the back foot, thinks about steering it into the onside, but just plays it back to the bowler Harrison. End of the over. If Hampshire cannot lose another wicket this evening, they will think that if they could have a good half hour tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, they can still win this game. As it is, 69 for 5, 100 to win.
Yeah, 3 overs left. Just very quickly, if you're coming in, perhaps been out all day, Notts began this morning. Seems an absolute age away. 33 for 1. Within the first quarter of an hour or so, 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott to reduce Notts to 44 for 4. I'm just going to have to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. So we'll come back to that when we've finished. Exactly 100 needed. A Stone comes in and bowls to Fletcher Middleton, drops it on the leg side. Half centuries for Notts today for Joe Clarke and Jack Haynes. Clarke out for 57, Haynes 59. Here is that update. Certainly given themselves a fighting chance here, David. Hampshire are 69 for 5. Remember, they've been set to score 169, so a further 100 required. And Hampshire as well are a man short. Tom Press won't bat with a shoulder injury, nasty shoulder injury. We're told he'll be out the game for several weeks. So Notts needed to make this second new ball count after they'd been bowled out earlier in the day for 209. It was a lead of 168. Half centuries for Jack Haynes and Joe Clarke, but you felt it wasn't enough. Notts needed to strike early, and they did. Dylan Pennington aided by 2 sensational one-handed catches. The first by Hasib Hamid, the second, you need to see it. It was a stunner at second slip from Calvin Harrison leaping. He had no chance to get anywhere near it, but Hampshire were quickly 15 for 2. Notts have pegged away a couple of wickets for Dane Patterson. He's got James Vince out, just clean bowled Ben Brown as well. Liam Dawson out to Lyndon James. So Notts have given themselves a chance. A couple of runs have been added since I started speaking to you. There's only 2 overs to go in the day now. Hampshire 71 for 5. Realistically, that's 71 for 6 with Press not batting. They need 98 more. So there we are. Burnley versus Nottingham Forest has clearly just finished. sure they'll come back again in a moment or two as well, as Stone bowls and Middleton helps it out onto the leg side for another single. 72 for 5. Fletcher Middleton on 31, James Fuller 15. 28 is the largest partnership of the innings. Shot there from up on high of the people left inside Trent Bridge that we can see at the far end in the Smith Cooper stand, the Hound Road stand, and the pavilion. But a lot of people here today over the course of the first 3 days as well, and a lot remain at this end, the Radcliffe Road end, and they're watching Ollie Stone bowling quickly, and again one loops up off the shoulder of the bat from James Fuller. Had there been a gully, don't know how far it would have carried, but another run taken, and the Hampshire supporters will be cheering every single one. Also be just hoping they can get one more this evening. If they can send Hampshire in 6 down and no pressed. Just to come is Keith Barker. I was looking for another name. Keith Barker, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. That'll be it, won't it? Next delivery on its way now. A bouncer, that'll be called as a no ball, and is. The umpires, what I will say, have been absolutely consistent in all aspects throughout this game, and anything too short that's looped up high over the batters has been called as a no ball, and consistency there from Steve O'Shaughnessy. Spot on. 75 for 5. Bit of a gift of 2 runs, wasn't it? But just managed to tempt Fletcher Middleton into something spectacular, playing out of control over his head. Next one, well, it just comes back and almost brushes his chin on its way through to Joe Clark. Good pace. 75 for 5 at the end of the over. 2 to go, and Hampshire require 94 more. So once again, if you care to come along and join us tomorrow morning, if you've got no other commitments and you're in the area, there's potentially an hour and a half, 2 hours of cricket in the morning, because it might not last that long. You just never know, but both sides will certainly be gunning for victory tomorrow morning.
It's going to be one of those mornings where you're just fixated on that bottom row of the scoreboard, isn't it? How many more runs for victory as Harrison comes in, bowls full to James Fuller, who digs it out and somehow, not quite sure how, gets that ball out to Dane Patterson behind square on the leg side. They come through for a single. 76 for 5.
Is momentum just drifting towards Hampshire this evening?
Partnership of 32 from 38 between these two. Fuller has 17, Middleton 31, who is on strike now and solidly playing that back to Harrison. And there's no run. When are you back training, Lucy? Rest day tomorrow here in the commentary box?
Train Tuesday, Wednesday, play Thursday.
Thursday night, under the lights.
Thursday night, under the lights.
Middleton forward, pushing it into the onside, no run. You doing it in tens if you're this run chase tomorrow? It's the saying, isn't it? Do it in tens?
Yeah, get the bottles lined up, knock one off.
Get the what, sorry?
Get the water bottles lined up, knock one off for each 10 runs scored. Never seen that?
No.
No.
Alright.
I was lost on you then.
Interesting. Harrison over the wicket bowls. Nice looping delivery. It's good stuff. Dug out by Middleton. We're too late in the day with 1.2 overs left to start going into that, so I'll just leave it. I'll Google it later.
Yeah, 10 green bottles standing on a wall and all that.
Oh, it's a song, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think Lucy's referring to the song there.
Oh, fine. Cut from Middleton out to the fielder on the deep cover boundary, and they'll come through for a single.
I think they'd still be saying if we can make a 50-run partnership here.
Yeah.
James Fuller's come in and added some impetus this run chase, because they were looking. No, if they think they just keep knocking it around, but the defensive game was looking worrying with the way the Notts bowlers were bowling.
Final ball for Calvin Harrison this evening as he bowls it to James Fuller, who drives up to the fielder at mid-off, and they'll scamper through for a single, and they'll get there with relative ease because that fielder was around about 10 yards or so back from a conventional mid-off position. Calvin Harrison then done for the day. He's bowled his 2 overs for 5. Fuller has 18, Middleton has 32. The partnership were 34, and Hampshire require 91 more runs for victory.
Fletcher I beg your pardon, Fuller seemed determined to get a single there. He was skipping down the track straight away, almost as if he was playing it as night watchman. I'll keep you in, Fletcher. I'll take the last 2 overs here.
He's played Night Hawk so far, hasn't he? 18 off 22. What Notts would do now for a late wicket.
Yeah.
Again, just to go back to the first innings with the way Keith Barker batted. It's not done and dusted yet for Notts. Ollie Stone comes in, final over the day from the Stuart Broad end. Fuller goes back, defends it out to Haseeb Hameed at mid-off. No run.
Oh, it's certainly not. I'd have Hampshire favourites.
Would you?
Would you?
91's not many.
Get the roller on. Get the roller on.
Well,
Roller on that. New day.
I still wouldn't be surprised if there's 10 to win if Tom Prest is pushed out the dressing room door.
Yeah.
I'll stand out there at the non-striker's end with one arm.
Stone in again, tight to the stumps. Fuller straight. Oh, he's off, James Fuller. It's a quick single.
Yes, we'll forget all about my comment about him playing night watchman and keeping Fletcher Middleton nice and safe until the morning.
It's a good single late on in the innings, I think.
Yeah.
The bowlers kind of, everyone's on their heels a little bit. No one thinks people are going to be taking a risk with 4 balls to go.
Just hypothetically thinking ahead to tomorrow, could they put Tom Prest out there with a runner?
Yeah.
No, because he'd have to face, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but he'd have to stand there and bat, but he could have a runner.
But
nothing on
defeats
his
the point,
legs.
really, doesn't it? Yeah.
Stone in. Forward in defence comes Middleton. Rolls out to Haseeb Hameed.
That stretching for the crease,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe interesting.
I don't know which shoulder it is. There would be certainly more restrictions as a right-handed player, wouldn't there, if it's the right-hand side. I know both would get involved in the act of batting, the art of batting, but maybe if it is his left, he could stand there one-handed if he was required to face a ball or two.
Stone in. Shorter ball into Middleton, he glides it out to point. Do you think? I think I'd be more nervous if it was my left side that was broken.
If it's your left side, you could end up playing tennis. It's going to
Yeah,
try
but
and
I'm just
forehand the
thinking
ball.
if it's your left side that's sore, you've got no top elbow, and you just bring Ollie Stone or Dylan Pennington on to bowl at your shoulder. And you couldn't get your arm up high enough to get out the way. Whereas at least if it's your back, your right shoulder as a right-hander, you've got some kind of defence in the fact you can get your front arm up in front of your face a little bit. I mean, hypothetically, I obviously hope he's okay. The Stone comes in once more. Oh, it's a lovely shot by James Fuller. So, there was 2 balls to go. A bit of a long half volley from Ollie Stone late in the day, and James Fuller's just pressed onto the front foot and dispatched him through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, 1 left now, 84 for 5. Once again, sincere thanks to everybody that's been with us today. Huge thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for looking after things on the production side, all the fabulous camera crew around the ground. Really appreciate your work, folks. And to all the listeners, correspondents, viewers to the live stream, sincerely appreciate you being there. That's what we do it for.
Final ball of the day. Defended by James Fuller confidently, and that brings the end of a terrific day of cricket as O'Shaughnessy knocks the bails off at the Stuart Broad end.
They're halfway, aren't they? 84 scored, 85 required. Thanks, Lucy. We'll see you tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed your day.
Thank you very much for having me.
Terrific company and commentary, and I know there's been a lot of favourable comments about having Lucy here today, and Robbie as well. You're heading back south. Mr. James will become Mr. James again in the morning. Absolute delight to work with you. Again, hope you've enjoyed your day. 30 seconds worth of thoughts on what you've seen?
I've absolutely loved it. I feel exhausted emotionally at what we've seen cricket-wise today, but I think it kind of has encapsulated the whole game, hasn't it? It's ebbed and flowed, and you know what? I think you're dead right. We're set up absolutely beautifully for tomorrow. I think we've got to give a real hand to Kyle Abbott. That half an hour of bowling this morning was exceptional, and James Fuller as well from a Hampshire side. He's been positive and played his natural game, which is a difficult thing to do in these circumstances. So I think overall set up beautifully.
Safe travels. Hope we do it again sometime soon. Enjoy the rest of your season. Lucy will be back in the morning. Actually, we're doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second, so I won't be too far away. But for those of you that have been with us on the BBC Sport website and app and on the live stream, from Robbie, from Lucy, myself, Dave Bracegirdle again, huge thanks. We'll be on air from about 11:15 on the live stream tomorrow, Trent Bridge Live, when you can again relive today's highlights and hear the post-match interviews, and commentary will get underway when the players come out just before 11 o'clock. If you can join us then, we'll be absolutely delighted. Until then, from us all at Trent Bridge, a very good night.